Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you relaxed because you're already waking up with a bunch of news. We have some action. You're continuing a little bit of that rally that we saw on Friday, but people are feeling good. You had a lot of news out of Tesla over the weekend. There was an issue with the Japanese yen. We talked about that one yesterday on the watch list, and it literally happened. People are debating right now whether or not they intervene. We're going to talk about that. You have a bunch of data this week, but I'm telling you, the feedback from even last week and this stop and go, volatility, biggest rally in 6 months, all of that, it sets you up pretty nice. But we are starting off this morning good. People are feeling decent. The news in China, overseas, not scaring anybody. And on top of it, even the earnings this morning have already done good. So, Chattadonia, it's going to be exciting. We have a lot in store. This is probably going to be the chillest day because every day from here, it starts to go crazy. But I have the nose, I have the plays, all that good stuff. But, Chad, yes, we had a weekend, baby. Good morning. What's up, baby? It's good to be back. Good to see you. What up, Prabo? What up, winning loser neighbor? Ansel, Ray, baby. Tim Whitman, Kelvin, Uncle Terry, Slay Woodward, Ray, baby. Jerry, Will y'all? Good morning, baby. What's going on, Regal? How you living, Mr. Sassier? Najee Wolf, baby. Uncle Terry, Mark J, Carson Bull, baby. Mr. Nice Watch, Jason Navarro, Humble Business, Habibi, Iskorak, Isaiah Habibi, Sean Carter, Isaiah Habibi. How are you, Marcus Hanlon? Yalla. I don't know why I brought my dad out this morning. What up, Paper? What up, Kurt? NRG, baby. River, Kenny, Carissa Hines. Good morning, Paul, Trey Kush, Straw Hat, Ben Stone, Matt Mac, baby, Juice Trays, Anzo, Gary Avari, baby. Good morning, El Nene. That's Dub for Mayor, Underground, Ernest, B Dizzle, your boy, Juice Trays, Nat Godfather, Joshua. What about the Twitch? What about Eric Epic, Eric S. Jones, Senka, Linsense, Rocky Bow Blowout, Most Dope Andy, Damn Royalty, BDA Cookie Monster, Linsense, JJ Silver, Blizzy B, JP Cult Member, Higgs Plays, Universe's Favorite, KJ Lemur, and Robo Handtech. We got him in. We got him in there, baby. Good morning. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope it's already Monday, so, I mean, there's a lot that we could take out from this Monday to start off. So, let's see where it leads us. But the data is big, my friend. But that being said now, I hope your morning is starting off good. I got a lot of news. There's a lot of headlines. There's a lot of Josh AI, so get ready. I hope you're ready. There's a lot. There's a lot today, baby. There is a lot. All right, let's get it started. Earnings keep stocks aloft at start of Fed week. Stocks were buoyed by earnings optimism as traders looked ahead to a busy week for company results. The yen rebounded after dropping to its lowest in 34 years. With Apple Inc. and Amazon.com Inc. scheduled to report in the next few days, investors will be hoping for more evidence that big technology profits can keep propelling stocks. S&P 500 futures added 0.3% on Monday. Tesla Inc. jumped 8% in pre-market trading after clearing hurdles to introduce its driver assistance system to China. 10-year Treasury yields fell 4 basis points to 4.62%, and the dollar weakened. Oil retreated with Brent crude trading near $89 a barrel as U.S. officials pushed to broker a peace deal between Israel and Hamas that would reduce geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The Federal Reserve's meeting on Wednesday and U.S. jobs report on Friday will also be critical for markets this week. The last time Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke, he signaled that policymakers were likely to keep borrowing costs high for longer than previously anticipated, pointing to the lack of further progress on bringing inflation down and to enduring strength in the labor market. In foreign exchange markets, the Japanese yen took center stage with dramatic moves that fueled speculation over whether the government had intervened to support its beleaguered currency. In holiday-thin trading, the yen swung wildly, rallying more than 2% on Monday after earlier dropping as much as 1.2% to 160.17 per dollar. While analysts suggested the size and speed of the jump smacked of intervention, some traders questioned that conclusion and said Japanese banks sold dollars for customers as it rallied. Japan's top currency official Masato Kanda chose to keep investors guessing by declining to comment. Dow Jones reported authorities stepped in to support the yen, citing people familiar with the matter. Meanwhile, European stocks advanced. Royal Philips NV surged as much as 47% after reaching a smaller than expected compensation settlement on U.S. claims linked to faulty sleep apnea devices. Morgan Stanley's Michael Wilson said the pressure from higher treasury yields is taking the shine off an upbeat earnings season. Data compiled by Bloomberg Intelligence showed that 81% of S&P 500 firms have beaten first quarter profit estimates so far. Still, the average stock price has barely outperformed the benchmark index on the day of results. The worst scorecard since the fourth quarter of 2020, the figures showed. Corporate highlights: Elon Musk made an unannounced trip to China on Sunday. The surprise visit appears to have paid immediate dividends, with Tesla Inc. clearing two key hurdles to introduce its driver assistance system to the world's biggest auto market. Apple's iPad has been added to a list of big tech products and services hit by strict new European Union rules aimed at stopping potential competition abuses before they take hold. L'Occitane international billionaire owner Reynold Geiger is close to making an offer to take the skincare company private, according to people familiar with the matter. Royal Philips NV will book provisions of 982 million euros, $1.1 billion, as part of a planned settlement in the U.S. to compensate claims following a recall of medical equipment that treats sleep apnea. Embattled French IT services company Atos SE raised the amount of cash it is seeking to 1.7 billion euros, $1.8 billion from 1.2 billion euros previously, and wants to cut its debt further in an update to its rescue plan. Blackstone Inc. made a fresh offer for Hypnosis Songs Fund Limited, surpassing a previous bid from music investment firm Concord and intensifying a bidding war for the UK listed company. Some key events this week: Australia retail sales Tuesday, China Caixin manufacturing PMI, non-manufacturing PMI, manufacturing PMI Tuesday, Japan unemployment, industrial production, retail sales Tuesday, Eurozone CPI, GDP Tuesday, Colombia rate decision Tuesday, Amazon earnings Tuesday, New Zealand unemployment Wednesday, UK S&P Global, CIP's manufacturing PMI Wednesday, U.S. rate decision Wednesday, Indonesia CPI Thursday, South Korea CPI S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Thursday, Eurozone S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Thursday, Apple earnings Thursday, Eurozone unemployment Friday, Norway rate decision Friday, U.S. unemployment, non-farm payrolls, ISM services Friday. Tracking Fed speak, it's Fed decision week, and markets will be debating the timing of the central bank's first interest rate cut. No change is expected on Wednesday, marking a big shift from a few months ago when consensus was calling for the rate cut cycle to begin in May. Bloomberg has built a tool that tracks news headlines on Fed speeches and press conferences, scoring them on a scale from ultra hawkish to super dovish. At the moment, it's tilting hawkish, and the team thinks the Fed chair could endorse the recent upward move in bond yields perhaps as soon as this week. Swaps traders now see only one Fed reduction for all of 2024. Futures rise. Futures on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 are pointing to a positive open on Wall Street, while the Treasuries market market is also seeing gains. Optimism around the U.S. earnings season is helping offset jitters around the Fed for now, though the corporate calendar is fairly light today. Updates are expected from Domino's Pizza and Paramount Global, whose shares are rising more than 4% in early trading as it evaluates a possible sale and bidders seek to win over shareholders. There are no major economic data releases scheduled for today. Tesla's China wins. Shares of Tesla are rising more than 6% in pre-market New York trading. That's after CEO Musk made an unannounced trip to China on Sunday, leaving the country with 2 wins related to driver assistance software. The car maker will partner with Chinese tech giant Baidu for mapping and navigation functions to support what it calls full self-driving, or FSD. Tesla also passed a key data security and privacy requirement in China, helping ease some of the concerns over bringing FSD to the country. Japan's wild yen. It's hard to be away from your desk if you trade Japan's currency. The country's yen swung wildly earlier today, falling to its weakest in 34 years before rebounding strongly. So, raising speculation, authorities may have intervened. A local holiday may have contributed to thin volumes and more volatile market conditions. Market participants across Asia scrambled to trade and make sense of the swings, while Japan's top currency official said he had no comment for now when asked whether he intervened in the market. The yen is under pressure from the stark gap between interest rates in the U.S. and Japan, movers and shakers elsewhere. Shares of Dutch medical equipment maker Philips are soaring after it set aside just over $1 billion to settle U.S. claims linked to a recall of sleep apnea devices, much lower than expected. Deutsche Bank shares are sinking after the bank said earmarked as much as $1.4 billion to pay shareholders of a competitor it purchased 14 years ago. Anglo American is having another good day in London as BHP considers an improved bid for the miner. And top overnight news: Tesla CEO Musk made a surprise visit to Beijing, with media reports saying he aims to discuss enabling autonomous driving mode on Tesla cars in China. Later, it was reported Tesla is to partner with Baidu for China self-driving approval, according to Bloomberg. BBC Bloomberg separately. 2 U.S. senators say NHTSA should require Tesla to restrict autopilot use to certain roads. White House said President Biden approved the Kansas disaster declaration and ordered federal assistance to supplement recovery efforts in areas affected by severe winter storm from January 8th, 16th. Apple intensified talks with OpenAI for iPhone generative AI features, in which they are discussing the terms of a possible agreement and how the OpenAI features would be integrated into Apple's iOS 18. According to Bloomberg, EU says that Apple's AAPL iPad operating system has been designated as a gatekeeper under the EU DMA. Apple has 6 months to comply with EU tech rules. Paramount is reportedly preparing to fire CEO Bakish via FT citing sources. Additionally, sources add that the company is expected to receive a counterbid from Sony and Apollo this week to the offer from Skydance Media. China's industrial profits fell in March and slowed gains for the quarter compared to the first 2 months, raising doubts about the strength of a recovery for the world's second biggest economy. Cumulative profits of China's industrial firms rose 4.3% to 1.5 trillion yuan, $207.0 billion in the first quarter from a year earlier. NBS data showed slower than a 10.2% rise in the first 2 months, RTRS. China's banking regulator warns the country's regional banks to stop piling into long-term government bonds as they could be hit with heavy losses if rates rise. Japan's currency surged as much as 5 yen against the dollar on Monday, with traders citing heavy dollar selling intervention by Japanese banks for the first time in 18 months after the yen hit fresh 34-year lows earlier in the day, RTRS. Russia is expected to launch a new large-scale offensive in May or June, although the influx of American weapons will make Ukraine better positioned to withstand the onslaught. Ukraine isn't expected to regain offensive momentum until 2025 at the earliest and has no clear military path to recapturing the 20% of the country stolen by Russia. WAPA, the BHP is considering an improved bid for Anglo-American, people familiar said. The miner may need to find over $9 billion in cost savings from the tie-up to raise the offer, which may be a stretch. BBG, Apple's iPad was hit by the EU rules aimed at stopping potential competition abuses before they take hold. Apple now has 6 months to make sure its tablet ecosystem complies with preemptive measures. BBG, APL has renewed negotiations with OpenAI and remains in talks with Google about incorporating AI-linked technology into the next version of iOS. Investors expect to hear a lot more about Apple's plans at the upcoming WC. BBG. Man, he had a cough in there. That was weird. There's still a lot more, so hopefully you guys have realized by now there is a lot of info. S&P futures, they are up by 0.3. Monday pre-market trading comes after U.S. equities rallied last week with the S&P and NASDAQ posting the biggest weekly gains since November. Treasuries firmer across the curve with yields largely continuing Friday's decline. Dollar is down by 0.2. Yen strength is the big story in Forex amid intervention speculation. We're going to talk about that today because it's still not confirmed. Gold is down by 0.2, Bitcoin futures down by 2.3, and WTI is off by 0.7. Risk sentiment recently boosted by additional traction behind AI secular growth theme, mostly better big tech earnings takeaways, above average Q1 earnings surprise metrics, and largely in line March core PCE print. In addition, some thoughts on initial stagflation fears surrounding Q1 GDP may have been overdone. Last week's bounce also helped dampen supply pressure from CTAs and provided some cushion for key medium-term trigger level. This week's FOMC meeting likely de-risk the extent of the hawkish pivot repricing, with the market now pricing in less than 35 basis points of rate cuts by December meeting. Big macro week on tap. Dallas Fed manufacturing on the U.S. economic calendar. Tomorrow brings Q1 ECI, house prices, Chicago PMI, and Conference Board consumer confidence, ADP private payrolls, final manufacturing PMI, ISM manufacturing on Wednesday, along with Treasury refunding announcement and Fed decision. Q1 productivity and unit labor costs, jobless claims, and factory orders on Thursday. Friday brings non-farm payrolls, final service PMI, and ISM services. Another big week on tap with 175 companies on the S&P reporting, although corporate news flow is light today. Apple upgraded at Bernstein. Tesla reportedly secured Chinese approval to roll out FSD. Baidu up on the news of mapping deal for FSD in China. Para up on news Skydance and Rentstone have offered concessions, while CEO Bob Bakish expected to step down. Major customer CLF has backed activist investor and Quora in its push to overhaul NSC. AMC down after it pre-announced for Q1 and said they expect Q2 box office to remain pressure by last year's strikes. Wow, there's more. And we got Jake from State Farm, baby. Happy Monday. Good morning. Like the video, too. Don't forget about that one. Higher neutral rate suggests Fed policy normalization won't drive yields back to ultra-low levels. Yen sharp rebound from 34-year lows triggers speculation that government had intervened. Economic surprises are making challenging for markets to use yield curve as a recession predictor. European debt on the rise again as politics eat away at budget and resolve across major economies. China's industrial profits fell in March and slowed gains in the quarter, raising doubts about economic recovery. Spanish inflation accelerates for a second month following government scrapping of energy aid. German consumers are driving pickup in economic growth, with service sectors blossoming. PBOC advises some regional lenders to curtail their ultra-long bond investments to mitigate risk. China keeps up overcapacity in car production as officials try to boost economic growth, preserve jobs, and expand footprint in EV. Baidu and Tesla reach deal. Cleveland Cliffs supports activist Ancora. BHP advisor to $39 billion Anglo-American bid said to be seeking views from some of its shareholders. Japanese PM and LDP loses 3 Diet seats to main opposition party in Sunday by elections. UK PM Sunak refuses to rule out July election amid record low poll racing. Rebels plot to remove him. Scotland's First Minister Humza Yousaf set to resign ahead of no confidence vote. And Spanish socialist leader Sanchez says they will remain as PM amid speculation that he was due to resign today. Wow, that's a lot, bro. That's a lot of headlines. I'm not even at the plays yet, so I already got them up here. So let's see pre-market movers. Remember, there was already earnings here. PHG up by 39%, 1.1 billion settlement in earnings. Tesla up 12.9 on the China self-driving news. DPZ, Domino's up 7.1 off earnings. IBN up 4.6 off earnings. Becky up 4.4. Li Auto up 4.2. China cash for clunkers. BBWI is up by 3.6. Shopify 3.4. Citi upgrades to buy. Apple up 2.6. Bernstein upgrades to outperform. Renews talks to use OpenAI tech in new iPhone operating system. PCAR up 2.5. AU up 2.5. Carvana 2.5. LSXMA up 2.1. Seaport Research Partners upgrades to buy. PKG up 2.0. AZN up 1.9. High level from Destiny Breast 06 Phase 3 trial. AMX up 1.9. Goldman upgrades to buy. Palo Alto up 1.7. Amazon 1.6. DCPH up 70 to be acquired by Ono for $26.50 a share. SLNO up 18.1. HTLF up 15.5 off of earnings. Folt up 13.1, acquired substantially all of First Republic Bancorp from FDIC. IBRX up 9.9, follow through from yesterday's 44% move. Tandem up 5.2. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight. ABVX up 5.1. Piper Sandler overweight. Para 5.1. Redstone David Ellison reportedly offers concessions. NEO up 5.0. China cash for clunkers. AXSM up 4.6. Morgan Stanley upgrades to overweight. JKS up 4.3 off earnings. ALTM up 4. Plug up 4. VFS 3.8. DH 3.1. Mankind up 2.8. IND clearance of USD. US FDA to start phase 3 of clofazimine inhalation and suspension of NTM lung disease. AUR up 2.6, NVIX up 2.5, TGTX 2.4, Jurn up 2.4, TD initiates buy, ARQQ up 22, collaboration of post-quantum cryptography solutions. HWH up 18, Ride up 15, Capper up 4, PRME up 3.0, FDA clearance of IND application. Trading lower, Deutsche Bank down 7 off of 1.4 legal provision over postmark takeover, additional buyback uncertain. A-Lab down 3.3 off recent IPO. RMD down 1.9 in reaction to PHG. Belander down 1.4 off nothing. Meta down 1.4, EU to probe Meta platform over handling Russian disinformation. Southwest down 1.4, Jefferies downgrades to underperform. Lulu down 1.3, Barclays downgrades to equal weight. Google down 1.3 off nothing. Remember, they were a leader on Friday. UMBF down 4.7 earnings. SoFi down 3.6 earnings. CYTK down 3, appointment to Sung Lee as CFO effective May 8th. Rubrik down 3. CGEM down 2.6, appoints May Carey Fenton as CEO. MFI down 15, Alt down 7, Guggenheim downgrades, and then Bitcoin and crypto stocks all trading lower. Wow, Chattadonia. We're kind of on time, actually. I don't know. I think we're a little bit. We got like 1 minute. I don't know. 1 minute for plays. I'm kind of down. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, be right back. But when I come back, you better have plays. Good morning. Good morning. And like the video. 1,000 likes or bust, baby.
0.65, that's reflecting that. Do you think that above 5% in twos, that is reflecting a non-material risk of no cut 2024?
Well, you know, I was listening to Ira Jersey's podcast on the 25th this morning, and the options market's pricing in, you know, a 30% chance of no cut and the potential for a hike. And so I think the market's catching up to that reality, quite frankly, relative to a month or two ago. Mm-hmm. Do rates have higher to go across the curve? I mean, you could easily make a case for the answer is yes, but I think we're probably getting closer to the upper range here as you get to 10s towards,
Gotcha.
5%.
And I think as Bank of America's Michael Hartnett said, Danny and I were talking about this morning on Bloomberg Brief, which was sort of almost anything but duration at the moment. So you're all right, Michael. You'll write a few more tickets between now and the end of the year. You can all rest easy. Lisa, I believe in the Mag 7 forever. Lisa Shallett at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Michael Kontopoulos of Richard Bernstein Advisors. My guest this morning, setting the agenda for your week ahead. And it's a heck of a week, isn't it? From airlines to yoga pants. It's a broad church here. We break down the stocks moving the market this morning with your morning calls on Bloomberg.
All right, man. Perfect timing, Chattadonia. You got to hear the TV. You got to get all these headlines. I'm going to be watching Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Baidu, Domino's, AMD, Baidu again, and MO. I have 2 Baidus on there, but those are my plays. You're here now. Poster first play of the day and like the video. Tell them Azema. That's what's up. Tesla, SoFi. Oh, I have to get the drum roll. Oh, yeah, and the random play. I forgot about that. SoFi, Random, Long IBM, Meta, Zinputs, Mulan, Spy Calls, Amazon Calls, Apple Calls, Palantir, Apple Calls, Apple Weekly, Take Profits on Tesla, Baba Calls, Kava, Tesla, Nvidia, Tesla, Apple Puts, Apple Calls, Tesla Put, LVS, sell those Spy Calls, load up Spy Puts, SoFi Lawn, SoFi Calls, calls on BBG, PayPal shares, Tesla, Boeing Puts, Tesla shares, MAG, S, MNQ, Spy, maybe Tesla Put, Netflix, calls on BBG, SoFi, short ES, 5146, buys on SoFi, Meta Calls, Tesla, profit taking, Tesla Put, Tesla Call, Tesla Put, Meta, PayPal, Apple Calls, AGNC, YOLO, Corn Long, AMD Calls, more Rivian, SoFi, Meta, Doge, scalp the MGC futures, and the final plays. Nvidia Calls, PayPal load up, SoFi, and Jesus. That's my ticker. That's my ticker, baby. But Chattadonia, it's game time. We actually got like 1 minute here, so let me get the random play. I totally forgot about that. And did you guys see it? The random account is actually doing good this year so far. So I don't know now that we have a chart, but let's see. YouTube random comment picker. Okay, we got 30 seconds. Can we do it? Can we do it? Come on, copy. I'm here. I don't know if we're going to make it, but chat, get ready. Oh, I got to do the CAPTCHA 13, get YouTube comments. All right, man. Hopefully you just blessed on the first one. We don't have time for too many more. 20 seconds. Brrrah! Hailstone, God bless you, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I like the video. Bros, buy call. $33 for June 21. Miguel Jimenez. Let's get it, bros, baby. $33 call. We're going with Dutch Bros. There it is. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right on schedule. Yes, here at the Colt. It doesn't matter what happened over the weekend. All the news, the market, before we do anything. There's something more important before we chase that dollar, and that is paying homage to a special, very group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication, and I hope all of you, man, continue this on and just realize the least you could do is show that love and appreciation when we oftentimes overlook it. But veterans, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, test teachers, firefighters, garbage man, coaches, anybody making their community run. God bless you and thank you, and way to keep it up. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia. That's it, baby. Happy Monday. I hope the weekend was good. I hope it's glad to be back. But that's it, man. A lot of different headlines. Tesla's taking over the Japanese yen, more good earnings to start off the week. Everybody getting ready for a week of earnings and Powell and everything else. But right now we're continuing on. And again, the title, anything but bonds. I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. I'm sure we're going to have to talk about it. I talked about it even with my mom, too. We're going to have to discuss it. So we'll see. And yeah, Tesla and Baidu, those are the biggest pieces of news. I mean, Apple and Amazon, they haven't had anything crazy just yet, but those will be your other big companies. So we'll see how it is. Bros is the random play. Where are we at right now? We got just above a minute. So Chad, I hope, we almost have 1,000 likes. You guys are doing a little better. That's it. We need about like 120 likes or 200. We're going to have to find out, baby. Yeah, we got some Patriots, baby. We got some Patriots. Hey, man, shout out to Colt. Shout out to the vets. So I think that's pretty much it, though. All we need is 1,000 likes in a minute, and you guys will unlock all the plays. Other than that, we're going to go little by little. Remember, Friday, we all thought it was going to be kind of crazy, and it was calm. That may happen this week, but to start off, today doesn't have that much data, but if we get more movement, it'll lead us into it. Maybe Friday's calm again. We'll find out. We'll find out. But Chatadonia, we got less than 50 seconds, less than 1,000 likes, but now is the time. Put in your final likes. If you have any questions during the day, post it in the chat, source that info, call out any plays. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. And I think that's about it. The random play is a bros call for June. June bros. I got to log in and make sure I'm already ready to go for that one, because that one takes me a while. But, Chad, less than 30 seconds. We hit 1,000 likes, baby. God bless you and thank you. Good morning, baby. Good morning. Yeah, Yellen. So there's going to be a Treasury refunding announcement, and people are assuming, like the other ones, Yellen's going to announce that she's selling less, and everyone's going to be really happy about it. So we'll see. It could happen. It could happen. But that is part of what we are dealing with here. And there it is. Round 1. Fight. All right. I'm going for the random right now. He said June 33 call. Oh, that's expensive, Habibi. So the June one, I don't know. Let me come back to it in a second, or I'll see if I could get filled at a lower price. All right, well, I put in an order. It hasn't filled yet. Yeah, that one's actually kind of expensive. Apple contracts are up? No way. Oh, shit. And your Amazons. And then what? Oh, dude, we have 1,000% Tesla contract. What the fuck? I forgot. Yo, we fully have a Tesla. $40 to $500. Yo, I totally forgot about that. Huh? All right. Dude, I totally forgot about that. Yeah. So it's up 1,200% right now. So remember last week we made those free Teslas after earnings. That one is actually still in there. All right, I'm going to sell it. I took it out $560. I bought it for $40, so 1,200%. I totally forgot about that. That's why I was looking at the Amazon. I was like, wait a minute. No way those Amazons went up 1,000. But yeah, even the Amazon pre-earnings too, that one's up 86%. So you actually even still have a play within there. And the Apple plays are up 40%. So you guys remember those contracts we got and they didn't do anything for us on Friday? We got kind of cucked. Well, they are back now. So that's good. And then again, Baidu, I'm just holding those shares. That's just going to help out. The MOs, whoa. Man, they playing me, man. MO is also going straight up. So one set of MO contracts is in the green. And I'm saying that so surprised because remember on Friday, those got clobbered. Yeah, MPW going up as well. Again, there's Baidu. We got out of the Tesla. It's cool we had exposure, but I didn't realize we had it. I might be down for a cheaper one if it could calm down. But that Tesla news, I am down with it, bro. Yeah, let those out of the monies. Pfizer's up. Again, it's a new month very, very soon. I don't know if I didn't see MPW as a pre-market mover. It could have got an upgrade, but it wasn't enough to make headlines this morning. I could check right now, though. And then I got out of Tesla. That was the best one. And then Apple, you just got to decide how long you're going to hold that for the pre-earnings. But so far, Apple and Amazon pre-earnings, they are in effect. Amazon's on Thursday, right? Yeah, and then there is Intel. Intel just wants to die. Intel's going to be our child support for the next 6 months. Forgot about the Tesla. I did too. I'm glad. And then even then, 60% on the Apples. So, I mean, if those go 100, you could just make those all free and call it a day. Or like I said, just ride them out and then just sell them. And then Amazon's up 100 right now. Again, the MOs are waking up. So that's what I wanted. And then you guys keep calling out Pfizer. What's the other? Was it Shopify? Shopify had a movement there. I think they got an upgrade. Tesla's starting to go. Further out the monies are running again. Microsoft red. Intel, it's either ripping or RIPing. I don't know. Well, we're gonna go with RIP. And then PayPal's up by one. PayPal's almost at 70. And then there's Baidu. I mean, when was the last time Baidu was at 110? That was in the beginning of April. But yeah, very good for them. No war news. If anything, there was actually positive developments about a ceasefire deal. Again, America was pressuring both sides, but if anything, there was positive war headlines this weekend. Not anything bad. So MO is just fluctuating between green and break even. Again, those Amazon pre-runs are great for now. PayPal moved their earnings to pre-market? What? I thought, yeah, they're going to be on Tuesday or Thursday. They changed their earnings date. And then MPW is May 9th. I don't see an upgrade this morning on MPW. All I see is them announcing their earnings. The yen, dude, I was talking about it yesterday, and it literally happened on that watch list. But, I mean, the yen is borderline. It's failing right now. Oh, yeah, where is the high-low ticker? I didn't even notice that. But the thing about the yen right now, everybody's arguing, wait, what the hell? It don't work. No! Let me restart it. Let's see how this plays out. Sorry about that. Damn, we're at 51.22. I didn't even see where we're at in the SPX. Remember, Google was good on Friday, though, so it's kind of weird. But maybe it's at post-earnings. Think about Netflix. They kind of did something very similar on that, too. But the intervention, yeah, so here's the thing going on this morning. Nobody has confirmed it. So right now, the Financial Times and a couple of people are saying, according to sources, they're trying to say the Japanese intervened today, but technically there's no announcement. But so far in the last couple of years, this is like the first time in a very, very long while where where like it's actually looking like intervention and they're saying it. So we'll see. No, it's not. Listen, everybody's saying they confirmed, it's not. So I read the Wall Street Journal one. If you read like the article, that's all based on people and sources, and then they're using the phrase from Conda. But technically speaking, there is no official admission by the government. I see that article and they're saying it's intervention, but none of it is actually confirmed. And that's why I think it's so today has probably been the most heavily debated that's been in a while, where everyone's like, no, it is confirmed. They're like, no, it's not. And then we're playing this little back and forth. But it's moved 2% on the day. Again, it did exactly what we talked about last night, that one final death blow candle, because it's failed. That's it. I wish, we talked about it, and I wish we kind of made a move earlier, but at the end of the day, it's like Japan currency. I fully believe that the Bank of Japan has failed. I think the currency is dead until they have to make a very, very drastic shift. And then Tesla's coming back up a little bit. I'm on extend. Oh, dude, my high-low ticker is not working. I feel so naked. Yep. They hate us. My Apple calls, they went up like 90 or 80%, I believe. Yeah, they're up 95% now. So whatever you bought, you can make all your Apple plays free right now. So we talked about selling some of these pre-run-ups, and that's kind of what's happening. Amazon's pulling back. Tesla came up to the high. We could have held that one for a little bit. And then Amazon is coming down. They were doing the best out of any of them. I guess not including Tesla. And then bonds coming back down here. So anything but bonds. I mean, we have to talk about this one. Yeah, Facebook was already down in the morning, though, 1.2. Remember, Facebook got that European thing. I sold out the Tesla, yeah. It's because the way I had it, I got to play. It was free. I want to hold it. I'm thinking I could either double dip, but then remember, I have a shit ton of Baidu. So I do think they are going to benefit. And they're actually, well, they're both clobbered, Baidu and Tesla. So they both have that value. But I'm down. I'll take the little play. Not swinging SoFi? No, I don't think I ever have. But people are excited there for the earnings. Dude, Apple's up 4%. That's why our contracts are ripping. That's insane. So we did get a nice move on Apple now. And then SPY going a little lower. Google's down 2.5. So if you want a Google upside play, though, this may be your day. I mean, think about it. Friday was like the earnings positive. Thursday, Friday. It was up, held 10%. Next day, sells off 2%. If everything stabilizes, though, this is just going to be your cushion pretty much. I'm sure all the contracts are still crazy. Datadog can't hang. He was doing good there, but those were the sympathies. Snow, Datadog. Remember on Friday, they all moved there. And then Apple is just straight killing it right now. And then so is Tesla. Tesla's at 190 now. Bro, Tesla's absolutely insane. Baidu's coming down a little bit. So is Baba. Pinduoduo. Pfizer's still up. Altria again. The contract slowed down a little bit. But that was working. Roku is waking. Damn, Roku's up 5. I don't know if our Roku plays will come back. But that'd be nice. No, they don't got a bid. But yeah, Roku is woken up here. Coin dump. I can't work without my high-low. I'm just trying to act like I don't notice it yet, but I feel you. I feel you. ZB wants to head down. So that's, I mean, I could tell you guys now, but like literally yesterday, like I was talking about the watch list with my mom. And then, my mom shocked me. I'm so mad. I'm like disappointed in my father, because you guys remember when I told you that my dad is like crazy with gold, and then I told you when I let him know that gold went above 2,300. Tell me why my mom is my mom is fully in the game. She don't buy gold, she don't know about, but she knew everything about the gold price going up recently. No. Me and my mom were talking about this, because we were talking about like inflation and government spending, but like I was telling my mom literally what we talked about with Bank of America on the watch list, how just like right now, I really hope you guys realize it. The theme right now is anything but bonds. And like you have to really realize like what the bonds are showing, what inflation is showing, what gold is showing. There's a huge fiscal spending problem right now. And that's, I was talking about it with my mom here and then she's like, that's why gold is at 2,300. And I was like, what? I was like, how do you know about that? But like, let me show you a couple of charts. But I brought this up on the watch list. This is no joke. I think it's like if you spent what? If you spent, is it $100 or $1 million every day, every single day for 1,966 years, you would have as much money as we spent in government spending this year in the last 12 months. Yeah, if you spend $100 every day for the next 1,900 years. And a lot of people are discussing this like on a real deep fundamental, like pretty much like if you don't get this right now, it's kind of nuts, but your soft landing is literally just government spending. That's it. There's no question. This has nothing to do with equities. It has nothing to do with earnings or AI. It's legitimately your whole entire soft landing. Oh, it's $100 every second. Excuse me. Yeah, every second, not every day. Yeah. But you gotta really think about it there. I mean, this whole soft landing it's boiling down to just the fiscal excess, and there's such a fiscal excess going on right now in the background that I don't think we could really comprehend it. So I have a couple of cool things to show you though. So there's a couple of things. Well, first, this one's random, but I wanted to bring this up on the watch list yesterday. I didn't get to, but one, China, high yield bonds in China, they have tightened up. So some people are saying China real estate crash is over. Look at this chart. High yield bonds on like real estate related notes, they've tightened up, but this is the one I really wanted to show you. This is looking at the secular bull and bond market. So pretty much what they say is that after pretty much, I think you have like what, after every 3 or 4 years of bond declining, you enter into another 40-year bull market. That's literally what they're saying happened here. First grade. This is a chart going 1899 to 1920. And they're saying you go 4 years down, 5 years down, and then you rock it up. So, and then the next one, just again, 5%. So here's the ironic part. Are you ready? If once the 10-year this time around, if our 10-year bond goes to 5%, that will be oversold just with how it's moved. But this is just for the theme, man. The theme, a lot of people over the weekend just talking about bonds and what it means and why people are reacting how they do. Again, spending, effect on other assets, currencies even. It's creating a very, very wild one. So, yeah, the bonds don't hit oversold till 5% on the 10-year, ironically enough. So bonds could still die. And then Apple is still going up. Amazon, that gave back. Those contracts were up like 100 and then chilled out. And then 3 little candles off the bottom. I mean, we did give back up a little bit of this morning. Damn, 5101. So you're at 5123, sold off to 5105. You're still barely above where we closed on Friday. And remember, this was still like a nice range. Remember, 5123, I think that was our price we needed to get to. Where is it? Damn, they really not hitting us with that high low. Monster, we thought about Vita Coco. Not as buying them. I mean, I've kind of liked their product, the coconut water, but I've never really thought about getting them in like a long-term sense. I've never put coconut water in the long term. Coin at the low. And then GE. Oh, we're close to getting in the money on GD, but those expire this week. Yeah, Apple's still holding SPY. A couple of bounces there. Or just really off the bottom. 4 candles. See how long Tesla didn't move. Tesla's gap is huge. I can't believe we went green on that. Again, we went like dollars in the money. So we got out of that. But you should have at least 1,000% on that. I like Baidu a lot. I'm a big fan of Baidu. I've been a big fan, and now this news just helps it out. So I'm down. Just blessed and thanking God for it, baby. Hey, man. Hit him with it. Hit him with the positivity, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about, man. I hope you had a good weekend. It's already good to be back. There's already action, man. I'm telling you, this week, it should be less than last week. Let's actually check it right now. Let's price in what we have. Because I think this is the last time I checked the volatility structure, this week was priced in less. So, I mean, I think this is probably the most fascinating things. Let's find out. Because imagine this week with Powell and earnings and everything might have less event risk, which is the weirdest concept. But that just goes to show, these last couple of weeks in the volatility, it has been nutty. So May the 3rd, let's check where we are. We're at 509.55. 770. I think it's the same amount. That says 810. $1.5. So you're pricing in a little about the same. But last week when we did that, we already moved 0.5%. So yeah, you're pricing in a little less than last week, but it is close. So there's still a lot riding on here. But it's definitely, it's kind of like last week with a little less pressure unless something builds out from here. SMCI earnings, is it tomorrow morning or after the bell? But we will be going through that. And remember, I mean, Friday we talked about the lesson. There's a reason why we go ahead for earnings. I know some of you don't like it and you want to get the play as soon as possible, but you know, just like we saw, you could be pricing in 5% and move 5-6% ahead of that earnings, and it could go nuts. If it's after the bell today, though, we will do it towards the end of the day. A couple bounces there. Amazon staying pinned. Apple's doing great. You're more than 100% on the Apple contracts now. So that has been good. Is Apple on Tuesday or Thursday? Oh, they're Thursday. I thought they were on Tuesday. I still got a little bit of time. And then the MOs are up by 10%. Bonds off the bottom here. Tesla is coming down. Ultra is near the high. Only play, we sold our Teslas. We woke up to a 1,300%er on Tesla. So we got out of that. New month, new long-term deposit. It's on the way, baby. So that comes on Wednesday. Microsoft dying. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but seems like there wasn't that bad news over the weekend. We came back, we're doing our thing, but maybe you've noticed the winners on Friday have all given back a little bit. So Microsoft and Google, they're still holding their gap ups, but they found a way to move around a little bit here. If anything, Microsoft's a little bit worse. But I just think it's kind of that normal reaction. Remember, I think, was it Netflix did the same? Netflix had it, then they dropped even lower. It's like a 2-3, literally Friday, Monday. But Netflix was a continuation. I think Google and Microsoft just giving some back. And then Tesla at the low. SPY kind of coming down here. Selling more and go away in the making. We'll see. And MPW loves that fourth. No Apple news. Or actually, there was something, I think they got an upgrade by Bernstein. But other than that, nothing crazy. No, MPW earnings is May 9th. Yeah, Apple got an upgrade. Bernstein, TNA up 13. Microsoftian. Microsoft was pretty bad, though. I didn't think they almost filled their earnings gap. But then again, Microsoft was the slow mover. Like Google, they were up 12%. So like, even if it's down 2, that's still like 10%. CNBC says MPW. It's because I think it was estimated there, like ahead of time, and then they finally announced it. So AM Diesel. And then there's ARM. ARM was doing good, and they came back down, and then SMCI's even down. Even NVIDIA is down 2.5. So honestly, I mean, remember chip pressure and tech pressure. NASDAQ is red right here, down by 0.05. SPY down by 0.12. And then Dow's up by 0.25, and Russell's by 0.4. So not too crazy. But your tech stocks aren't doing good. Remember, Friday last week was a kind of a back and forth between, are the chips panicking or not? Well, that's where we are now. I mean, it's any price a little lower, it starts to just like, it's on the list. I'd keep an eye out for it. Just kind of depends how everything else plays out. You think Ueda could get ousted if he doesn't stabilize the yen? No. I don't think Japan don't really get down like that. Like they don't really just like get rid of people. And like I think, his predecessor got away with a lot, and I do think that they're gonna try to work it out, but I don't think they'll replace him. I don't know, man. That's like it's really weird because everybody always expected them to like kind of make a half-ass effort, but like I said on the watch list, it totally it feels like an abandonment of the yen. It does feel like the central banks are just abandoning the currency, and again, that's something like I'd expect to see that in Egypt, in Nigeria, in a lot of other countries where they have abandoned their currency, where the central bank, said, nah, we're not going to support it, but that's what it is. But then again, too, I heard a nice theory over the weekend, and it was pretty good. But they're saying, the Bank of Japan may not be the only person to blame. You could blame wealthy Japanese. So here's the tinfoil. Pretty much, they're saying that the rich Japanese who have a lot of yen, they want the yen to die. Isn't that ironic? So think about it. Billionaires, like Japanese billionaires, they want the yen to die. They love what's happening right now. If anything, they could be contributing to it. Why? To buy and loan? No. Imagine being a billionaire in Japan and you own Japanese currency, and even though you're losing 30, 40% of the value on your currency, you love this. You love this. This is the high of your life right now. You're in love with at least the last 10 years, 15 years. You're loving this. No, you're getting less purchasing power. You're a billionaire, losing money, losing the value of your currency. There you go. You guys already said it. The answer, why would it be bad or why would they love it, is because of their assets. Their stocks have gone through the roof. So they own, again, even if they own companies, if they need to buy stuff, yeah, they're not even paying that much more. But then it's so much easier to sell things. And then above all else, their assets. These Japanese billionaires who own stuff, bro, their assets were in the gutter for the last 10, 15 years. So now they're getting, they could still purchase with their money. It's easier to export. People inside the country, domestically, still doing their thing. It's not too crazy, but now their stock market and assets. The only people who are suffering in a weird way is the government. That's the funny part, is that, like, you have to think about it, is like, yeah, you would think a weakening currency would hurt the citizens, but if it's helping their assets and their literal inflation is barely going up, no, because you're thinking this isn't America. It's not like our inflation. It's not like the government spends money and then the price of, food primarily bought on like food stamp shit is rocketing up and gas is going up. No. This is Japan. So they have all of this money, but it's not like their gasoline prices are $6 a gallon. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they're paying the highest for all these things. So who's paying the cost? It's the government. The government finances that's the only people paying for a very, very weak yen when it's all said and done. Everybody else is benefiting off of it. Yeah, it's literally the government footing this entire bill. That's why it's like it's weird, because like how much longer can that go on for? I mean, we'll see, I guess. I may go to Japan in June. You're gonna love it. You're getting the best purchasing power in your life. Where is it? Where's the weed stocks too? Oh, they came down today? Oh, I go to college when you go to Joshonomics. Amen. But I will tell you right now, what you're watching in the yen, they're writing it right now for the history books. So it's already done. I'm telling you, the amount of people just left scratching their head over the yen right now in just the last week or two, ever since that Bank of Japan meeting, because I was talking policy failure from the first time. I just didn't think it would go down another and then get ready. I thought there would be a little bit more resistance, but it's there. And I mean, I'm telling you, what's happening, we may watch a new era in Japan, because it's like, dude, it hasn't been this low in 30, 40 years, and they're going through something. So get ready. We're gonna watch the books written in front of us. And then SPY back up here. So Apple's already held up. Tesla trying to curl a little bit off the bottom. I mean, premiums have held up generally well. I'm not too opposed to that. And then, yep, Apple will take it. Meta, too. Most big tech is down today, and then NVIDIA. NVIDIA came back up. It's only down 1, but remember, the last couple days, it was like NVIDIA outperforming when we were kind of doing nothing there. Remember, people were freaking out about the chips and then calmed down. But keep that in mind. And then SMCI earnings. Zoom will pop. Yeah, decent, actually. Two candles in a row. Zoom at the high. Who was it? Para. And then SPY's like right under the morning candle. Novo's on the high. NVO, they're starting to break out. TSM. XLV still up there. What was it? VDCO was on 60 minutes last night. Oh, no way. I'm bullish on China. I've been cautious, just like kind of where I'm like, damn, they must be really struggling, but generally I've had a pretty bullish view on China since the end of last year. And that's what I was saying, that one chart. This is probably the first like good sign I've seen in a while. There was other good signs, but everybody, like, they were just short-lived considering the nature of China and, you know, one day this, one day that. But like literally China high yield spreads tightening. That's the first positive real sign of like their real estate bubble or crash kind of hopefully finding an end. So that's about it. But otherwise, I've been generally bullish on them, not necessarily because of the country, but as much as like, you know, the value proposition they provide, you know, how much they've been sold off and just their role in just providing and producing things. Gold, I mean, gold is running. I'm telling you, it's not even rate cuts anymore. When we were playing the first gold rate cuts, it was at $1,800. It's like now it's at $2,300. I'm telling you, it's the and I agree. This is from Michael Wilson, Bank of America, but I agree with it wholeheartedly. It's 1,000% just fiscal excess. That's it. We can't comprehend it. I don't think you realize how much money is really like already been spent, but what is literally happening, and it's just that's what's giving you an extra $400 on gold. It shouldn't really be like that, but it's just like, even if like imagine this, what if rates weren't at 5% right now? That's the funny part, because we're like, oh, they raised rates and it doesn't look like it's slowing things down. It's like that's it. Like that's kind of like that's the answer. He's like, why will real estate's not going to come down with jobs or this? No. It's like real estate would have already been down if the government spending was a lot lower. Why are we so confident? Well, just me. I'm just confident now because that's the only thing that, like, looking at it with all the Treasury refundings and so much time has been gone by where it's like we thought every quarter we thought there would kind of be an end of it, but it's slowly been turning the heat up. And just it's getting to this point where that's where it's like we're living in a world where there's things detached, and that is your main culprit. That's the only thing sitting there looking like, well, I am dumping billions of dollars every single day. It's like that's the answer when it's all like just government spending, fiscal stimulus, and fiscal excess. It's prevalent, and that's the only thing that could explain why nobody wants bonds. Why is gold there? Why is the dollar doing some of these moves when it's not linked up to the data in the last 4 to 5 months? Well, the government could afford it till they can't. They don't really know when they can afford it. That's kind of the paradox. You usually try something out till it fails. Shorty and giggle. Dollar checking back. All right, bonds a little bit at the low. I'm trying to bounce. Dollar is red on the day. Will they keep intervening? That's the thing. The intervention today is still not confirmed. You're going to hear articles that said that they intervened, but it's all based on sources and like Conda and other people. But right now, because remember, a official confirmation of intervention, that hasn't happened in like 10, 15 years, I'm pretty sure. So it had that big flush and then popped up, and then people are saying it looks like it was intervention, but so far there's no real confirmation. So we got to find out. But if they do confirm it, I do think that will be somewhat of a game changer. They don't always confirm it, and it just like it looks like it happens, and maybe they'll do it, but then they'll just say nothing. But a real like government like admitted intervention you haven't had in years. And even today, even though people are assuming it, all sources are all like it all just comes back to a quote unquote source. I wouldn't say it's actually like legit. Apple's going, it's weird. Amazon premiums are climbing even though the stock's not moving. Ironically enough. Yeah, if they did raise the rates in Japan, that is the way to fix it. But then that's what they're worried about, is that if they raise the rates, it'll cause the reverse problem. Another May pump. We'll find out. It's usually sell in May and go away. Last year, it was sell in May and buy away because May was actually good. But, you know, this year so far, it's kind of deviated from seasonal trends already. So welcome to the election. But we'll find out. Guild is up. Oh, I thought you said gold. I was like, how did gold pop like that? Well, gold is coming up. And then Guild. I'll be talking about Guild. Blame the leap year. It's good. I'm down. It's a good culprit. JPM red to green. I don't know. The high-low ticker. I don't know. Does anybody else have E-Trade Pro? Is your high-low ticker working today, or is it just me? Because I reset. It's not working. NVIDIA again. Guild is at the high again. Apple and Amazon, though. I already like how they're moving for the pre's. Yours is working? What? I already restarted mine. So they just hating me. Why they hating on me? Boy, what's up? Yeah, boy, what's up? Yeah, I turn my long term. That tornado, bro, that was crazy. Is it because they're releasing the new Tornado movie or Twister? But yeah, I saw that. I was tripping out. I closed E-Trade and I did it earlier and it didn't work. I'll try it again. That's good PR, I know, right? It's crazy. You live in Omaha? Wow. I'm glad you're okay. I hope everything was okay. Dude, that looked intense. I don't think I've ever seen anything like. There it is. We're back. High-low ticker. EA Sports. It's in the game. What do you think the government should do to stabilize the yen? I mean, ideally raise rates, but I mean, quite frankly, they've already brought it to a situation that's really weird. I don't know. It's Frankenstein right now, even worse. So I couldn't even speculate on what to do at this point. E-Trade Sports. It's in the gains. It actually works. I like it. Now let me get the VWAP. But now we got a high-low ticker. That's beautiful. U.S. warns ICC action on Israel would hurt ceasefire chances. Baidu flipped already? Damn, China knew. That thing was up 7. Then Tesla's holding. Again, Meta's still pretty clapped there. Amazon a little bit off the bottom. And then Apple. And Baidu. Snap. Oh, I forgot about Snap. Dude, I was thinking about it over the weekend. I was like, man, we played Snap. Like, we hoed them, bro. Because, like, low-key, bro, that earnings, I was thinking about it. I was like, that was his first good earnings in a while. Last time it got to 17 without any good earnings. So I was like, if market does go good, I think Snap has a little room, but just don't fall in love with it. Like, don't try to buy it for the long term there at these higher prices. But, my goodness. This is the real Josh. Nutrinix pop. Dallas Fed. The Dallas services should be more important tomorrow, I think. But we do have Dallas Fed at 10:30. So in like 18 minutes. No news. Again, it's a pretty cold day for news too, even on the economic calendar. Just like last week, this whole week is going to be driven by pre-market earnings. Whatever happens overseas middle of the day, and then getting ready for the earnings after the bell. And then you're going to have Powell, and then your two big data sets. SMCI's on the high. They report after the bell. All right, SPY working its way up. Nutrinix on the high. You guys just called that one out there. Apple. I mean, if Apple could surprise to the upside, it's going to run. And, like, by surprise to the upside, I mean, like, they have a report where it actually gains, it actually grows, and then they're like, yeah, like, this is what we're doing. And, like, China sales went up. Everything has to beat. PayPal, I don't think earnings play. Enovis plans to conduct pivotal phase 3 in biomarker positive early Alzheimer's disease. They're halting phase 3 trial for what was it? ANVS. The Axon next week? No. They're usually expensive. That's why I didn't play it last time. So if it's too expensive still, I mean, I kind of like it. I like how it moved last time, but I don't think I'll go for a play if it's too cheap, too pricey. Bad Vision Pro. I didn't hear much about it, but I mean, the Vision Pro and what it does, that will be key. They stopped production. Oh, I didn't see that. I feel like we would have heard it in the morning. I walked by an Apple store the other day, and I saw it, and I told my girlfriend, I was like, oh, should we try it on? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, hell no, I ain't walking in there putting that dirty ass headset on my head. I don't know how many people. I ain't gonna try. No, y'all made me wear a mask for 2 damn years, and now you want me to stick my retina thing on this? You know, people got pink eye. They be farting on pillows and shit. I ain't doing none of that. All I see this morning, Apple caught in EU's crosshairs. And then Apple OpenAI news. And then EU Commission. Honestly, I think all of that, the EU Commission news, I think way bigger than any Vision Pro thing. Yeah, I think they renewed their OpenAI talks for like getting OpenAI on the iPhone. And then the EU stuff about the apps, that was a big deal. Honestly, I think the Vision Pro stuff is small. Data coming. There's in 15 minutes, Dallas Fed manufacturing. There's a lot of data this week from PMIs. Tomorrow you'll get JOLTS jobs openings, then private payrolls, and then employment costs tomorrow as well. Or JOLTS might be on Wednesday. And then you have Jerome Powell on Wednesday, and then you have the earnings for Amazon and Apple. I don't understand why people are still jumping on Tesla when the board members have jumped. They're cutting employees and ditched their Model 2. Well, unfortunately, man, this is where you got to blame the media because that Model 2 stuff, we don't know. It was all a rumor. And then it was Reuters and then this and that and all that. And then as far as the people leaving, we don't know if they're quitting because they think it's a sinking ship, or we don't know if Elon is going crazy and literally just firing everybody because he wants to raise the numbers. So there's a couple of things there, but in general, I don't think it's not really about the short-term news. So if you're going to try to say Tesla's all because of that stuff, no, it's like I think it's just the broader sales stuff being an underperformer, and then people now, there's just pretty much a data dump of news by Elon. J&J gets positive CHMP opinion on Ceturo for tuberculosis. And then SPY's coming right back up to open. Yeah, the fallen bank in Philly. We talked about it. It was literally passing news over the weekend, but it was small, about $6 billion in assets. And then I think it was Fulton Assets. They're the ones who bought them. Hear me out. PayPal. It's looking good. So PayPal has the pin. If they have a good earnings finally and finally get that turnaround, they're going to rock it. But if anything, I like the pre-earnings gain. That's about what I'm down with. Other than that, I don't know about it has to break out here. But it's doing good, man. Celsius on the high, 75. And then Intuit. Is Intel still clap? VLO on the high. Again, SPY just made a move very close to VWAP. Intel just staying there. And then NVIDIA. Apple is coming down, so our plays gave up some premium there too. And then the Amazons haven't moved, but the premiums went up 20%. S&P and Bloom Airbnb will come down. Will you purchase more? Yeah, but it would have to come down a lot. Otherwise, I'm very content buying the names that are down now. Kind of my logic. There is names that I look forward in the future, and I'm like, oh, I hope they come down. But in the meantime, I'm going to focus on the names that are down right now. So we have a deposit on Wednesday. I mean, if Pfizer dies again, it's still lower, but I might be down to buy more Pfizer again. I think we could even capture the divvy. Yeah, ex-dividends on May 9th. So, yeah. And SPY coming up a little bit. And then long-term looks a lot better. Shit. Remember that last couple weeks, we got our little bounce in there. But I want to see how much Pfizer we have. So Pfizer is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's our 6th. So one more deposit would make Pfizer as big as Uber, smaller than Altria, and then bigger than JP Morgan. 2, 3, 4, 4. But yeah, I'm excited. Divvy is on the way. Or not the divvy, the deposit. And SPY still holding. Low ticker kind of active, but high ticker still doing very well. Again, Pfizer's been up most of the day here. Where's Altria? They gave up a little bit and came right back up. Oh, Macron and Dell. SMCI running. Yeah, they woke up. That's honestly almost a 4% move. And then Amazon too. I'm telling you, those premiums, those are holding up even better than the Apples. Down. Beyond. Beyond's running right now. What's up with that? Long-term needs more growth. Value is for retirees. So how old are you? That's the real question. But remember, the other half of my long-term is pure growth. Baidu Citron tweet. It's going to be bullish. So get ready. We'll see. He usually gets it waking up. Oh, did they just scam me? Scammers. It was supposed to be filled at 18. Damn it. All right, I got filled at 21. I made a play. No, I did get scammed. Scammers. Not bad. But yeah, not a recommendation. You'll lose money. I grabbed a Baidu. I grabbed a weekly. So I went with a Baidu weekly 117 for 18 or 20 cents. It was supposed to be 18 cents. But I like it. Citron, it's a gamble just in case it continues the move. Because remember, it was almost $10 away from that earlier. So that contract was going for like 60 cents in the morning and came down to 18. It was at 18, and then it kind of moved there. Oh, and that just moved, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bonds on the high, but Bradley Frizzle and the Peach Nation on a Monday. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, yeah, baby, it's there. We needed it. Now we good, baby. Let's go, baby. Oh, man, that Amazon will announce a dividend. They might. I mean, that's what Google and Meta has been doing, so we'll find out. But it is holding up very, very well for now. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Fraser, baby. And bonds are waking up. Guild on the high. SPY back to VWAP. A couple of different movers there. Headlines. I just made another play. My first play of the day was a sell on the Tesla. So that was my first little purchase there. And then even Tesla coming down. But my goodness, Chad. My goodness. Raul came with Bradley. Said, oh, don't forget about me. Amazon dividend was leaked. Well, the Amazon premiums are juicing. I like it. It's doing way better than Apple. Even Apple's wasn't bad, but Bro, it's weird. Premiums are going higher even though things aren't moving. All right, I sold the GE. I got just under 300%. That was the earnings from last week. They expire this week, but it was like $30 to like 140 or something. We added more Pfizer a month ago, but I get my deposit on Wednesday, and then we will see whether or not we're going to add more. UUP green shoe. MO is moving around again. SPY still up there. How are you mitigating time decay? Playing a plan. The plan is earnings. So I don't care about the time, if that makes any sense. Like, it's just the limit. That's why if it has a little bit of time, I'm getting rid of it while it's still holding there. Like, that plays an old one, but any of these other, the pre-earnings ones, the thing that's saving them is the event. The event just is putting these contracts in their own little world. So that's about it. But most of the contracts right now, we're either in pre-earnings or post-earnings. So like Tesla, GE, these are all post-earnings plays. GE was ahead of it, and then now Amazon, Apple, we just got those ahead of time, took the risk, and now they're up. Even though like Apple is coming down, the premium's still up 100% because that play isn't because of the stock. It's getting ready for earnings. That's the only reason anybody's buying 10% out the money, realistically. And then SPY, a little bit lower here, trying to get back to VWAP, Pinduo Duo on the low. And Disney and Apple. You know what? I'm going to get out. I'm kind of down with it. I'm going to hold the Amazons for a little longer. But I got rid of the Apple calls. I took the $500 profit. So that's kind of my view. That's 500 pre-earnings. Because I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. If I do 500, that could pay for a lot of pre-earnings plays if we wanted to. But I got out of the Apple. So that was from last week, 100%. 120, actually. But I have gotten out now. If that drops again, we could double dip ahead of earnings. But other than that, we are now done with that one. You can make the Amazons free. Oh, Biden. There you are, Amira. You missed it, Amira. It's bigger than Joe Biden now. That's crazy. Amira, you got a long-term. Where have you been at? You went from spamming every day on Biden, and then you just disappear when the market rips. But then you missed it. There's something else. You don't know. I know, Amira. You don't know. We've been working on a Donald. I know, the fake news media. Amira wants to hear Joe Biden. It's like she's a Democrat. I don't know. It's weird. Fake news media. Yeah, fuck you. Amira, she's a good Democrat. She votes. She said she votes. Hey, come on. I know. Donald and Joe. Joe's supporting another war. Getting you in another conflict. And the fake news media supports it. It's a shame. Yeah, I like the video. Good. You sound legit. I'm the president. Fucking, of course I'm going to sound legit. I know. It's a shame. So, yeah, that's the newest development, Amira, just in case. I knew you have an affinity for the Biden, but we can now offer a Trump voice for all the Republicans and Democrats out there. It's a new feature here at Stock Market Live. All we ask is you like the video and put a smile on your face and have a beautiful day. That's it. I think I just froze my computer. And then good plays today, too. That's another feature. But we got out of them. So we taking profits on Apple, taking profits on Tesla, and taking profits on GE. So good Monday. Let's see. Amazon premiums are so just, they're running. The stock's not moving, but the premiums on Amazon, I swear, are just fluctuating 10, 20% little by little. BNB Paribas expects U.S. Federal Reserve to start cutting rates in December versus prior forecast of July. So that's another one that's moved it back. The Trump voice is getting, I'm telling, this might sound weird, but like the Trump voice is really good. You know how I know? Because I was in the shower and I started talking to myself like I'm Donald Trump. And because in the shower I could hear the echo, you know what I'm saying? And in the shower I was like, bro, that thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, that's just crazy. I said, nah, it sounds good. That's why I was like, man, you really got to be a hater. You know, you really got to be a hater at that point. You just been politicalized. And then you like, you know. Hey now, Josh got better. I'll give it to him. If you hear it with an echo, you really hear it. It's nice. I'll take it. El Baghdadi. He died like a dog. Terrible, terrible human. All right, but I need to go to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Child, we've been here for an hour. Happy Monday. But let's go. Let's get it popping, baby. Let's go. Let's have a good one. Thank you all for being here. I hope your morning's doing good, but we got a lot of hours. We ain't even get push-ups in. You still got time. It's still the first hour, so, you know, you could ease into it. But I got to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity, and I will see you in a little bit.
That sounds really interesting.
Right,
Let's talk a little bit though,
Strong
about the
demand for Urus
timeline
SUV.
for fully electric, because
this is
even when it
Lambo
comes
dude.
to the hybrids, I mean, you've taken a very deliberate approach. Some would call it slow relative to a lot of your competitors. And I mean, I really can't imagine what the EV landscape looks like by the end of the decade. Why move so slowly here?
But we always said we want to be the best when we arrive, but we don't have to be the first ones. When it comes to design and performance, we always want to be the best. But this type of technology, it's about acceptance. And for us, we are not selling mobility, we are selling dreams. So it's very important to continue to have people which are really dreaming about our type of cars. We continue to work where the others stop. And I think that also in terms of the full electric cars, there will be a time and place where they will be more accepted also for our type of customers. Not for the super sports cars, there we have more time, but more for the daily users, because the infrastructure, but also, let's say, the technology is going to help us in 5 to 6 years from now. And also there will be a new generation stepping in of buyers, which are more into sustainable products.
Well, I told you a little bit before the interview that it's going to be a while before I can afford a Lamborghini, but we'll see there in that new generation of buyers. And on that point, let's talk about pricing power. Obviously, you can command very, very high price tags for your cars. Where are we in the cycle when it comes to pricing power?
You know, for us it's important to always sell less than demand. So actually we have an order bank which in average is lasting 2 years on all the products. And when you buy these type of cars, you accept that you have to wait. It's good because on the other side, when we speak about residual values, they have to be very high. And if you want to buy a Lamborghini today, usually it's above as MSRP, even if it's a used car, because you don't want to wait. And this is a good moment, and we want to keep it like this. And we are in a, let's say, an environment of 30 to 40,000 cars. There are some brands, and they all move in the same direction. Some has more success, the others less, and we are in the best shape ever. So our purchasing power is good, and we had the best year ever also in terms of profit last year. We had the best turnover. We delivered for the first time more than 10,000 cars, and we had a profit of 723 million, which is an ROS of 27.2%. So we are really proud and happy about that.
So like you said, 2023, a record year for Lamborghini on a number of different metrics. And you actually said in January this year, late January, that you're sold out of cars until 2026. Is that still the case?
Yes, it's still the case. On the Revuelto, it's even more. So on the top of the line, the V12 with a plug-in hybrid, it's lasting 3 years. So we are already at the end of 26. So.
And are you noticing any trends when it comes to geographic demand, what it looks like region to region?
But we are well balanced between the major regions. So we have the US, which is our top market, followed by the German market, then comes China, then comes the UK, then comes Japan, and then we have markets like Korea, the Middle East, Italy, and then Canada. So if we look at it, we are very well balanced in the different regions of the world. And this is also, let's say, keeping us on the safe side when there are local crises.
Well, you mentioned China and actually wanted to go.
Lambo. I mean, Lambo index has still been creeping. The secondary market has came down, but people buying the new ones in orders, they're still booked out, baby. We should check the Lambo index. It's weird though, man. I'm already I told you about this a couple weeks ago. A couple of cars in the market that had premiums, they're all just coming down. It's just weird. Like the G-Wagon 4x4, you could get those at market value now. Who is the other one? The Z06 Corvette. All of it. It's kind of a trip. Yeah, dude, the Lambo index, this doesn't show it active, but there's more than 500. So there's more Lambos for sale than any time in the last couple of years. So, you have not seen this many Lambos up for sale. They're cheaper, too, man. It's kind of, ridiculous. 175. That's 50,000 miles, though. But my goodness. But, yeah, there's more than 500. That's the most. Yeah, the price of the Urus came down from the peak when you couldn't really get them, yeah. MO came back up. And then SPY, those 4 little Raouls there real quick. And then MA on the low, kind of selling off. I feel like we haven't heard about the Discover thing in a while. When there's huge Lambos, shit already hit the fan. I mean, you could notice at times that amount's not bad. But if you watch that number double, I mean, it could be an indicator. But like we've been talking about, like car prices. I just said, just watch the supply of those vehicles as they start to come back up. No, it's not. I thought that was Uber. Where is Uber? They're not doing too bad, down 1.9. DoorDash somehow green. I mean, NASDAQ is green better than the Dow. Remember, NASDAQ woke up a little bit weak, and then Dow's up by just under a quarter. Russell 3/4. SPY by 0.28. Let me get you a breakdown. All right, NASDAQ 100, 62 in the green, 39 in the red. Tesla is the leader. Dow Jones, 18 in the green, 12 in the red. And then S&P 500, 377 in the green, 125 in the red. So, I mean, remember even Friday, you had a nice day too, but you do have more names just looking good. JPY looking nervous. It's slowly coming back down. They just... we got to find out what they're really doing with the update. ANVS, wasn't this phase 3 Alzheimer's drug? They said they're starting a trial. This thing just popped and dropped. But yen, I mean, maybe we'll see into the lates of night and whether or not we get a confirmation of if they actually really did, do something different. Yeah, MO contracts are coming back up here. So that's good. I mean, high ticker still running, but the low ticker got a couple of things there. SPY still at VWAP. And NVIDIA staying chilled. Intel's still low. AMD's actually doing pretty decent. And SMCI, they're holding. NVO came down. ANVS halted again. That was weird. I played MO on Friday. So we have plays that we're up on. One of them's down, one of them's up. Baidu is up a lot in the morning. It's up every morning and then just sells off. But I did like that news today. And then the Amazons. I think Amazon, now that we've got out of the Apple, I think Amazon, that's the last pre-earnings, unless there's a couple more. The Baidu was, I'm not going to repeat it like I have for the last 2 weeks, so don't ask me, please. Thank you. We'll go over it on the watch list. But if you know about it, you've had to have a general idea since you were here, But in general, we wait till the watch list. Big banks, I mean, that's been the story for the last month. It's funny how that regional over the weekend didn't get in the way. It's like a normal occurrence now. Like, oh, bank receivership, that's fine. Pick on the low. And then Marvel on the way up. 0.47. Snap on the high still again. They're about to do 15. We were just talking about that earlier. And then SPY just holding VWAP. Yeah, I've liked Baidu. I liked it for swing/long, but it's just, again, China has bigger problems. But, we'll take good news. They just need to kind of turn that around. I think they have earnings in a couple weeks, too. It's called Republic First. No way. So it's literally the reverse of First Republic. What is your bank called? Republic First. Is it like First Republic? No. Very different. We are Reverse Republic. No. Republic First. No. First Republic? No. The Republic First. So you put the Republic first. No. First Republic. Not Republic First. No. Okay, which one? You put First Republic. No. Republic first. Oh my, you'll get. I was like, dude, where's my car? But with my dad, trying to figure out these banks. Bonds came up here. ON, again, they had earnings, I think, this morning. Mexico president says he spoke with Biden about keeping border open for legal migration to the U.S. Yeah, you guys should fix the borders. I talked to Mexico. I said it's open. That way we're getting fixed. Yeah, it's open. Just may open it. I mean, we talked to him. I don't know. Joey boy has a problem. He told him to fix it. He went over there with a gift basket. I don't know. It's a shame. Oh, and seeing Holo. Holo is popping up 17 into a high. At MLGO, Whirlpool too. Some of you guys were calling that one out earlier. And then Microsoft and Google, those were your good earnings that did not do anything today. SPY right at the VWAP. THC on the high, 10 cent, Atos, Nordstrom popping up again. I have not gotten a double dip since I got out of it. I keep saying ON. You think, that may ON, on semiconductor. Where is a ON? No, ON, not ON. ON. Okay, if you were my, childhood friend, my dad would probably call you, Odin. He said, where is a Odin? Odin is Owen? Odin? Okay, yalla. And it was ANVX. One of those got halted. I don't have Apple in the YouTube long term, no. Google almost back to open. A little bit. Still down 2. That one's a little worse, but they had a 10% cushion. Where's Tessie? Boeing on the high. Tesla's coming back up here too. They're getting a couple candles. Even Baidu, SPY, and even Baba. Baba's at 75. Oil selling out. Again, there was good oil news over the weekend, or at least just good war tension stuff, surprisingly. Yeah, the Baba's gone green. Baba, PayPal, even 3M. My goodness. Fed data. I don't think there is any. I mean, wait. We totally ignored the manufacturing data. There was manufacturing data, but I don't think it moved us at all. But other than that, more data comes in next. Yeah, Dallas Fed manufacturing came in negative 14. That was 18 minutes ago. No real reaction. And then that's about it. You get 3 months, 6 months bond. You will get Treasury refunding, well, a little bit of it today and tomorrow. And then that could also be bullish. What is the Josh special in flipping houses? Ideally, a house that you can, make money off the buy it at a good price, and be able to, flip and fix it up with minimal, without having to pretty much rip out any walls, floors, pretty much paint, lights, staging, clean up, basic, cheap stuff to get it, in market selling condition. Amazon people are getting excited, and now the rumor in the morning is everyone's speculating that they're going to come out with a dividend like Google and Meta. Bullish or bearish in the market near-term prospects? I'm just vibing, if that makes sense. I mean, I think we're just going to follow these broader stories. I do think the fiscal excess is supporting. So, but I think it just comes down to policy, Powell, and then the broader, political climate from election all the way down to, just fiscal spending. Sent 2 offers over the weekend. Good luck, baby. Good luck. Fiscal excess. LOL. Indecisive. Well, it reminds me of last year. That's what I was saying, like, even at the beginning of this year. It's just like a remixed version of last year, but last year we had a lot of the same feelings. It's like the story was developing, and then we're, like, waiting, and like, it's like, oh, rates, and it's the same thing. You're doing the same exact thing, watching the data, waiting for policy shift. There's problems and pressure here. Things are good here. So it's like the market, I think the market could very well stay up for a long time. That's why I'm like, it's just vibe until the policy actually changes. I mean, I have my long term. I got money in some cash. I'm still, there's opportunities to go after on the daily there, so it's there. But I mean, I'm not really biased into one direction, because I just don't think I think we're all just on the same train, just going very slowly towards a destination, but we all don't know when it's going to be there. The property, it seems kind of expensive. I don't know that area too much, but seems pretty up there for what it is. Are you listing that one, or where'd you find that one? It's a decent quality. I don't know. That's a weird place to comp. Oh no, like, yeah. There's a neighbor who just sold for $850. That's why. So with that comp, it looks good. Everything else is kind of weird. $36% on the Baidu call already. Nice. Oh, down. I'll only grab one. Well, we'll take it. I top ticked that shit too. I should have got it cheaper and just moved. And I'm still watching those Amazons. Dow Jones up 9 off their most recent product release. Apple's even coming up here too. Yeah, DJT hit a high, came down a little bit. I mean, back to 45. Wasn't it just at $20? Yeah, last week there was a lot of sell-offs and run-ups on no headlines. So, I mean, I don't think that environment has gone away. Definitely. Purchasing that one. If it was like off market and there was like a good price, I would have to see the condition, but I see why it's appealable. Like I said, that comp, there's a house down the street that just sold. It looks exactly the same for $100,000 more. But every other comp does make it a little weird, because there's one that's bigger that sold for like 600, and then there's one that sold for more that's smaller, but then it was in way better condition. The bank failures, no one's talking about it because it's quite minor. It doesn't cause that big of ripples, and then again, you already have a buyer, receivership, all of that. SVB was like hundreds of billions of dollars. The one over the weekend was $6 billion. Rate hikes don't seem likely. You think the market reacts to Powell? Well, it's policy. This is what, go back to the beginning of the year. First videos I've made of this year, I said it's all about the policy shift this year, and I still stand by it. Is that all that matters is if, when, how. And remember, when I said that, people thought they knew when, and they thought they knew by how many, and that's already changed. So it's if, when, and how they go about shifting policy. That is the only thing that matters, and unfortunately, that's a very obscure thing to monitor because it's elusive. You see how Powell and the data, and you could spend years or months, who knows, with answers on that topic with what we have to monitor it. So that's where I think we're at with it. Yeah, Baba, China names were going up there too. But, that's it. I mean, my theory as of late is that rate cuts have zero effect on our economy or real estate. Why do I say that? Look around. The only purpose of rate hikes so far in high rates, all it has done is just slowed down the inflationary effect of the fiscal excess. That's it. Because imagine if they were spending as much as they did and we didn't raise rates as fast, it would be awful. But that's it. I just think it's counteracting it. It's helping slow down the government side, but every other natural factor is just doing its thing. But that's it. That's what I'm starting to believe. Even real estate. Yeah, that's why real estate hit 7.79% mortgages 1 point last year, and real estate barely moved. Yeah, I think rate cuts, that's a different story. I'm talking the rate hikes. All I'm saying is that that's why the rate hikes so far haven't slowed things down in any way, shape, or form. It's because, again, it could do one or the other, but I don't think it could fight real estate and fiscal excess at the same time. We did hear about the bank failure. First Republic first. I don't know which one it is. Mortgage rates at 7.4, yeah. They were a little higher towards 2022, but it's up there, and things are still booming. Macy's, they're up. Nordstrom's was running up earlier. Where's Bidunius? Come on, Amazonius. It's only been, an hour? Hour and a half? I'm going to cold call this goated area. Maybe I'll get you some off-market. Let's do it. I'm down. If you could get a good off-market, I'm down. I'm putting in somebody gave me an off-market yesterday, so I'm putting in an offer on that one. But they found one off-market, low price. I was like, I'm down, bro. Amazon announces dividend. It's a rumor going on around right now, but it makes sense because that's what we've seen a lot of. But, yeah, not too crazy. In San Diego, no, it's this one's in Laguna Beach. So this one's a little outside of my neighborhood. You got off-market? Send them. I'll buy them. I mean, this one, to give you an idea, this house ARV is at $1.9 million, and they're said I could get it for 1.1, and it doesn't need that much work, so I'm down. But if you got some good deals, I'll buy it cash right now. You could close that deal by this Friday if you would like to. Multifamily? No, it's a single family. We got 515 units. Osai Carlsbad. So like I said, I mean, everybody has a house for sale. You know, everybody has a house. Everybody has a lead. What matters is the price. So, you know, it's like if there's a good price to motivate somebody to move and that's what you're trying to get, like, hit me up. Like, big buildings, any budget, hit me up. But if your client and the listing is trying to get like top dollar and they could hold it, you know, I would just list it. And I don't think I'd be the main buyer of that type of property. Like I'm telling you, somebody came to me with the deal. They had special requirements. The house has value. They're willing to sell it to me for, a substantial discount. I'm willing to work with them and take it off their hands. But it's like, if it's not, if you're going to send me a property at the current market value, I mean, just list it. And Florida, Florida's still hot right now. Only issue with Florida is the insurance stuff. The hotel auction? Well, the Baltimore one, it went too high. So I registered. I got in. I was registered to bid. I even got a billboard in Baltimore now. But it was AES popping, AES Corp. Kind of big, 2.88. But the bid got over like $3 million. I was like, it's not worth it. AES, big pop. Philadelphia begins powering City Hall Airport. I don't know what that is. It was only headline. Yeah, sometimes if it is too cheap, you should get skeptical. But if it's, with the right inspection, as long, probably foundation will be your biggest issue. Knowing what you're getting into it, I mean, that could help you out a ton. And then again, if it's a good enough deal, there you go. MU. Ex-dividend for AES tomorrow? Talk real estate to me. Hey, man, call real estate on Wednesdays. Hey, man. The 3D printing will get a market rotation. It's heavily overlooked. I mean, maybe when it starts making AI components. Otherwise, I think the 3D printing is it's kind of matured in a weird way. Like, it's not, like, it's old. Like, everybody thought, like, I remember in 2014, there was 3D printing stocks going up 10,000%. People thought it was the future, right? And it had the growth. It was just like AI and EV. 3D printing had its own little wave. But like, you could get it anywhere now. It's like, it's accessible, manufactured. So until it does something where it's like part of like a necessary component or like manufacturing process, I don't think there's going to be that rotation. JPM on the high. And then tilt. Like, pretty much like, as a company started selling mass-produced 3D printed items yet? That, I think, would be the key. $3D printing would be good in space. I could see that. TNX and dollar dying. Well, dollar dying's good. I mean, it's probably the effect of the yen, but hey, we'll take it. Boeing's on the high still, 170. That's up 3 today. Damn, so Apple and Boeing. And then bonds have low-key been running all day here today. SPY a little bit lower than the open, right below VWAP. It's not anything too crazy. Roblo with the pop. Good call out. Yeah, 2 candles. Kind of looks like news. Street. Metaverse report. Trends, advancements. I don't see anything on Roblo. 3 hours ago, Walmart deal. But nothing right now. That's a weird pop. It's a little pop and lock. SPY coming down. VST. That was earnings from last week. And the Mo's are kind of moving around. EDU on the high. EDU. Again, Baba right near the high. Baidu held up. SPY is coming lower, so you're a couple points off the low of the day. Walmart Roblo. Is there a new headline, or is that like the old one from someone said they saw that in the morning? Either way, Roblo is moving around. And then 51100, so we hit 5104 in the morning. That was the low of the day. I mean, it's not even moving that crazy. We are about 25 minutes off Euro close. NASDAQ was the weakest on the day. Now it's SPY or Dow and NASDAQ, and then Russell's doing the best. HE, no, I wouldn't touch that. Too much going on. Drama, liability, all that, you know? I'm not a fan. Amazon, even if watch the premiums, because if Amazon goes lower, it might hold up. Snap pin. Oh, that was good in the morning. Roblo's already coming down, so no idea what that one was. Prediction on Apple and Amazon, I have no idea. So I don't think I've been predicting any of them. I'll tell you though, right before, just like Meta, you know, if I have an inkling feeling, but other than that, I don't really have any predictions for either of them. Just more so recognizing their importance to the market, how a good report or a bad report can really move it around. That's really it. And then responding above all else. I did not order a Vision Pro. I said I walked by one on the weekend, and I was going to try. I was like, this, and nobody was in there. I walked by an Apple store, and I just saw the Apple Visions, and I was like, all right, maybe I'll try it. But then I was like, I'm not going to wear a random mask. Like, it was too dirty for me. I was not down. And I proceeded to go on with my life. Next FOMC is on Wednesday. Lost cloud due to Microsoft. It could, because remember, Microsoft's cloud did shoot up there on Azure. You know damn well you put in the headphones in the mall back in the day to see the new CD. Yeah, headphones, dog. You know what I'm saying? And those are the over the ear. I'm not putting my eyeball on your eyeball. You know that? I think I can tell you this story. I told my girlfriend this story. Bro, I knew a girl one time. And this girl was serious. She used to tell me that like this was like her romantic gesture. She would she would lick people's eyeballs. This girl would tell me, she's like, yeah, there's nothing that shows like I love you like licking someone's eyeball. And she was dead serious about it. I was like, you're insane. You're batshit. So all I know is the eyeballs are disgusting and they're dangerous and they're, you know, and pink eye spreads. Okay, and I'm not down with that, man. I'm not down with that. It is intimate, yeah, but fucking weird. They're bad shit. You've done that to your friend, junior high? That's crazy. Yeah, but no. So, moral of the story, no Apple Vision. But I had a reason. I wanted it. I thought of a great idea, actually. I have to tell you guys the story, though. I have to tell you the story. I don't know. I don't know if it's story time yet, though. It's still a little too early. I don't know if you guys could handle the weekend story. Yeah, Snap's just staying pinned. Ford? Isn't Ford doing good? No, Ford's down 1.6 into the low right now. Dizzle honestly held up. Amazon's coming back, and the premiums are going lower. So that sucks. Meta got that EU stuff from the morning. They were clapped right from the get-go, and they haven't gone off. But then so is Google. I think Google is more post-earnings. SPY trying to come down here a little bit. Bond's been up all day. Bond's made a move, too. Amazon coming back to red. And then the premium. So, like, last time it was red and, like, going lower, the premiums went up. But this time the premiums are coming down. So that's, like, my last pre-earnings play that I'm still in from the last couple of days. So we'll see where that takes us. Chips, kind of. Some more than others, but like NVIDIA, SMCI, I do think they are a little shaky there. Gotcha. Yeah, SPY's still right below VWAP. Again, bonds too, so watch. If we do flush, see when the bonds, like, so last week, we like kind of noticed these trends where they inverse, but like look for the inflection points where they stop like moving. So right now it's inversing from what here? They both hit the low. SPY, I guess no, they both from right here they inversed, and then just look for the next point. But just keep an eye on it. Tesla calls, dude. The Tesla calls from the other day are up 1,300%, if not more. I closed out at 1,300. I had two of them, but I sold one out for free, and then we had that one. But if you got that Tesla play, you should have woken up to minimum 1,000%. Minimum. What made you swing Tesla? The post-earnings, and then it was cheap premiums. That's exactly why I bought it. So if you remember, they had the earnings. It was dog shit earnings, and then it popped up. And then the day after earnings, the stock was up. And then I noticed the stock sold off a little bit. It was green. And then even though the stock was green, the premiums for next week came back down to pre-market. So I said, hey, it had a good response. Premiums came back down. The premiums were really, really cheap. They were expensive, and then I got them at like an 80% discount. So then I bought two of them, and then the stock bounced. It went up 100%. I made it free. Then it came down, and then I held the last one for free, and then we just woke up. But post-earnings, cheap premium, that was the answer. Nothing special besides that. The Treasury refunding, you've heard it before. It's going to help the market probably go up a little bit. But pretty much the Treasury and Elon and Yellen, they're going to announce how much money they need and how much bonds they're going to be selling in the next quarter and all that. So if that number is higher than expected, the markets will respond negatively, and then if it's lower or the same as last time, people will probably take it positively, just as they have in the past. FSD in China is very big. Bro, Elon's been kind of pumping the news after that little bad news saga. Kind of surprising. But yeah, low key. There was a couple earnings in the mornings, Domino's and somebody else, but yeah, that's the second part of the whole third part of this week. Earnings, then jobs, then Powell. You have it all, my brother. You have it all. No. Yeah, Tesla is breaking. I want a double dip. I just had to take the 1,300%. I didn't want to let that one go negative, but I am hopefully waiting. So if we can get a double dip on that, that will be nice. Tesla pump. I don't know. A lot of people were short on Tesla coming into it. I think that's kind of why you even get the move, man. 190 real quick. Buckaroo. Nah. Yeah. The big caps are kind of disconnected. And, I mean, chips, too. They're not all doing the same thing. Remember, the last couple of days, even when we have any sort of rally, you usually had NVIDIA up. Or there was the other set of mega caps that were running. So there's still a low implied. You got 705. Woo! That's beautiful. That's like what? Is that 2,000%? Might be close. Google Meta. Well, Google Meta from the get-go, and then again, Google a lot from yesterday. Even then, Tesla, see if Baidu comes up. The Biden on Howard Stern? Oh, I heard about it, but no, I didn't get to see it. I must have forgot. I heard Trump. He's like, yes, I'll debate you anywhere, anytime. If you want me to stay behind, I'll wait at the courthouse. We could get it anytime you want, Joey boy. I saw that, but other than that, nothing too crazy. And SPY right below VWAP, Gurn. What was the other one? Folt. That's who bought Republic first. Tesla 205. Again, isn't Tesla the most shorted it's been in a couple of years so far? Yeah, volume on Tesla. It's big news. It came out of nowhere. And then there was remember, it was choppy news on Friday. There was a random event canceled in India for Elon, and then all of a sudden, this just came out of nowhere. But it is huge news. All Tesla calls printed, yeah. Beautiful. I can't believe it. We had some. They just woke up. I totally forgot I had them, so. It's good, man. It's good. Partner Justin, investigate FSD. Make no sense. Yeah. Tesla news was full self-driving in China. Which kind of makes sense. how big it is, because that was something not expected. And then with all of the drama with China and everything and AI, I mean, for them to get there, it's pretty big. Google struggling, JPOW Wednesday. A lot of data, too. Those PMIs or the ISM stuff this week, that's going to move us. Remember, we had some of that last week, too. So, yeah. Tesla, does that mean Tesla needs to profit from China? Well, they already have been, but that's just the area of growth. So that's why people like it. I mean, we're not worried about, them becoming successful or not, right? It's more so about, can they keep growing, and can they keep growing at a rate that supports, the price that they're at. So that's why this type of news was very helpful, because China, Tesla being all over China, that's going to help, solidify them, keep them growing, all that good stuff. ISM non-manufacturing on Friday. So, yeah, that'll be the big one. Remember, last week we did move off of some stuff. I think it was PMI or one of the ISMs. We had one of those last weeks. AMD still trying up there. Watch if NVIDIA goes green, then SMCI. They've already been running. Meta, don't let him do it. He did not get good upgrade, though, today, so that kind of hurt him. Meta and Google lower. Those bonds, I'm really surprised those actually held up, though. Whatever happened to Diddy, I don't know. I don't think we heard. Actually, I don't know if charges, he ran away or anything. UNG on the high. Italy energy minister, G7 Communique will mention nuclear energy and biofuels. And then a little bit more of a red here. So dropping down a little bit lower now. And then remember, the low was like 5104. So we have not fell below 5100 this morning, but you're hugging it right there. So something happened to Puff Daddy? Oh, man, where you been at, bro? A lot of support on Amazon. I just want Amazon premiums, but they are chilling out now. That's what sucks, because those premiums are starting to get that real run. Why is Wall Street pump? I don't know. RJ, though, I need you to email me, RJ. Email me, okay? But just chill on the comments. Your chat history ain't it, man. It ain't. Email me, though. Email me. Well, we could talk about it, bro. We could talk about it. Goog 169. Yeah, who gets raided and a month later no charges filed? Yeah, right? There wasn't any, right? Oh, it's the weird part. Meta is hitting a low down 2.4. So that was only down 1.9 earlier. Then Delta on the high. Tesla 191. more gains. That's crazy, man. Tesla. So watch out. See if Baidu and any of the China names, those Baidu plays went up for a little bit, but it's not like going nuts. Tesla's breaking out. A lady on TikTok. I don't know. I don't want to make it any worse with the Diddy scenario, but like you could look it up. There was like a girl on TikTok who was like reporting on all of the Diddy stuff, right? And then she brought up Jennifer Lopez, and she like linked Jennifer Lopez and like even Beyonce and shit, right? And she posts all of this, and then a week later, the girl gets banned from every platform, and she says it was J-Lo's fault, and then like a couple days later, she dies. So the people are getting, she got banned and then she died. And now everybody's getting more tinfoily with all of it. Because she even said it though too. There's a video of her and she says if I die, it's because of Jennifer Lopez. Because she already had cancer, but she said it was like the stress or something. But then she did die a couple days later. Tesla. That's it. It's the only thing you see on the high ticker, 192. I'll show you how that. Biden and Mexico's president spoke by the phone on Sunday. Biden and Mexico's president ordered their national security teams to immediately implement concrete measures to reduce irregular border crossings while protecting human rights. Tesla, bro, it's ripping. I think you're getting squeezy. I don't know. I feel like we haven't dealt like with this in Tesla in a while. Like, you know, when was the last time you saw a Tesla squeeze? But I don't know, man. That's what it's starting to look like. Getting a nice little movement. The Tesla. Some people were selling out just the other day. Again, people were worried. And that's what people were talking about over the weekend. Like, if you really think about what just happened, it was wild. Because you just had one of the biggest rallies since November. And a lot of people got left out on it because you just saw how bearish people were feeling about certain things. If they go 24/7, I have to go 24/7. We'll see, man. I could try. I could be like one of those streamers where like I could stream like going to bed. Like you guys, I could do the stream and then you play loud noises while I'm sleeping, you know? Like you've seen those, right? Josh with the Horn 500 token. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Those blow my mind. I was like, man, I don't know if that'd be fun or not. I can't tell if they actually sleep or not. Because then I'm like, I feel like I would get woken up, but then again, I wouldn't. Oh, I wanted to show you guys something actually. Where is it? I wanted to play this in the background. I saw this yesterday. It was a guy playing like 800 megahertz on like drums, and he does it for an hour. And I was like, ooh, I want that in the background. No, let me see if I can. Yeah, is it this guy? Yeah, this guy. I love these, bro. Are you ready? Wait, where's the one with all of them? Yeah. Oh, bro, I love it. There's a video, and he just does this for an hour, bro. I was watching it. I was listening to it. I was just like, oh, it's beautiful. He vibes, bro. Minecraft, baby. Tropical. Dude, I like it. I don't know why. Something about it, I could vibe with it. You have it in the bag. I don't know. I don't know if Trump sounds good with this in the background. It's kind of throwing me off. I don't know. It's a banger though. It's a banger though. I feel like you're on hold. That happens. Tesla, bro. Tesla's up $3 last 4 or 5 minutes. SPY coming down. And finally now, you have the bonds coming down with it. So that was that first one I said. Wait till we get like a little bit of movement there. But you're finally getting it. Meta's selling off. But let's see if we actually go to a new low. That'll probably be the next test. And if we don't, we will be good. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:30. Euro close, baby. Right on the dot. So keep that in mind. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Wow. We needed that. Yeah, relax the eyeballs, baby. That's it. Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Let's go. Legs in front of you. Good posture. And listen, Chattadonia. All you got to do right now, man, it's Monday. It's the morning. I hope you realize nobody is attacking you and you are safe. So just drop your shoulders, bro. Relax them. Clear your mind. All you should be thinking about is how low you could drop your shoulders and just letting them relax and dropping and hitting a low. Woosah, you see what I'm saying? Peace. Woosah, I just hit you with the woosah, bro. Hit the woosah. Just relax, though. Just relax. That's all you got to do. Yeah, feel good? That's it, man. And legs in front, and then relax the jaw. Go, let them. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Woo! So Chattadonia. That's it, man. That's it. Now just get the body moving. I've been here 2.5, baby. We need the music. Honestly, it would be a good time to have that in the back. Alright, where is this shit? Got him. I couldn't find the resistance. A huge dragon breath for the win. And SPY coming near the low. So, first 2 hours knocked out. First set of push-ups, Euro close. Surprisingly, it's leading towards the lows. Raul for the win. Well, we're about to hit the new low, or low of the day. This will be the third time. Oh, man. And then there's Meta. Tesla even gave up a little bit. You're getting a little closer to that low. Oh. Triple bottom, no. I say double bottom, dude. I mean triple bottom, dude. Oh, dude. Do I do abs? I need to, but I haven't. I've done crunches a couple times during these moments. Lately, I've just been doing a lot of back workouts. No, the bond auction is not going to get you moving. I think this is just natural movement. Given it sucks because remember, NASDAQ was red to start off the day. So this is where we kind of were, but I think we're just floating around here. I mean, there wasn't bad news. If anything, the yen was in the way, maybe the dollar, but for the most part, I think this is all just welcome to Monday, baby. So that being said, welcome to Monday. I got so many plays. I'm going to hit that wall stretch.
Bitcoin, it could be meaningful.
Bloomberg's Katie Grofer. We love having you on this show with your knowledge of spot Bitcoin ETF around the world. Thank you very much. Let's go from crypto back to entertainment. With Paramount's board considering removing CEO Bob Bakish, I want to get the take and the analysis of Bloomberg Intelligence's Geeta Ranganathan. And I'm looking at the stock, right? We're up almost 5%. I don't know if that's because of the news or reports that Bakish might be going, or that the deal as it is moving along. What do you think the catalyst is, Geeta?
I think, Ed, the catalyst for the movement this morning is really just based on the sweetening of the Ellison deals. So two things happening here. One is that David Ellison, who owns Skydance Media, is now proposing to buy a block of shares at a premium, kind of making it more palatable for investors. And I think finally Sherry Redstone is the one who kind of calls all the shots at Paramount. She's finally open for what is this majority of a minority vote. So she is letting the non-voting shareholders have a say in whether this transaction should go through. And that is really critical because there has been so much backlash against the Skydance deal because most of these shareholders, the non-voting shareholders, have basically said that it's going to dilute them and it really only benefits, the Skydance and, of course, Sherry Redstone.
One of those key investors from a non-voting perspective have been Ariel Investments, and John Rogers and Melody Hobson had been putting out letters saying, look, we are worried about the way in which this is being executed, the premium and then the merge of what's happening with Skydance, but also they were troubled by the looming departures of 4 Paramount board members. Is all of this looking a little bit murky from a governance perspective if you're also seeing a board and potentially getting rid of the CEO and putting executives in charge while this transition sort of occurs?
I'm not on the wall for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's highly, highly unusual, Caroline. We've never seen something quite like this before in the media landscape. So you have those 4, board members who kind of suddenly left. And then now you have Bob Bakish, who has been the CEO of this company for quite a while. I mean, ever since Viacom and CBS were merged, he's kind of taken a charge. And he's kind of, I think, done a fairly good job, although some people would say that, getting into the streaming business was not a good idea to begin with. And that's because, yes, they have 70 million subscribers. They've had some successes, but they've also lost a ton of money. They've lost about $5 billion. And a lot of people seem to think that, that's because of kind of this misstep, or was a misstep by Bob Bakish. So, yes, there's a lot of confusion right now. Basically, getting rid of Bob Bakish definitely challenges the status quo. But I think what Sherry Redstone is hoping to achieve is then get, Bob Bakish has been very vocal against the deal with Skydance. So I think she's really kind of trying to hasten the process towards a deal with Skydance here.
Well, it looks as though it is evolving very quickly on the day, and I'm sure we'll be looking for your expertise again. Bloomberg Intelligence Analyst Geeta Ranganathan, we thank you so much on all things Paramount. Meanwhile, coming up, and we're going to take a look at a new kind of college that caught the eye, a Founders Fund. More on that in our Venture Spotlight. This is Bloomberg Technology.
God, George G, baby. Thank you, Josh, in the chat. Unlimited source of data and positivity. Just made 2,000% on Tesla calls. If you're ever in Myrtle Beach, stakes on me, baby. Let's go, baby. Shout out those Teslas. Those were beautiful. Thank you, my friend, and happy Monday. Horna. Let's go. Oh, Mark Desto, baby. Amen. Hey, man. Well done. Yeah, bro. Tesla's still going, too. That's it. Morning plays for gains. Now, if you waited, you got even more. Dude, Tesla's squeezing. I don't even think this is like it's, again, I think it's one part the news. Another, dude, 15%? Come on. Come on. That's crazy. Tesla just absolutely going crazy. FTSE's up by 0.1. Germany down by 0.1. Canada down 2.2. And then Spain down 0.3. So, again, European session, none of them are actually doing that crazy. So, we'll see what happens. Zura. And then Meta was the one that got murdered. Tesla's still going. Remember, anytime Tesla had 7 red days, it ripped 50. Yeah, it's like the watch list and everything. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Pay the plug type of day. Shout out to Josh. I said shout out to Josh for his all-time baby figure to this guy. Hard on. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Josh. I'll take it. Yeah. I think my favorite part about Tesla is that it was all off of bad earnings, too. That's the best part. That's the best part. But I need to go to the bathroom. I guess all I did was stretch, and I didn't go to the bathroom. I was like, wow, I kind of need to pee now. Still super early. We just got past Euro close, man. Monday's kind of flying, though. To think
AI
32 hours in. All right, I'll be
become more effective. We launched a new CT scanner, which actually has AI, and as a result, not only gives better images, but also reduces the dose by 80%. Now, that's something that for sure will support the imaging part of our business. And then last but not least, we also had an important launch in the minimally invasive therapy business, where actually we came with a specific stroke solution, again, fueled by software and AI, where actually you can treat stroke patients even faster and therefore reduce the impact of a stroke, as time is of the biggest essence there. So actually it will allow us to really further focus on supporting these customers that are in need. Last but not least, also on the consumer side, we have seen a growth in the first quarter. This was 3% growth. We expect that will further accelerate in due course of the year. We see that across the globe, also in North America. Actually, we saw sellout increasing in the first quarter, so we expect that growth to accelerate. But also outside of North America, especially in Europe and some of the Asian markets, we saw strengthening of growth. China is still having its own challenges. We are working through that. We expect that to contribute stronger in the second half. But the overall outlook has been confirmed, and we are confident that we can get to that growth profile that we outlined for the year targets.
Finally, since you appear to be closing this chapter on the lawsuits, what did you learn from the recalls and from what went wrong with some of the health hazards of these machines?
Yeah, I think what was very clear when I came out with my plan for Philips and bring it back to where it belongs is that patient safety and quality at all times has to be the number one priority. That's something that I've been embedding in the culture from day one. We have also taken actions. I've actually put patient safety on the executive board. We have been strengthening the procedures. We have injected talent. Only this quarter already 300 more specialized health tech talents coming into Philips to support that journey to deliver quality innovation at all times. We're also making sure that we respond quickly if we find something, so actually that we can address it quickly. So we are taking this as indeed a learning opportunity. It's a very important area for us, and we are dedicated and committed to deliver always with the highest quality norms.
Okay, well, we certainly appreciate you coming on to talk about it. It's a big deal for investors. Roy Jacobs, CEO of Philips.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roy. All right, and we're back at 5110. So Euro close, little sell-off, and then little bounce. So Euro close is literally you're right before that candle. Comcast Google is working more closely with Comcast WBD, developing generative AI that can target audience for campaigns. So not bad. Are making its way to VWAP. Yeah, I mean, chips have, I think, a lot of room to go here. The only one doing good is SMCI. So I'd see how that starts to play out. And then the Amazon's still there. So is Ultra. We got out of the Apples there. And then SPY's actually kind of making a nice little bounce there off the bottom. And then Tesla is still. Dude, I think Tesla's in squeeze mode. I think I'm gonna be able to say that pretty confidently. He's doing it. V-shape loading. Well, what was it, last Monday or Tuesday? I think we had a similar move. Remember, spend an hour or two, and then we kind of reversed spend 1 hour, make a move, and then pop back up, spend an hour, make a move, then pop up. So we're a little bit past that actually now. And we really stayed more range bound than anything. Tego, baby. Hey, man. My man, how you living? I hope the weekend was good. We turn it up here, baby. On Monday. Why did I say Wednesday? My goodness. How low will Meta go? Well, it is post earnings, and then we did talk about like what? Isn't it like 398 or something? Wherever that like little earnings gap fill level was. So there's a lot of range. It didn't want to die though from last week, so that was kind of a good sign. But we'll see how that all culminates. Boeing taps debt market for 8 to 10 billion. So there's something on that this morning too. That could be another update. SPY taking a candle. Watch of bonds too. So again, add that to the bond supply. U.S. envoy to UN says both sides in Sudan war receiving arms from outside the country. Skydance cash infusion to pay down debt and buy back stock. NVIDIA dump. Honestly, NVIDIA and the chips might determine the end of the day. So because again, every other day, they were in their own little world, either just inversing the market. So by the end of the day, if you do watch a big move there on the SPY or on chips, I think that will be able to affect us. Tesla. Owing 77 billion. Again, there's news of them selling bonds right now, raising money. People talked about that in the morning, but not really moving. ALCC. Was that the Alzheimer's one? The call for PayPal? Oh, I don't know. Their earnings, I think they moved up the earnings, so those are going to be happening sooner rather than later. But I think after today, it might have already ran. And, they're up a decent amount. It's kind of crazy. So PayPal is I think it's the highest it's been in the quarter or something like that. So they have a decent amount of premium coming into this earnings. And SPY still near the low. This is all within the, this little drop right here. This candle, that little box is all the euro close move. So, we will see. Yeah, no other data for the rest of the day. That's the good part. Tomorrow, though, by the morning, you should be waking up to stuff. And by tomorrow a.m., a lot more of the earnings are going to start coming out too. I like Intel, but I said for average now, I think we either wait till you'll get one move tonight with SMCI and then AMD. That's going to be the other time to either average down or you play after the earnings, either before or after. Those are the two opportunities I think that'll move it a couple more percentage points from here. Oh, volume? Remember on Friday the volume was low and then bonds came down, but I have not looked at volume today. 13 million by hour number 2 is not bad, but it's like 7.5. Could be worse, could be better. Tesla's going up even more tonight because SMCI earnings are today, I'm pretty sure. Is tomorrow after the bell? I thought it was tonight. Well, tonight or tomorrow. I'll double check, but that will have the ability to get some of those chips moving, especially Intel. Again, AMD as well, too. Tesla, it was already having the momentum, then the news today, and then, I mean, I'm sure it doesn't help. Everybody was probably already short on it. So, hi. Yes, sir. When do I think it'll sell? Tesla? I mean, probably in the next news update. Or if it hits like the high, probably like a 215, like a resistance level, and then it'll start dancing around till we get the next set of news. But, I mean, at this point, I do think a lot of it is news driven. Like, that's something you got to keep in mind. Like, Elon, there was a lot that just happened with everything, and then it was struggling there. And then, he kind of just, like, gave a lot of good news updates that helped drive it up. So, I mean, just don't underestimate how news-driven Tesla is, especially right now after a move like that, too. So, headlines definitely will be the driver on that. Till then, I mean, it's going to just move up to those past levels, and they're the worst name on the SPY. We were just talking about what happens when they go down 7 days in a row. So you're already getting a little bit of a run-up, but all of those things factor into it. Yeah, Tesla's, I think it is still down 20%, and it's up 15% today. That's the even crazier part about all of it. And then SPY going up, Tesla one more time, man. I might just keep this one. And now I'm mad. We would have made another $500, $600 on those contracts. Woo! Habibi. Word. Shedding 14,000 jobs. Fiscal excess. So even then, the jobs report, I had a number at 190 yesterday. By this morning, people are talking like 280 now. And some higher ones. So there's a couple of things. We're going to find out what this jobs report does. But even then, I think even the last jobs report, we did react like a little less. So like I think, sadly, I think CPI a lot more important than the jobs there. But we'll find out. And then PMIs or ISM, just like last week, that could be able to move us a decent amount. Everything but Tesla. I mean, again, Tesla got murdered. Let them have his good day, but it is big, and that news ain't light. Seeing 243. Yeah, I mean, the number, I heard a lot of 270s, 240s, but definitely a lot higher numbers. So I do think 190 is on the lower end of things. Team Bado. But that's this Friday, so we're going to get another big piece of info. More jobs data, more everything. I mean, Robotaxi will be launched in China. Oh, I guess. It's funny that the Robotaxi news was like a driver. Like I'm saying, there were just 4 or 5 different things you've heard from Tesla. So you could find no shortage of drivers to explain what you just got. Tesla child support. Oh, yeah, right? We were just talking about that. Not anymore. No more. You're good. That's good, though. We've had a lot of discussions on Tesla and what was happening. I know a lot of people are like, what's going to happen? So to hear the child support updates is good, man. Seems like it's good. Seems like it's good, young Tessie. And SPY still trying to work its way up. You're still within the range of the euro close, sadly. No shortage of drivers for Tesla. New autopilot. Everybody can always drive. When the self-driving doesn't work like here, probably be a lot more issues. Like, again, it's not like they have the NTSB. So, like, if it doesn't work there, I mean, China will probably ban them. I mean, you tell me. I used to use autopilot when I haven't driven my Tesla in like a year, I think. I mean, other people have been using it, but I haven't driven a Tesla in a long time. I think last time was maybe like 3 earnings ago. And then I posted a picture, but other than that, I don't know. So it hasn't been too bad. Well, China, remember the the Tesla cameras, they don't work in some places if it's near like a Chinese military base. Because China's like sketched out about that. So since it has so many cameras, like you're not allowed to drive your Tesla, or just it won't get certain data. Buy Meta Weeklies. I don't know. I want to see the other earnings, but definitely after another set of earnings, I mean, they might start to get a pump there, but maybe after Snap, depending on how they play out. Is Colt merch available for sale? It might be. I don't know what's available, but it should. There could be something. I wish I knew exactly, but we have a link if you'd like to check it out. No plays on PayPal for now. We might get into some. Again, I think they moved their earnings up, but as of now, no. Send me an email. Is it about the same thing? Then I mean, just email me next time. You don't need to ask me rhetorical questions and then email me about it if that's the case. I haven't checked yet, but if it is, that'd be interesting. Well, I still don't think they have I don't think they could play it with, or like certain military-based things. I still think it's limited in China, but that's the news. It's still very early, and it's operating different. That's where Baidu comes into play, because they're using Baidu's like system for it all. Yeah, PayPal at just under 70 is beautiful. So we'll see. But that one, I do think the premiums are going to be up. I'm in Amazon pre-earnings, and we're already up 100%. So Amazon and Apple pre-earnings have worked out. We got rid of the Tesla and the GE today. We made a Baidu. That one's like wide range for now. Will Baidu go up? It should, unless they have bad individual news. China has been on a rally here. Y'all should notice your Babas and Baidus are all going crazy, but there has been good updates with China this entire week, whether it's not dying, the currency, things could have got worse. I mean, Japan's one aspect, but then like I showed you earlier, the spreads on Chinese real estate and high yield bonds is tightening up. So that one is good. Any swing trades? Check out the Watchlist, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. So we're live 7 hours a day. If you guys miss anything, I'm going to recap all of it on the Watchlist every single day. But other than that, I'm not going to take the time to recap the plays. It's just too much time every single day with thousands of people asking you know what I'm saying? It's literally non-feasible. I've wasted a lot of time in the past doing that, is what I've learned. So, yeah, even for the Baidu play, we'll talk about it on the watch list. Oh, yeah, we are going to go over earnings previews later. Good reminder. Yeah, so if it go around 11 o'clock, I'll be doing the previews. Inshallah. The bill auction, it's 3 month, 6 month today. Shouldn't be big. If anything, they're like towards the end of the day, into tomorrow morning, the Treasury refunding announcement, that will be more important. I like 3M, but I'm still not ready to buy it for the long term just because they just did that spinoff, and I still think there's going to be updates with the dividend and all of that, so I'd prefer to wait. Dude, Tesla, 196. He's back again. SPY back at VWAP 2. This is actually above Euro close, so 30 minutes later, we are now above the range. Why do I think 2 standard deviation AMD is expensive? I think everything's been expensive this earnings season. That's why. So that's the part that sucks. Like, straight up, it's everything after last earnings and the run. It moved up a lot, and then there's a lot of anticipation. But unfortunately, the premiums of literally everything have been through the roof. Treasury has double the cash on hand. I think, but I don't think it matters. The Treasury, because even last time when they said they weren't going to sell certain tenures, they did something. They're just going to front load the front, but it's like, it's still out of hand, unfortunately. Domestic liquidity. More fatty, homie. Long term, baby. Big and more Fatih fan. What kind of language and tone from Powell? I think more hawkish all around. But if it's really hawkish, we're going to have a real big problem. But I do think a slight admission of more hawkishness and stuff along that route is what I'm expecting. Russian missile attack on Ukraine, Odessa hits civilian infrastructure, injures 8 people, says local official. Oh, yeah, I did forgot. We just had tax payments. So hopefully they don't issue a lot more. But, yeah, they said it was like the biggest withdrawals from bank deposits since 9/11. That was in the last couple of weeks because of tax day. And SPY above VWAP, we'll take it. High ticker kind of has some movement. So, like, literally every range on the high ticker, low ticker is starting to slow down a little bit. Back to 5113 or literally 1 point, 5114. You're at the low end of yesterday. Yeah, you like yesterday's watch list thumbnail? I like that one a lot. Powell looked gangster, bro. Powell is looking like a G just on the boat, you know, chilling. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. It was very, very good, Habibi. Very, very good. How we living, Cole? What's going on, Zachary Lamb? How you, bro? You back on Twitch? How does it feel? There you go. You got your Twitch back? Feel good? Oh, you guys said Twitch is laggy today? Well, good to see you back, Twitch. Good to see you back. Oh, I don't use Adobe. I'll tell you guys what I use for the thumbnails on the watch list because I've answered that question 1,000 times too. So I love you. Tonight, 4 p.m. Pacific time. This is all just extensive advertising for the watch list. So thank you. We love you. Amen. Amen. I will. I'll write them down. Any questions you guys like keep asking, I'll write them down, and I will guarantee that they will be included on the watch list. And then if you ask me them again, I will guarantee I will not answer them. You see, that's how we could make it more efficient. It's like pleading the fifth. No, it's just I don't want to, people don't really want answers to a degree or just a lack of respect for certain things. So if you really want it, you got it. Otherwise, sometimes it hurts you getting the answer without the full story. And that's sadly what I see a lot of. You know, like I'm saying, people hear about plays and then they don't hear them, but then they want them. But then I'm like, if you don't have the full story behind it, that's not. And, like, if you don't have the time for it, I understand you can't be here all the time, but it could end up hurting you. So we'll just, separate them, organize it, and if you want it, it's there. If not, don't expect anything to the contrary. Tesla hitting 200 today. I mean, you know what? Maybe. I wouldn't have said that in the morning or if you asked me earlier, but yeah. Nvidia, Para, they're still dying. That's cool though. You know that Para, like at least she's asking non-voting shareholders what they want to do. That's hype. Most executives would have just diluted the shit out of you already. MPC on the high, and then Whirlpool, weren't they down earlier? Oh no, I guess they were up, but they're still running again. All right, 2-year Oh, no. I think maybe 6 month. You're getting a 2-year update. Are they baked? Kind of. The update this morning was that what we talked about on the watch list last night kind of happened. And then it had a crazy bounce, and there's a strong feeling it was an intervention, but we have not confirmed yet. But generally, they are going through a pretty big problem. Random Play was Bros. I tried emailing you about the ghosting on YouTube, then you reached out to them. And they gave you the runaround. Dude, I know. It's awful. Baby clap. Oh, well, now the YouTube just got taken down. Am I back? I know. The fake news media. They want to take out Josh. They're not letting him stream. There's lag. There is a Twitch TV / trading fraternity. It's a damn shame. El Baghdadi, he died like a dog. Can you hear me? Good. Yeah, what about me? All right, you're good. I didn't know you guys could hear me, so I just start rambling. You know me. Teledoc on the high. What's up, Doc? You get to see the new 2K build? I did on Friday, man. You missed it. I think I dropped 36 points. I shot like 80 from the 3-point line. Like, stop it. And then we ended it with, I got in a beef with these guys, and I went off on them at the end of the game, and then they played another game with me. And then I was going to sell it and make them lose before I left, and then we won. And then I apologized to the dude, and then he just kept being mean, and then everybody on the team turned on him. It was funny. It was a good time. We had a good time. You missed it. Do you see the LeBron choke? I don't know, man. Like, honestly, it's just one of those weird times. I'm happy I'm from San Diego because, like, I never had, like, a real basketball team to support, and I've always been a Laker fan by default. But, like, shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I'm from San Diego, you know, because, you know what? I'm just going to remove myself from this Lakers performance this time around, man. This is bullshit. I really do like the Lakers, man, and I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, the Aztecs is literally all we have, bro, for real. And we can only make it to the, Sweet 16 now? We got close last year. Who's your NFL team? I mean, it was the Chargers, yeah, but then, like, I don't know, man. San Diego we're cursed with sports, bro. So I don't know. Football, I like a lot of random football teams. But I would have to go Chargers by default, sadly. Yeah, Philip Morris owns Zins. Everyone using Zin. That's funny. What happened? So something happened in the last couple months with Zin. Because I straight up told you guys a year ago. I was telling you guys, I was like, yo, this Zin shit is everywhere. And something as of lately, I feel like everybody's like, yeah, Zin. But yeah, Philip Morris owns Zin. Altria owns ON, but Zin is the more popular one. Abivai Green Shoot. They're sold out everywhere? No. They're selling out of Zin? You guys are fucked. That's insane. How do you sell out of a tobacco product? These things are widely mass-produced. That's insane. There's no way. Maybe your local area is trying to scam you so they could charge you $40 a tin or a plastic container. There's no way, bro. It's not tobacco. It's smokeless tobacco. It's nicotine salts. Thank you, everybody. He's like, it's not tobacco. You guys, that whole thing, y'all missed the point. Y'all just were like, well, yeah, Josh, it's not that's what you got out of it. Okay, it's not tobacco then. Never mind. We'll ignore every other factor of it. Never, it's not tobacco, guys. My goodness. Everybody's using it, apparently. All right, what time? 9:15. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I'll be RB.
Of the market, only half of that is passive. It's still, and then again with the smart beta and stuff, it's even less. So there's still a lot to go before I think we even get close to that level again.
Especially when you consider that most of the ETF launches have to do with active, right?
Yeah, it's indeed.
All right, Athanasios Sarafakis, thank you so much of Bloomberg Intelligence. Still ahead on ETF IQ, we drill down into credit ahead of the Fed meeting. Joanna Gallegos of Bond Blocks will be joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. Oh. Whoa. Hold on. Got me. The Z, that's ON too. I just think whatever. I told you guys there was a trend happening a year ago, and I was like, man, this is about to just. There's going to be a wave of smokeless. But I think it's finally hit the kids in the college generations or something, because now if you guys are telling me Zin and ONs are selling out, that's the wildest concept in the world, because those items shouldn't be selling out in the sense of like they're heavily oversupplied, all of them. Tesla's still ripping again. SPY at 51.15. Oh yeah, I was trying to put up the CN basis. I started Zin and I'm hooked. That's usually how addictive nicotine operates. Yeah, so I'd stay away from like heroin or anything else too if that one got you. But yeah, most addictive supplements or substances will do that. It's like, I don't know, man. I tried this nicotine thing straight into my bloodstream for several days in a row.
Back, Joe, I think you saw the NVIDIA God trade. I still think that's the case, right? Like, you're not God. You can't call the top and then the next trough and then right at the next peak. You still want exposure to AI semis. Most of the companies are hyper-focused on how to implement and deploy it. So I still like that part
gateway drug,
a lot,
man.
And I expect this will be an overweight recommendation for a long time. Most of the guys who trade semis and the old kind of mafia from the last 25 years I hang out with, they're trying to figure out if it's time to rotate into the industrial semis. You saw some slightly better comments from Texas Instruments. You saw a little bit of back and forth between maybe negotiation, I guess, between ASML and Taiwan Semi. Ultimately, I think compute's going to grow well, and you're going to want exposure as somebody managing money to that theme.
Adam, I appreciate your time very much.
Yeah,
interesting.
Good to see all of you. What a good panel. I like the whole crew today.
Thank you, man. We'll see you soon.
All right,
That's Adam Parker, Trivariate, joining us. Guys, I do want to get to this Apple news today that I referenced at the top. We were going to talk about it. Why? Because this is a significant moment, I think, in the anthology of what's happened with this name. Tony Sacconaghi of Bernstein, he upgraded Apple today. Now, okay, so an analyst upgrades Apple. You're like, duh. Except for the fact that it was 6 years ago that he last had a buy or an outperform on this stock. He upgraded it today to that from market perform. He downgraded it 6 years ago on February 2nd of 2018. Now he reiterates the price target of 195. It says, buy the fear. He says Apple's prevailing weakness in China is more cyclical than structural. Expectations are low entering the results. It's a seasonally strong trading period. And more importantly, Apple is less expensive than it appears. Our belief is that, like Buffett, investors should look to add to positions at the bottom of the stock's valuation range and trim at the top. Take this.
Interesting. I've always advocated that fundamentally this is the one company that just when you think you're seeing an inflection point in the fundamentals, they prove you wrong. And they either prove you wrong through their balance sheet, the utilization of the balance sheet, whether it's the dividend or the buyback or it's something embedded in what is a remarkable customer base and the resiliency that's reflected there, obviously, in its products with the earnings. I can't come on air, okay, with a rebalance occurring tomorrow for the ETF and not acknowledge that there's been a dramatic deterioration just purely looking at price and momentum. Over the last 52 weeks, the stock is up 2.8%. The stock since November of 2021 is ultimately really nowhere. So if I'm guided by two metrics, the fundamentals and the technicals, it really comes down to weighing each of those. And in the near term, to me, the technicals don't look good. The fundamentals over the long term always tend to prove out, always tend to win out with Apple. So if you are more tactical in your nature, then you're going to look and lean towards the technicals. If you are more of a long-term investor, you're going to look towards the fundamentals, and the fundamentals you can't bet against them.
Boy, lousy calendar for you, right? I mean,
sure is.
Got to make this decision for the rebalance ahead of Thursday's earnings report. Good luck.
Yeah,
he's
rules-based.
Remember, the stock was like 165, okay? Now it's like 175. Because
nice little bounce
the
last several
Sakanagi,
days.
Yeah, the last few days, but also the fact that Sakanagi has upgraded the stock today. It's a 3% move. So it's a strong day, Jim.
Yeah, but I also think that the Tesla news is flowing through to Apple, because what's the Achilles heel for Apple right now? It's China. And Tesla, an American company, making some good inroads over the weekend with China. I think there's a halo effect there. Mad respect for Tony. I think we all have that. I disagree as a portfolio manager. I'm not going to step in front of these earnings where I think...
You disagree with the upgrade?
I disagree with the timing of the upgrade. So specifically, what he's saying is buy the fear. And I'm reading that as buy the fear in front of the earnings report. Tony, if I got that wrong, sorry, but I think that's what you're saying.
Well, I mean, he didn't say it word for. He didn't say buy it before the earnings report. I think he just felt now was the time buy the fear. There's a lot of fear in the stock, both for fundamental and technical reasons.
I'm being a
just
critical
wait till
reader.
The release come out.
And that's what I'm reading into it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But here's my point.
You're reading between the lines.
I do, as you know, Scott, I do want to add to it. I'm not going to do it in front of earnings because it seems to be the more likely scenario is I buy here. There's some bad China news that comes out. And
honestly,
the stock comes
I would
down.
trust him out of anybody else on that panel.
Okay, look,
his
I certainly
is
wouldn't
back
spike the football
furthest.
in Tony's face
More
if I'm
wisdom.
right. I don't think he'll spike the football in my face if I'm wrong. And maybe I'm buying it higher than here. I do think, to your point, Joe, I think long-term investors do want to add at this level. I can't bring myself to do it in front of this.
Maybe the most important part of
Joe's
his
note
note
he don't count.
is as it relates to China, and it's
where
he
look at that.
says
Of course, he
cyclical,
gonna
not
argue.
structural.
Yes,
you
I
see
think
that hairline?
Some would suggest.
Of course,
well,
he's
I
like,
don't know.
of course, I'll buy it
maybe
ahead
it's
of earnings.
turned
I have
from
my full
what
hairline.
we thought was
That's what you
cyclical
do when
to
you have your full
structural.
hairline. You buy
It's
everything
due to competition,
without any
market
risk
share,
ideas like
Huawei and things like that.
But this guy, he did that before, and now he doesn't have the hairline. That's why he's like,
20%,
yo,
maybe
we
a
should
little
be
less
cautious.
of their revenues from China.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. This is the
Thank
debate.
you.
Is it?
All right, I'll end it there. He said I hit it on the head. But yeah, y'all laughing, acting like it's not true. Man. Baidu in general, man. It was already waking up, had that last pullback, but if we could get, if we get 2 China weeks, 3 China weeks is I think what we need to break the last little record, but if we could get 3 China weeks in a row, it'll be good. Gold spiking. Baba, we're up on Baba in the long term, so Pfizer, I think Pfizer's the only one we're down on now. Even PayPal went green. Baba's killing it. But remember, Baba was ripping all last week. We talked about that because I was shocked that it was breaking out, and then it even held up. That's what I'm saying. If you could break out of this week or 3 weeks in a row, we need a positive week this week and next week on China. But with all of the data that's been kind of looking good, that could be a good turnaround. If not, same story as the last year. Rally up in China for a week or two, and then we'll be right back at the lows by the end of the quarter. So let's see. Let's see. Yeah, JD hit because they had good earnings. Remember, we hit JD earnings last quarter, and ever since then, it's been holding up very, very well. So they've been the outperformer on the month. Ooh, wow, even higher. Yeah, remember, we bought it at 21 or 22. Damn. LT is 70. Nice. I think I'm like 74. that bad. Well, I'm glad we got out of our apples. We could double dip, but those hit. I want Amazon. It's crazy. Amazon premiums ripped and the stock didn't move. ALCC, is that the Alzheimer's one? No, that's a SPAC. I still have the Meta ones, but they're barely up. I don't think those are going to hit. I think Meta is just going to dance around here. If we get lucky, they'll come back like the Teslas, but I wouldn't bet too much on it. Tesla, dude, that's a big rebound on Tesla. And we were talking all last week what happens when Tesla goes down 7 days in a row. That's the funny part, but it's a huge move. But it's also news that's not like, it kind of is justified. And what I mean by that is that, like, if you saw the weekend picture, that picture of Elon sitting on the stage with Lee Premier, that's huge. And that was out of nowhere. That came out of nowhere. Nobody was pricing it in. Nobody was forecasting it. And then you just now have Tesla with a sweeping update for all of China. So I do think it was just like, that was a black swan that was positive. It was just one of those things that was not really, again, you were probably expecting a war headline this weekend before Elon sitting on a stage with the premier of China. China will prioritize its own tech. Well, yeah, but you guys, I mean, you might be looking at the situation a little different. You're viewing it as if, like, Elon is American. And he is, but what I mean by that is that, you know, Elon's just trying to play both sides. He's a business. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, he's not, this isn't about, like, you know, America, this and that. If anything, he's like, yo, I'm Elon Musk. I could take whatever you guys have in China and I could get you the same shit in America with your technology. Elon is selling them. Elon's trying to get a foot in China, America, even Russia, Ukraine. Like, you got to think about it. He's in all of it. But the idea is Elon is trying to make a deal with China on something. I don't think it has. I think Elon's trying to say, look, I could help you work around this stuff you're dealing with the United States, rather than saying, I am the United States. That's kind of how I look at it. Tesla, Baidu starting to pick up. I'll take it. No demand for this product or ideas. Are you talking about Elon? Okay, well that's you don't have to like the guy, but I would say that is patently false. There's a lot of demand for his products. Literally, the Tesla is the #1 sold car. I'm not the biggest. Literally, I don't own Tesla. I'm not trying to. I don't tell people to buy Tesla. I mean, Elon has a lot of weird things, but I don't think that's fair to say. Like, if you've been to California, bro, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. I drove by Fashion Valley Mall. Have you guys ever seen? Anybody in San Diego? You ever seen Fashion Valley Mall? Like, dude, they updated their Tesla chargers, and oh my goodness, it was disgusting. No, UTC don't have that many, bro. Fashion Valley, it's a whole parking lot. It's like one side of the garage, then the other side. Dude, they expanded it, and it's nuts. Coca-Cola is popping off right here. I don't see a Coca-Cola. I see a Seeking Alpha thing a couple of minutes ago. What to expect for earnings? This could be pre-earnings move. Other than that, I'm not catching a headline there. Coca-Cola said to gear up for IPO of $8 billion African bottling arm. Ah, there it is. Interesting. Not the Argentina one. I know the guy who, is it Argentina or Greek? He's insane. He's hilarious, though. I met him through a family friend, or this is my brother. He's a good guy. He's not, are we related? We might be. But I met him, and this guy, his family owns the packaging in either Greece or Argentina, and the dude is crazy, though. He is crazy. It's an IPO news. I think it's a dud, though. I don't think that'll, drive it up too much. Because usually most of their bottling plants are already subsidies. And Tesla kept running. Baidu hit 107, then came down. AMD, I think it'll be an exciting one, but it's probably going to be expensive. I haven't looked yet, but people were talking about it being expensive, and I mean, every single earnings I've seen thus far, there's only been 2 or 3 that didn't have an aggressive pricing attached to it. So that one's up to you, my brother. Tesla back to 200. Drama with plastic shipping? Huh? And then SPY coming up here, man. So back to the morning. This feels like something we've done here a couple of times last week, but if we start breaking out from here, you have enough time to set up in your own. Actually, what time is it? 9:30? Yeah, think about it. If we spend the next hour, depending on where we are, it'll be 11:30 or 10:30, and then you're going to spend the final hour and a half, 2 hours. People might start getting ready for these earnings. So kind of similar setup to the last couple of days. Amazon. I think Amazon will do good. I mean, they did really good last time. The bar's kind of high. We had a couple of surprisers in terms of the cloud, but they should. I'm not going to hold my calls, though. I like it. I don't know. I'm kind of liking it so far. We'll see. But I do want to I want to sell a lot of the pre-earnings. I don't know if I'm going to try to take them into this earnings. This earnings season, premiums are high. Unless if it's pricing in a small amount, then I would be down to hold it for earnings. But if it's one of those with high premium, playing that little game, I'm just going to skip it. Can you calculate how many % market makers are pricing in for Riot? I can't, but you can if you watch the correct YouTube video. So I forgot how to do it. But if you go, it's in the description on pricing and options. I'll have to watch the video myself. I'll figure it out by tomorrow. But if you go, it has a tutorial. It explains using the at-the-money options for the week of earnings. And if it is important, you will be able to figure it out. On Zoom with the college campuses. I mean, I don't know if Zoom is going to benefit. That's not a longer term tailwind, but at the end of the day, that college stuff around these campuses is wild. I think it's already spread to 5 or 10 of them, maybe more. Do you sell early because the premiums are outrageous? Well, yeah, because some of them, it's like, even on the Apple, like, dude, I bought plays like 20% out of the money, and they went up 100%. So it's like, even if the stock goes up another 5%, that play's probably not going to hit on earnings, and it's still paying a lot. Even then, there's like the Googles, I think my Google calls, I would have made a little bit more money, but then it came down. But generally, the real reason I'm looking at is because I'm thinking, well, if I am going to play a high volume of plays, as long as I take a lot of the profits off of the sheer volume, it should end up very well. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it too. It kind of is like the riots from last election, but this one's different because it's not like, I mean, it's kind of a problem for Joe Biden. But it's just like, dude, it's kind of crazy. I don't know if you guys have seen it. These like tent cities, that's a lot of people were talking about it over the weekend, but they're going to college campuses and they're protest in favor of like Palestine against Israel. And they're like putting tents on these college campuses, and it's huge and it's spreading, and like there's just a lot. But like I'm saying, I think it's over 10 campuses, and then it's like people have been arrested. And then they riot even more, and it's like it's you should have heard about it over the weekend, but it's huge right now, and it's like low key, like it's spread, which is got people looking at it like, oh shit, is this about to be is this going to be like a cultural? Some people have compared it to Vietnam, but like some of the protests by the young and all that. YouTube clap. Well, we have the Twitch now, just in case. I think it's been a little laggy for you guys today. Well, I don't know. You guys could be nice, but calling someone that is not okay. Sir, I'm not going to get in the middle of all this, so I'm just going to time out all of y'all, and y'all could beef on your own time. But if someone said something you didn't like, and then you come back and call them, I guess, is it the J word? Or a Zionist? That's not appropriate. So I think everybody should work a little bit better together, but here, I just get rid of both of you. Amen? Amen. Good. Only J word in here is Jerome, baby. I like it. Yeah, but you guys know. I mean, we're all brothers in here. You could do your thing, but don't get caught up in all of it. I had some good talks on it over the weekend. I just go, no war, peace and love, peace and love. Respect your fellow Chads. Rule number 1 indeed. I am in Amazon. I'm already up 100%. All Amazon plays are good. We got out of Apple. But it's one of my favorites, but I'm not going to hold it for earnings. So that's why I keep talking about it, because it sucks because it already moved up. Maybe you have 3 days just in case it comes back down. But that is the one I like. And we're going to go over the previews today. But I do hope all the other pre-earnings are good. Tesla, I closed it out with 1,300%. I think it went as high as 2,000% for some of the people who held it. Hello? Hello? I don't know what that says, but hello? Like, so I can't respond properly because I don't know what that means. But thank you. Spot coming down a little bit. Is market sentiment how you knew Apple calls would hit? I didn't know they were going to hit, and I told you guys the play ahead of time, like, why I did it. It's something, and I hope you carry this for every earnings, but it is, like, this is exactly just the sentiment starts out one way, and then, like we said, if there's a good earnings, it was going to set them all off, and it did. But if there was a bad earnings, we would have lost that play. There, hello. Oh, it's Elon Ma. Oh, Elon Ma. Oh, I get it. Okay, so I was like, bro, I was like, I don't know what it means. How can I respond? Oh, let's go. I'm down with Elon Ma. Yeah, there you go. There, amen, bro. Amen. You guys have to help me understand it sometimes. Because I'm telling you, when I don't understand things, I don't know how to respond. Like, I'm just like a puppy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have no idea what's going on. But, like, if I get it, usually I have a reaction in me. Like Elon Ma, like that act, like I'm genuinely hyped on that, Joshua. So, amen, man. Let's go. God bless you, bro. That was an easy one. No, it was. I was like, what's Elon Ma? Elon Ma? I was like, nah. Elon Ma? Elon Ma? I thought he was trying to, like, say something. I was like, I don't know. I'm not trying to do no witchcraft or, like, say, you know what I'm saying? Like, you never know, man. Elon Ma. Happened in Neo? Probably the EV stuff with China. Yeah, the Elon Ma. We talked about him the other day. Amazon doing the thing. Amazon premiums have been fire with the stock not even moving. So literally it's up by 0.6 and premiums went up 100% today. Or 40 or 50, I think. So I'm like, yo, I'll take it. British American Tobacco cash cap debt tender offer pricing. So I don't know, be careful. If you guys start, because like even Boeing a little bit, I think the bonds reacted a tiny bit. But keep in mind, if you start hearing like all these companies start to like issue and sell debt, that could hurt the bond market. Remember, that's all supply. That's all fixed income paper. So if there's more remember, corporate bonds can compete with treasuries to a degree. Lucid, I'm pretty sure it's up there. Let's see, Lucid. Oh, I think the valuation's insanely high right now. I think $5 billion for that car is a joke. Like Rivian. Honestly, Rivian, even $9 billion is insane, but I'm trying to think. I don't even know what EV has a cheap one, but that's crazy. No, I think $5 billion for Lucid is an insane valuation. We did not get any treasury day. That'll be at 3 p.m. So you got time still. What would be relative to cost? Because I feel like PE could come down lower for Rivian. Honestly, I don't. I think And I don't know. I think Elon and Tesla is the best EV company in the world. And I didn't even invest in it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but at the end of the day, I wouldn't touch Lucid. I would take Rivian over Lucid, and that doesn't mean I would buy either of them now. But I think Rivian has a better chance of survival. I don't think Lucid will, by the time I have kids, I don't think Lucid is going to be a real car. I think Lucid is failed in my mind. If it comes back, great, but that valuation, its performance, like, again, people are skeptical of Rivian, but, like, I would rather take a Rivian than Lucid any day. Any day. But I just, like, Rivian, again, they got the trucks, and it's like they have people. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are really into the Rivians, but, and the metrics, the financials are dog shit on all of them, but, like, Lucid, I just don't see Lucid. Like, what have they done? You know what I'm saying? Like, they haven't even, like, at least Rivian's, like, moving the puck. They got cars. They have the delivery trucks. They're getting the cheap ones. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, Rivian. Yeah, if you gave me a Rivian cheap enough, I would buy one too, you know? Like, I'm not against the car. I think it's kind of weird, and I think financially it's weird, but, you know, it's doing a lot better. But I think Lucid, to be half the valuation and both of them dog shit as Rivian, I would if I'm going to gamble on one of them, I'm gambling on Rivian, but I wouldn't gamble on Lucid. Xiaomi. If you ever driven one, yeah. Reports, what time is it? 48? Bro, today is flown by. That's crazy. Choppy market. The volume is a little bit slower. I think Friday was a little bit more, but, you know, last Monday was a little more crazier. We're working our way into this now. I mean, I'll take it. I humbly accept it compared to some of the other drama we had to deal with last week. But remember, these moves and then these weeks are filled with stuff. So little by little, we're going to go in burst as we get the data and work our way into it. But we still have a lot this week. You're barely pricing in less than last week. So that kind of ticked up a little bit. But, yeah. It's so boring. It's boring intraday, but, like, dude, the pre-markets, post-market, after hours are exciting. It's just, like, right when we wake up, like, pre-market's exciting, and then the first 2 hours it gets boring, 3 hours. And then right when we get towards the events, it gets exciting again. But it is definitely... It's not like your summer boring days. It's just on and off, on and off. The switch gets flipped. We pump, and then we wait, and then pump and wait, and then die and wait, and pump and wait, and then just play that back and forth forever and ever and ever. JPY really popped. Yeah, and they still haven't confirmed the intervention, but when you look at that, everybody is like, nah, that's the intervention. Kev Dog, where'd you go, bro? Nah, man, I'm glad to have you back, but where'd you go? You got me hyped. I saw Kev Dog every morning. You let me know, then you just left without a warning. You didn't like, yo, BRB Kev Dog. I just had to go every day. I was looking for Kev Dog. I was checking the dog house. I couldn't find it. I was like, come on, man. Come on, Kev Dog. Read the Chad facts? Okay, I can. I can read the Chad facts. We'll give you a complimentary Chad facts. Yeah. CPI? Yeah, you said. No, man. Oh, yeah, you let us know you were in Bali, but you didn't tell us when you left. But we had you there. You were in here. You just didn't let us know, Kev Dog. So that's honestly, you didn't really leave. I'll take it, Kev Dog. Let's go, baby. Good morning. Happy Monday. DJ T on the high, too. Not bad. When are we going to go over earnings plays? Never. In this hour. Around 11 is when I plan to. So I hope you're ready. It'll be a lot of fun. We're almost there, man. The time's already flying. Time flies when you have fun, Chattadonia. Same time as always. Oh, bless the chat. Polestar Lucid? Polestar. Polestar's a legit company. Like, I think Polestar actually has, like, it's just, honestly, Polestar is probably the most legit out of all of them with their backing with Volvo. I've even told you, I have a guy, I know a car guy who, like, does a lot of car stuff, and he's big into EV. I know this guy, he's authorized and licensed. He could work on every single one of them. It blows my mind. He's like, he's crazy with it, but he loves Polestar. He even tells me how much, like how advanced they are, the manufacturing and everything else that they got going on, but he's a very, very big fan. Yeah, Volvo. Volvo no longer is. Yeah, but that's like where it was based off of. But I do think the Polestar platform that they built their EV on, it's like solid. A big car guy, huge into EVs. No, this guy could work on them. Like, I'm telling you, this guy has told me, he said whenever my Tesla battery like gets messed up, he told me he could do all of it. And like he's like actually licensed. And that was a trip because I didn't know that. And I was like, man, you must be in high demand because you're the only mother effer who could do it. The Polestar designs, they look decent. The only thing I don't like about Polestar is the name. I don't know why they wanted some stripper-ass car name. That makes no damn sense. A Polestar? Like, what are you thinking calling it that? That's the stupidest name ever. Why didn't you call it, like, North Star? Like, why would you call it a Polestar? Excuse me? I'd be like, yo, bro. Yeah, it is a Volvo. It's Hindi? Oh. Is it? Iraq's oil exports at 106.112 million barrels in March, oil ministry says. Not bad. Tesla's up because of the China full self-driving news. Big news today. Everyone's talking about it. Would you get with 100 on Polestar? Like, what do you mean? Like an option or like $100 in shares or what? Yeah, Chinese company. Well, remember, a Chinese company bought Volvo. Shares? I mean, if it's $100, shit, probably wouldn't hurt you that bad in the long run. It really depends. But, the smaller you make a play, that's kind of the more protection you get. Nonsense. Yeah, Hannah does not like Elon Musk. I feel you, though. I feel you. All right, back at VWAP Mulan. Let's get down to business to defeat the cuts. Jerome said he'll raise rates, and at the time, he won't. I don't know. Equity market is strong. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's 10 o'clock. Come on, CNBC. Big money? No. Never mind. I guess I won't. Never mind. Down to business. If Tesla could jump like this, stock market's going to be okay. It really will. I mean, we were talking about that. Just remember like how one stock could move it. After Tesla earnings, that moved the market a lot. Meta and all that. It's just like the sheer impact. So, I mean, hey, if you get a lot of these bounces on there, some of these stocks could go crazy. Let's see how near the high. The gym vlogs? I don't know, man. I don't think I've ever done a gym vlog. Boeing new high. Yeah, I have that on the bottom right. We stopped moving here though. But then it's like it's been 4 hours. It's kind of crazy how fast today flew by. I did not really realize it. But you've gotten most of it out the way. No real updates. Maybe a sigh of relief, but I mean last week was way more scarier than this week because this time you're not coming off of that volatility. You're coming off of the recovery. They don't cut rate on May 2nd. They're not going to cut rates. So right now, all that matters with the Fed on Wednesday is going to be the language shift in Powell What new language does he use? How much more hawkish is it? And that's really going to be all of it. CPI Powell can end this. Well, yes and no. As weird as that may sound, like what happens if CPI is bad? Unless Powell is the one who could end all of it if he really wants to be hawkish. Other than that, though, if everything is status quo, don't underestimate that earnings effect, because we have gone through big events, and then right when we go over them, that's it. It was just a couple weeks ago we had CPI and non-farms too, but other things were at play, getting people to, focus a certain way. All right. Oh, man, I already missed it. ECB not to Nikkei, increasingly confident inflation falling towards 2, but ECB must be cautious beyond June rate cut. All right, I'll be RB.
It's offering a $3 billion cash infusion to sweeten the deal. We've got shares of Paramount Global. They're advancing right now by 3.5%. So again, recapping here, stocks are higher. S&P right now up 13, up 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York with a look at where we are as of 1-ish p.m. during this Monday trading session, kicking off the week. And of course, Joe, that puts us just about an hour from the deadline for students at Columbia University who have been in this encampment, of course, Palestinian protesters, some of them perhaps outright anti-Israel. Columbia putting out a note to students in that encampment today saying, please promptly gather your belongings, leave the encampment. If you voluntarily leave by 2 p.m., and sign a provided form where you commit to abide by all university policies through June of next year, 2025, you will be eligible to complete the semester in good standing.
Wow. This could be a dicey moment here. We've seen evictions of these encampments fall into violence more than once. They're certainly recovering from that in Austin and in Boston. Mm-hmm. The Speaker of the House was standing on that campus just days ago, Kaylee. This has really become the center of this, at least, campus angle on this story. And it's one that's very divisive. We spoke earlier with our White House correspondent, Josh Wingrove. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, actually, was the site of a pretty large pro-Palestinian protest, shouting at people as they went inside the party. They're trying to get as much coverage as they can with enormous pressure domestically here on Joe Biden. And that's where we start our conversation, Kaylee, with Hagar Shamali. The idea of a potential truce here, a breakthrough and a deal on hostages would be enormous for this administration and, of course, all the parties involved. Mm-hmm. Hagar is former National Security Council, where she specialized in Syria and Lebanon, now at Greenwich Media Strategies, where she is founder. Hagar, it's great to see you. Are we on the verge of a breakthrough?
Well, it seems very close. I mean, things have been very tenuous, and you've got pressure kind of building on both sides. And it looks hopeful. You have Secretary Blinken in Saudi Arabia today, where he has been working with them and has made the call on Hamas from there to accept this proposal, which he called, quote, extraordinarily generous, coming from the Israelis. And that's very significant, because these talks have been going on for a while. And the fact is that they keep getting these proposals get narrower and narrower. And right now, the latest proposal from what we know is that it would include a lower number of hostages exchanged for Palestinian prisoners. And it would also allow Palestinians, Gazan civilians, to return to their homes in northern Gaza. And so hopefully it'll get somewhere. Hamas, for the last few proposals, has been the sticking point, and it feels as though, and Secretary Blinken has made a point of saying that. He reiterated that today, that it's on Hamas. Hamas is the one blocking a ceasefire. But I do have more hope for this one.
Well, of course, there's always risk of disruption, Hagar. And Bloomberg is reporting today that the U.S. and its allies are concerned that the International Criminal Court could soon issue arrest warrants for a number of Israeli officials, reportedly, according to other outlets, could include Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And the concern is that this would be something that really jeopardizes any kind of ceasefire deal. Just how problematic would that be? And is the ICC, in your mind, likely to put off something like that in the name of reaching an agreement?
When I saw that news, it surprised me mainly because of its timing. Typically, these types of issues happen, they take much longer. So, for example, when I handled Syria, it took the ICC much longer to issue an arrest warrant and to put President Assad, who is a butcher and murderous dictator, to put them on their list than it has the Israeli officials. I did see that the news would include both Israeli government officials and Hamas leaders. And that's also important because you obviously have Hamas leaders in Qatar right now, I believe in Turkey as well. Sure. And so it would include both, but it's very significant. You're talking about, it's almost like an international arrest warrant means that wherever they travel outside of their own country, they're going to get arrested. And sometimes within the country, if there is, for example, an uprising against Netanyahu, then they could also arrest him domestically. It just kind of depends how it goes. Israel's not a party to the ICC, so they probably wouldn't arrest him domestically. They wouldn't recognize it. But you never know how the future holds. But that said, the timing also, these are serious. The arrest warrants, it sounds a little bit like a game, but it's not. These are very serious things, and could definitely play out negatively. But I believe that the Israeli government at this time is so focused on what's happening with the ceasefire talks and in Gaza itself that they're probably not paying much attention to it. They're hoping that the U.S. is able to push the ICC to delay.
Well, the talks are supposed to begin Tuesday in Cairo here. And as the U.S. urges Hamas to accept a deal, Hagar, we don't even know if Hamas is going to be there. They haven't responded to questions about Israel's offer or whether it will send a delegation. So I guess we're going to learn imminently here if this is possible. We can't obviously move forward without Hamas, can we?
No, not really. No, you can't move forward without them. But that said, Israel is holding in its hand a very large stick, and that stick is going into Rafah.
Yeah, we need them. We need them. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's here. It's here, baby. It's Monday, and now it's time for Philo. I'm very excited. Chattadonia, I hope you have been here for the other Philos. I hope you have gotten involved a little bit, man, and honestly, we got a lot that we need to talk about here. I'm really excited here. I don't know. There's a lot of things I have in this Philo. There was a lot to do over the weekend. I had a lot of things. I saw a lot of different things, and, we're going to talk about it, but above all else, I do have to be in the moment and just take a step back and just, I have to give it its moment to really appreciate it. The fact that I could go through some stuff and even share it, and that we have people here, that we got people who've taken the Philo, turning it into real fruit, man. Honestly, I've been loving it, and I really do hope all of the other Philos, man, especially, man, even to the point, I know I could throw a lot of Philos at y'all, but, bro, I really hope you got some last week, and I really do hope y'all get the encouragement. I hope you get some obnoxious positivity in there because, again, y'all really will get challenges. You know, in the moment you're like, I want to do something good in my life. I want to make progress. I want to do this better. You're going to watch things come after you, baby. So don't worry. But and I say that so you're ready to always stick with it, man. I really hope you guys are waking up in drive. But above all else, man, the way some of y'all have taken the first step of personal responsibility, accountability, giving this moment some serious thought to, I appreciate y'all and keep it up, man. Very, very proud of y'all, Chad. But wow, where do we start today? Where do we start today? There's a lot, man. You know, there's a couple of different things. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to chop this up into multiple Philos, but there was just little things. Like my girlfriend was listening to a podcast. It was like a Jesus podcast, and it was just telling, like, test the spirit. And you know what? I liked it a lot. I was just like, hey, test the spirit. That was a little thing. I was like, I don't know. I wanted to throw that in there. But, you know, what I caught myself doing this weekend, I was praying before everything. Every little thing. It was weird, but I don't know. It gave me a little bit of peace. I liked it. But there's something bigger I want to talk about actually today, and I think that's where I'm probably going to focus this in on. And I hope this applies to some of you. It may not apply to some of you. And quite frankly, with why I'm telling you, like, test the spirit, I hope this doesn't falsely apply to anybody. This isn't going to be for everybody here today, but I had a weird moment, and I went through something over the weekend, and I don't know, this may sound intense, but it's not, so don't let me hype you up, but it reminded me of a very big concept in life. So let me just tell you this. Here is your Philo. Chatadonia. It always feels different than how it sounds. I don't think y'all feel me, man. I don't think y'all feel me. You just heard something. And let me tell you, and this I don't know, it's very broad. But it always feels different than how it sounds. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. Sound is always better than feel. Like, I don't, like, what I'm trying to tell you is, like, when you hear something, it doesn't hit the same way as when you feel something. So you feel certain things. If, like, let's say this, if I told you, look, this is the best example. Make this earnings play. You are going to lose $5,000. So if you're wrong, you could lose $5,000. Are you with me? I want you to think about that. So how does that sound? How does that sound if I told you you could lose $5,000? How does that sound? Terrible? Sounds bad? Painful? Ouch? Risque? Opportunity? Bad? All right. So now compare that to waking up and you made a play and now you're actually down $5,000. Compare how you feel. What is the difference in feeling from prior to the play and knowing what the risk is to actually feeling it? I don't know if y'all feel me. Because what I'm trying to tell you is that, you know, if I told you the feeling, if you knew how something would feel, if you actually, when I was like, you're going to lose $5,000, if it put you in a state where you felt it, you wouldn't do it. If you felt a lot of the things in life, if you actually felt the consequence before it happened, you would not do it. But the irony is that if I tell you about it, if you hear about it, well, then you might or you might not. So here's the funny part, and it relates to something else, man. This is where this Felo came from. I was thinking about this a lot this weekend. You know why? Because I was going to take a shower over the weekend, and it was freezing. And I was freezing. And I was like, okay, I was going to turn on my heater, but I was like, nah, it's not. And I was like, you know what? If I just get in there, I was like, it's going to be a hot shower. It'll warm up. Like, I'll get used to it. Right? You'll get used to it. Bro, I don't know if this was another spiritual moment or not. This is how spiritual this shower was. I got a Felo out of it. Because that was the worst shower I've ever had in my life. And it's funny because all I was thinking about was like, wow, it feels so much different than it sounded. And then all I could think about, literally, have you ever listen, I don't know if you've ever done this, man. Have you ever taken a shower and it's freezing and then the shower's really warm? Bro, I had goosebumps in the shower. I got hot water pouring all over me and then I'm having goosebumps. And I'm just like, oh, but like, oh man, it's a trip. It was the most uncomfortable shower in my life. And it's funny because all I could think about was lukewarm. If y'all know, the Lord spits out lukewarm. But it's funny because I never really felt it. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Let me tell you that because I never really felt it. Uh-huh. Do you get it? I've heard of what it means to be lukewarm. And I know sometimes you could tell when someone's down or not, but like the actual physical feeling of cold and warm at the same time is the worst thing ever. I get it now. I get it even more. I don't know. That's why I said it was a very spiritual shower. 'Cause I was like, this is disgusting. I get why the Lord would spit that out. This is the worst thing ever. And then it really just got me thinking though. Because I'm like, man, how many times in our life do we just get into, like, we are showering in cold air with hot water. And we're like, why are we not comfortable? And you're like, dude, it's lukewarm as hell. That's exactly why. And you know what happened? The things that we knew would make it lukewarm, we heard about it. But we still did it because we didn't know how it felt till it was too late. Oh, I don't think y'all feel me. So let me make it simple, because I don't know if you're all over the place with me on this one. I hope you get some of the main points, but like, do you get what I'm telling you now? I'll give you one simple principle to follow right here today. And that's why I said, test this. You know that? Don't take everything I say, bro. Like, I am nothing. I hope you realize that. You know, test this. This may apply to you. It may not. Some of you may need this. Some of this is not going to help you at all. Pray for discernment, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like, really, if it really do like stick with you, this is for you. If not, it's not for you. Don't let this be, you know, if you want it to be about you, it will be about you. Oh, let me say that again, Chad. Every single Felo you hear, if you want it to be about you, it's going to be about you. I'll say it the third time. If you want it to be about you, it is going to be about you. Do you get why I keep saying it? Because I'm telling you, I threw in this little statement at the beginning. I didn't say it as a joke. I didn't say it as like, I know I have ADHD and all that, but I'm saying it so you test the spirit. This is what I'm going through. This is what I'm sharing with you. You may be able to benefit off of it, but don't be walking away from here thinking, oh, this is my calling, and this is, no, you need to have that discernment for you. I could have my own experience, but like, it's super important because all of these Felos and everything we go for, if you aren't really in that attitude of trying to really sift through and find the real truth and answers, anything you want to be about you, it will become about you. Like, that's it. You're in your mind, you're going to make it about you. You're like, oh, Josh said that. That's about me. Are you sure? Did you ask for any discernment? Oh. But that being said, I give you that to tell you this. This whole little Felo and what I could draw it down to, I'm warning against something. And I'm warning against just one more time. So that's what this whole situation, it did remind me of another situation. It reminded me of one more time. That's what lukewarm feels like. That's what it reminded. When I think lukewarm, I think one more time. Do you get what I'm saying? I'll stop gambling after this play. I'll stop smoking after this pack of cigarettes. I'll stop after just one more. Oh, come on. That's lukewarm. And it's funny because we do, and that's like all I learned was how it feels now. Every time you do that, you're jumping into a shower in the snow. And it's the shower's on full blast and you're in freezing weather. You're like, well, I'll get back to hot just one more time. I'll just do this. Okay, after this. They're going to be like, why is it uncomfortable? I love it. Why is it uncomfortable? So, Chad, there's a lot you could take out of this. I hope the spirit is for you. It may not. But above all else, though, I do think the practicality, man, keep your head on, keep that armor on, and just think, man. Things are always, the feeling is different than the sound. And keep that in mind as you move forward. And watch out, because, again, it sounds good one more time, but you know what the other things are. You know there's more to that. So take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Natalie Watchlist and main channel. First link, Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Course. Amen. GG. All right, I'll BRB. It's a code, baby. Thank you, Marty.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Hat trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude, tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food. Acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, what's inside. Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate to love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold. There it is, baby. FCC fines T-Mobile and AT&T for sharing access to data. Oh, they didn't move. That came out a minute ago. That's it, man. We got the Felo. We got everything, baby. We got everything. That's it. We gone through the day. We got it out the way. Now we here. It's still a decent amount of time left, but we really did. We moved pretty fast. We moved pretty fast. Boop, boop, boop. Emmett Fox Sermon on the Mount? No, I know the Sermon on the Mount, but no, I never heard Emmett Fox. Emmett Fox. You ever write down Philos? Yeah, I have like a notepad. So it's just like a lot of bullet points. But yeah, and verses and all sorts of things. Like my notepad, I love my notepad, bro. Like my notepad on my phone, bro, is fire. It has the answers. And then what time? 10:30, just under. We'll do previews in a little bit. Oh, wait, I need to go get those. I forgot. I got to get you guys the previews. I forgot it's Monday. I thought they just show up. I forgot. But honestly, there's not that many. But we will get a couple in the morning. Live government rally. Jean-Pierre should be on very soon. We'll give her a little bit. Oh, we got Jonah Hill. I forgot.
Hope not, because throughout this whole process,
just get ready. This is honestly, I want to study this dude. This is like a case study in hating your job and treating people poorly as a result.
Conflict. We have reiterated our
it's crazy. This is like watching a 2K game.
Security. That was
I'm telling
true then,
you, it's
it
so
is
toxic.
true now. And
like I don't know why I can't look away.
Specific. It is not.
So let me get these previews for you.
Security relationship that we have with that particular country. I will also note that this is continues to be an ongoing process, and if at any point remediation efforts or things like that are found to be inconsistent with the standards that we find, there of course will be a restriction on applicable U.S. assistance.
Wait, this is old.
We intend to be an administration that's going to follow the law as prescribed. Tom. Oh, sorry. Let me go to Leon because he's had his hand up. Then I'll come to you. Said, of course you're going to get a question. Has there ever been a briefing where you've not gotten a question on this issue? Leon.
Look at dude. He's like, when have I not called on you, you child? Use your brain. When has that ever occurred to you, child?
Quite a while ago. I don't know exactly how long, depending on which of the units.
He's so intimidating.
But I find it a little bit strange that in 4 of those units, they have remediary, corrections that they did, and you accept that evidently. And in this 5th unit, what sort of additional information could have come through all of a sudden in the last couple of weeks that would make it that you are not able to make the determination yet? And then second question, what kind of remediary decisions are we talking about? Disciplinary? What kind of corrections? Can you speak to that?
So on the second point, that's up to the host government. The standard that we expect is that they bring the relevant parties to justice. We cannot have some kind of prescriptive metric.
I have no idea what his title is. I'm getting the previews right now. Bro, there's a shit ton.
As it relates to their own government systems and military systems are different. But our standard for remediation, we expect that of all countries in this case. But beyond that, Leon, it is an ongoing process, so I'm not going to get more prescriptive or specific on the relevant details. Tom, go ahead.
I'll just follow up on
that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confused. Do you know whether or not the Israelis have remediated this unit?
That is essentially what we are engaging with them on as it relates to this. Again, I can say that in these 5 individual incidents of gross violations of human rights, or for 4 of these units, they have effectively remediated those violations, which is, again, something we expect and want from the countries that which we have security relationships with. It's what we expect of our partners. As it relates to this remaining unit, the government of Israel has submitted additional information. We are currently reviewing it, which is consistent with the memorandum of understanding we have with them. We're engaging with them in a process, and we'll make a decision from there when that process is complete.
Okay, but the answer is you don't know. You don't know if they've remediated this unit on these cases, and we don't know what the cases are because you're not.
When I say something is mid-process, it's
this is
live.
live. The law is really clear. So the law says no assistance shall be furnished to any unit of the security forces of a foreign country if the Secretary of State has credible information that such unit has committed a gross violation of human rights. So you've made that determination that they have committed a gross violation of human rights. The exception is that that prohibition shall not apply if the Secretary determines and reports to the appropriate congressional committees that the government of such country is taking effective steps to bring responsible members of security forces to justice. So has the Secretary notified Congress that they are taking effective steps?
So I'm not
no, because
legal
you don't
expert.
know, and you just said you don't know if they've remediated. So,
I'm happy to check on the specifics of the legal process for
but
you,
that
Tom,
is the
and
legal
get back
process.
to
So
you.
according to the legal process, you've determined that they.
See, this is why he's so mad. They keep testing him. Now he going. You watch. He gonna be a lot angrier.
Determined they've remediated, and yet the
Next
Secretary
question's
said on
gonna get
April
the shit
19th,
beat
you've
out of
made
him.
the determinations.
All because of
So
this guy.
I'm just really confused about what changed after April the 19th.
As I was pretty clear, what I shared was that the government of Israel has shared additional information with us, and
But that, according to the law, that is not an effective remediation. So at the moment, you have a situation where you have determined there is a gross violation, but you don't have remediation. And I can't see any part of the law which says you might decide over a couple of days that it's been remediated and therefore keep the
A little cheekla after that, and then HWH on the high, small cap.
Like I said, this is an ongoing process. I'm not going to speak to it more specifically, but consistent with the memorandum of understanding that we have with the government of Israel, we are engaging with them, consulting with them as it relates to not just this broader process, but additional information that they've shared, and we'll have more to share in the time ahead. Saeed, go ahead.
Thank you, Bidan. By the way, can you share with us the outcome of the investigation of the death of Ammar Asad that actually died while in custody with this unit, Nitzay Ouda? Do we know what was the outcome of that investigation?
I don't have any specifics.
Could you
I'm
look
happy
into
to
it?
check
Yeah,
for you.
please,
Saeed.
thank you.
Yeah.
The other thing is, it seems that Israel has rebuked the United States call, or your call the other day, for investigating the mass grave, the mass burial, and all these things. Do you have any comment on that?
So, Saeed, there's been some, and if you'll allow me a quick second, I don't have, make sure it's the right thing here.
They get donuts slipping?
As it relates to this site, the IDF has been pretty public in that in its search for Israeli hostages, they uncovered graves in the area where Palestinians had previously buried their dead. There has been some pretty consistent public reporting dating back to January that is an area that Palestinians had to bury some bodies, but the IDF can speak more specifically about that process. But you heard me speak to this, you heard the National Security Advisor say, and consistently across this administration, I'd say that the facts matter, and of course, if there is any kind of inconsistency, that needs to be looked into. But I believe that the IDF has spoken publicly about what this is and what this isn't.
Okay, so you accept their answer. I mean, their answer was, we did not do that, we don't do this. I mean, that was, and they consider the matter to be over. Do you consider the matter to be over?
Saeed, I just said if there are in fact any inconsistencies, then that should be looked into. But based on even just the public reporting, the IDF has been clear about what this is and what this isn't. That being said, we engage with the government of Israel and the IDF around the clock. This is something we'll continue to discuss with them if we need to raise any further issues.
Okay, a couple more questions, if you allow me. It has been reported that the U.S. is working with Israel to prevent any kind of ICC warrant of arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Are you aware of that? Is that true? Can you confirm that?
It's important to take a step back here, Saeed, that since this president has come into office, we have worked to reset our relationship with the ICC, and we are in contact with the court on a range of issues, including in connection to the court's important work on Darfur, on Ukraine, on Sudan as well. But on this investigation, our position is clear. We continue to believe that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over the Palestinian situation.
Yeah, but you did welcome the warrant, the arrest for Vladimir Putin, correct? I mean, you welcomed that. I'm just asking you.
Said these are two very different. First of all, I don't appreciate. You literally are, though. You literally are.
You literally are.
No moral equivalency between the kinds of things that we see President Putin and his and the Kremlin undertake in comparison to the Israeli.
Yeah, TLT got a pop right there. I don't know why. Spy's coming up too.
You did welcome it. Right?
This is also not the ICC, as you know, is not. We are not party to the Rome Statute.
That's true. Let me ask you one last question on the Saudi trip, on the Secretary's trip to Saudi Arabia. It has been said that the Saudis suggested or came up with a proposal that basically says let's focus on the security issues, arrangement on security issues, the civilian nuclear program, whatever, and leave the normalization, the Palestinian state, to another time when things are more propitious to discuss these things. Can you confirm that to us? Did the Saudis submit a new proposal?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of our ongoing diplomatic engagements, but we remain committed to the long-term goal of a more stable and prosperous and integrated Middle East region, including through normalization and, of course, also including through the advancement of a two-state solution. The Secretary just addressed this in Capri, that this is something that we have continued to be working on as part of a potential normalization process between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It's been something that he himself has been intensively engaged on. But beyond that, we'll just defer to our Saudi partners to speak to that.
As far as you know, there's been no proposal delinking these issues and focusing on the security issue versus the Palestinian normalization issue.
Said, we think that an integrated Middle East region should include normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, but also the advancement of a two-state solution as well. Go ahead, Geeta.
On the ceasefire aspect of the Gaza war, the Secretary in Riyadh today said that, and I quote, between the people of Gaza and the ceasefire is Hamas, unquote. He met with the Arab foreign ministers. He met with the Turkish foreign minister there. Does the State Department see a role for the Islamic Republic of Iran on this decision by Hamas that everybody's waiting on to whether to take the proposal or not, one way or another?
I cannot think of any actions in the past, I don't know how many years, that the Iranian regime has taken that one that has actually been
MSOS.
Beneficial.
We've heard rumors that potentially announced could be coming this week, whatever the decision may be.
Any country is welcome.
Upcoming
to
announcement
play
rumors circulating.
Role, but,
again, Bond's got that pop
speak
too.
Louder than words, and when it comes to the actions of the Iranian regime, the track record is.
What's
pretty
his real
clear.
name? I don't know. I just call him Jonah Hill.
Exporters of terrorism.
Doesn't he look exactly like Jonah Hill?
Backer and funder of groups that have been focused on destabilizing and bringing violence to the region. So their actions are pretty clear here. Go ahead in the back. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I need it.
Friday,
I've got the
State
previews. I'm going to do a
Department
stretch and then we'll
strongly
start.
commended the attack on
My
the
back hurts.
Hormuz gas field in Kurdistan. But my question is, how the United States can protect Kurdistan region from militia groups where there is also U.S. investment in the region?
So we do strongly condemn the attack on the Khormor gas field, and we offer condolences to the families of those who were killed, and we wish for quick recovery of those who were injured. And as we've said previously, attacks like this on civilian infrastructure, they're an affront to Iraqi sovereignty. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Let me try to approach the whole Leahy Law thing in
one or two different ways. You say that U.S. law is applied systematically throughout. Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Because there's U.S. law that says that there should be a funding cutoff under the Arms Export Control Act and the Glenn-Symington amendments that says that there shouldn't be aid to nuclear proliferators. And Israel is a damn sure nuclear proliferator. But last time I asked, you folks won't even acknowledge the existence of Israel's massive nuclear arsenal.
Yeah, I still don't have a comment for you on that.
But U.S. law is applied systematically, but you won't even acknowledge the existence.
Of course, U.S. law is applied systematically.
But you won't even acknowledge the empirical reality of a nuclear weapons arsenal.
I don't have anything for you on that.
All right. Let me try a different fact then. Tomorrow there will be a decision issued by the International Court of Justice. Nicaragua invoked the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, not just simply, to punish genocide, but to attempt to prevent it in real time. Nicaragua's lawsuit says that it is, quote, enabling Israel to perpetuate genocidal acts, quote, Germany has provided political, financial, and military support to Israel, fully aware at the time of the authorization that the military equipment would be used in the commission of grave breaches of international law by this state and in disregard of its own obligations. As I understand it, Nicaragua is doing this against Germany and not the U.S. because the U.S. has a reservation in the Genocide Convention saying that it will not adhere to any judgments by the International Court of Justice. But it doesn't have to invoke that. My question to you is, would the United States invoke that? Or if a state wanted to go to the international court, will the United States actually adhere to international law and say, we will not invoke this way of bailing out of the legal system? We will actually abide by a court decision.
Sam, let me say a couple of things there. First, we've been incredibly clear on this dating back to a number of months that we find allegations of genocide in this current ongoing conflict in Gaza to continue to be unfounded. That was the case previously when similar matters were brought before the ICJ, and that continues to be the case. And let me just say, when it comes to our partners in Germany, they share our convergence on the importance of doing everything we can to make sure hostages are released, to make sure that there is more humanitarian aid going into Gaza, and that everything can be done possible to make sure that this conflict ends as quickly as we can.
But I'm not asking you for your alleged assessment. I'm asking you, will you adhere to a court ruling from the
I'm just
World
not going to
Court?
engage in hypotheticals, Sam.
No,
Go
it's
ahead,
not a
Ellen.
hypothetical.
Ellen.
It's a, will you adhere?
Go ahead, Ellen.
Secretary Blinken himself has made clear that there's not remediation by this unit. The letter to the House Speaker says that Blinken will work to identify steps to get Israel on a path of remediation for this unit. And as my colleague here pointed out, that's not in the Leahy law. The Leahy law doesn't say you can enter negotiations to try to bring a country into
I would not
mediation.
call it negotiations. We are engaging with the government of Israel on facts and on information that is consistent with the memorandum of understanding that we have with them. I think it's also important to remember we want to see remediation when it comes to our partners and countries in which we have longstanding security partnerships with. Rabia, go ahead.
Gaza University protests, which have intensified across American campuses over the past week, with students making several demands, including calls for policy changes and calls for a ceasefire in Gaza. And according to a poll by CNN over the weekend, young Americans under 35 disapprove the administration's handling of Israel's war on Gaza, and many countries, including your allies in the region, also expect you to change course and put more pressure on Israel. So, are these objections and protests considered in policy making process in this building? And Specifically, I'm wondering, will U.S. policy be changed or affected by these protests in any way?
Look, Rabia, when it comes to people protesting, sharing their opinions, making their voices heard, that is something that is consistent with the First Amendment. It is consistent with things we see in this country, and certainly people have every right to do so, including people who may have differing viewpoints on foreign policy that we're pursuing. The same would be applied to employees of the federal government. They, of course, have every right to express their opinions and points of view. I've said a number of times before that the secretary, at least when it comes to the workforce, he is incredibly receptive to differing points of view. He believes that that makes him a stronger policymaker, and the outcomes include better and more well thought out policy. And we'll continue to encourage the mechanisms that we have for people to share their points of view. When it comes to protests, though, people continue to have every right to do so. We would just continue to press that they be nonviolent and that they remain peaceful.
But will the U.S. policy be changed or affected in any way by
when
these
it comes to the policy that we're pursuing, Rabia, the only real metric for us is what is in the interest for the American people and what keeps the American people safer and more secure.
So you
and
don't
in our point of
take into
view,
account.
and in our point of view, more humanitarian aid going into Gaza is also good for the United States. The defeat of Hamas is also good for the United States. Ensuring that Gaza can no longer be a springboard for terrorism is also good for the United States. And a two-state solution that brings about greater peace and stability and integration in the Middle East region is also good for the United States. We are pursuing these policies because we believe they are in the interest of the American people. It will bring about greater peace and stability in the region, and it will keep our country and other countries in the region safer. People are allowed to disagree. It is a free country, and they have every First Amendment right to express their points of view and to make them heard, and we encourage people to do so in a peaceful and nonviolent way. DR, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. A question on the attack on the Khormor gas field in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, as you speak of moments ago. Last time in January, when that field was attacked, you request the Iraqi government to investigate and bringing to justice those who were responsible. And this time we saw the same statement from State Department on that attack. In your assessment, who was or is responsible for this attack, and have you ever get back by the Iraqi government why they are not bringing those responsible into justice, and are they willing or they can't do it? Is that something of your concern?
So I don't have any assessment to offer when it comes to a responsible actor there, and so I will just refrain from commenting.
And one more question on that. As you are pushing or helping or wanting Iraq to get its energy independence from Iran, and that's why you are wavering the sanctions to get electricity from Iran. And this field is one of the alternatives for the Iranian energy supply to Iraq. Do you think that this kinds of attack is a warning to all the stakeholders and parties, including the United States, that getting Iraq independence energy from Iran is not an easy, and it's not easy to divest Iraq from Iranian independence? Are you considering these attacks into your calculations when you're speaking of Iraqi independence energy from Iran?
So I'm certainly not going to speculate on why or why not someone chose to strike an electricity field or a gas field. What I can say, though, is that these kinds of affronts to civilian infrastructure, they are a direct attack on Iraqi sovereignty, and that's why you saw us condemn them. But I don't have anything else beyond that. Michelle, go ahead.
On the normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, Secretary Blinken said that we're getting close to an agreement on bilateral things. Can you elaborate on that?
I can't, Michelle. I'm not going to get ahead of the process here, but the Secretary just last week in Capri was laid out that this is something that we've been working on, including as part of a potential normalization process between Israel and Saudi Arabia. It's something that we've been intensively engaged on, and we believe that this is something that is key to what is our long-term goal, which is a more stable, prosperous, and integrated Middle East region. Olivia.
One quick question
Yeah.
on hostages.
Yeah.
Public comments by the Secretary this morning, he indicated that a new offer by Israel on the table is extraordinarily generous. Is there a sense that a deal is closer than it has been in recent weeks, or is Hamas the same unknown that it has been?
So our hope is that, of course, that some kind of progress can be made. We remain committed to reaching a deal for an immediate ceasefire that secures the release of hostages and takes some additional steps for the surge of humanitarian aid. To echo the Secretary, a generous deal has been put on the table, and it's now on Hamas to accept the deal. I will just say that...
Accept the deal. Accept the deal. Don't worry, Chad. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We're going to get this poppin' here. Actually, well, I had an idea. Let me see here. Already went up. Thank you for turning him off. You're welcome, I guess. These are a little further out, though. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm doing this one more, and then we will begin. SoFi, didn't they have earnings? I mean, a lot of people were talking about that one today. All right. Yeah, MSOS, ever since that little rumor Troy posted it, people were talking about it on Twitter, started to go a little bit crazy there. All right. So, couple of things. I did just make a play, but we're going to talk about earnings here. So, I hope you guys are all locked and loaded and ready to go here. But if you are unfamiliar, then you may have either missed the watch list or all of the videos in the last couple of months. But what we are doing is pricing in the options for earnings. So if you're unfamiliar with how that works, if you guys go to the description of this video, you will see a video that says pricing in options, and that will be the full entire tutorial. Dow popping a little bit. And then wheat stock still going. That's in the bottom right. But ideally, what we're going to be doing is going over the earnings previews, seeing what these companies are expected for earnings. Then we're going to go over the option chain, see what they are pricing in. And then if there's a good enough deal, we're going to try to play some low probability, high return, low risk, or low value plays. And if we get lucky, we get lucky. But at the very least, by the end of this, you should know what companies are going to be reporting today, and then you should know how much they are expected to use, and then you could factor that into whatever strategy you would like. So we'll see how that all plays out, but that being said, don't gamble. Don't be dumb. Don't use money that you need because it's cursed. So on any earnings plays, if you're going after these big trades, just be very mindful because some people have had a very, very good time and a very, very bad time. So be smart. But now, is everybody on the same page? While all of you get ready for that, I did make another play. I went with Square. So I grabbed Square May 17th, $100 calls. I grabbed 15 of them at 30 cents a pop. I'm going to look to flip those out before their earnings on Thursday. Ta-da, and then tomorrow you're going to have your boy, what's it called, PayPal. So we're going to go over that preview there. But that's a pre-earnings sell before. But now, let's get our list. So I'm going to do it how we've been doing it the last couple of weeks. I'm going to go through all the previews, and then we are going to go through afterwards and then see if there's any plays for the two standard deviations. Let me get that up here. It was a PayPal $100 strike for May 17th, and that will be the last time I am saying that play until the watch list. So that one's pre-earnings. What strike? Oh, you're just too late. You said Square? Yeah, I did do Square. Did I say PayPal? My bad. I did Square. Square's the play. I did make a play on Square. I said I played it with PayPal earnings on Tuesday. I'm going with Square on Thursday. He just said PayPal? Well, that's why you should pay attention the first time. It gets really confusing afterwards. You see, I think that highlights my point. So, but Square, $100, May 17th. But if you guys keep asking, I don't know how you missed it. We just said it. See, that's what's going to happen. I don't know. It might get confusing now. It's like the game of telephone. Is it Square, PayPal, PayPal, Square? I don't know what's happening anymore. Okay. That being said now, the first one of the day is going to be Paramount. So they had all of that news, but they're actually having earnings here today. No shit. Paramount. Unload up. All right. Para. So they are expecting $7.73 billion in revenue, direct to consumer $1.88, film entertainment $576, adjusted OIBDA $754.5 million in revenue, EPS 36 cents a share, free cash flow $14.4 million, Paramount subs plus subs 69.69 million since last quarter, February 28th. Paramount is up 15.2, S&P is up by 0, and XLY is down by 5.8. Near-term options imply a 12% move last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 15, gain of 2, loss of 28. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and short interest is 15%. Wow. Tesla first quarter sales fell 7.8% in California. Car dealer group says. Oh, they hitting you with a bad Tesla headline? That's not even from Tesla. So that's, what's it called? That was Paramount. I had Square chart up. Did it say what they were pricing in? Yeah, near-term options imply 12.2. So let's see. So May. Oh, dude, they don't even have weeklies? So Para, without a weekly, I just go with 12%. We'll say that's there. That's a lot. I don't even want to play that one because the buyout. But they have moved break even, or a year ago they've moved a little bit more. But that's the first one for today after the bell. The second one, I believe, is NXPI. There's Transocean, Rig. I didn't have a preview on that one, and it's a smaller cap, so don't think so. But NXPI is a pretty big chip company. So they've moved a lot in the last couple of days. They're expecting $3.13 billion in revenue versus guidance of $3.025 to $3.22. Non-GAAP gross margin 58% versus guidance of 56.1 to 57. Non-GAAP operating margin 34 versus guidance of 32.9 to 34.8. EPS $3.19 versus guidance of 2.97 to 3.38. Next quarter expecting revenue of $3.12 billion. Non-GAAP gross margin of 58%. Non-GAAP operating 33.4 and EPS of $3.15 a share. Since last quarter, February 6, NXPI is up by 1.2, S&P is up by 2.3, and XLK is down by 2.3. Near-term options imply 6.9% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 2, gain of 4, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in a lot, and they have not moved 10% or 7% in a year. So they are pricing in a decent amount for how they move. Oh, wait. Am I tripping? May 3rd is this week. Oh, wow, I'm an idiot. So May 3rd. No, wait. Can't believe it's already May. Oh, 245. We'll go about the same. 14.10. I see 14, and that says 11. We'll go with $14 priced in. So 14 divided by 246.71. 5.6%. So it's pricing in less. So believe it or not, whenever this preview was in the last couple of days, premiums have came down a little bit on NXPI, even though it's going straight up. So we will see what happens. Where'd that go? So I don't know. That one's a little weird. It doesn't move a lot. It was pricing in way more, and now it is not priced in as much. But that's NXPI. There's another one I don't have the preview for. Woodward, and then next one is Logitech. So we played Logitech last time. It actually hit for a little bit, and then it faded. So you're going to have to balance that out. But Logitech, they're expecting sales of $959.8 million, gross margin of 39.3, operating margin of $104.6 million, EPS 66 cents a share. Since last quarter, January 22nd, they're down 7%. Stocks Europe is up 7.4. Last 4 quarters, loss of 9, gain of 10, gain of 12, gain of 7. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. And there is no pricing metric. So Logi. Yeah, this one doesn't have weekly, so it's going to be a little harder to read. That's 7.9. We use the 80s. 680s, like what? 760? It says 790. We'll go with 760. It was like 10%, 9.5. Not bad. I mean, I think last time it was pricing in a little bit less. That's why we played it, but it just does have potential to move. But that's pretty pricey. Logitech is now a little bit more. It was a cheaper stock last time we played it. SPY dumped. You did get a little bit of a Chicle there. Still at VWAP. A little baby Raul. All right, that's for Logitech. The next one is Lattice. I don't have a preview on LSCC, but I'm pretty sure this one's kind of big in chips, no? Lattice Semiconductor, so I'll price it in for you, but I don't have a preview. They don't even have weeklies. 75, 8, 950. So it's pricing in more than 10%. So Lattice is pricing in a lot. Lattice. Okay, and then the next one is Chegg. Where are my college students at? What up, college students? Do you guys use this now instead of, what's it called? Do you use this instead of the ChatGPT? Send me the Chegg. I mean, if anything, I don't know. Chegg. I guess I'll go to Lattice, because that's the only other one I didn't have. Or Oatly, but I don't even think I'll care about oat milk. I don't even care about oat milk that much. I like oat milk, though, with coffee. Tastes good. And then there's Arch. That's not the coal. And then Chegg. Debris from missile that landed in Ukraine's Kharkiv on January 2nd. It says UN sanctions. What? It's a Korean missile from North Korea? You never use Chegg? Oh, no. That's crazy. I thought college kids loved Chegg until ChatGPT came out. So where is it? Chegg. All right, so they're expecting revenue of $174 million versus guidance of 173 to 175. Gross margin of 73.6 versus guidance of 73 to 74. EBITDA $44 million versus guidance of 43 to 45. EBITDA margin 25.3 versus guidance of 24.6 to 26. EPS 25 cents a share. Chegg service subscribers 4.72 million. Next quarter expecting 173.6 million. Gross margin 74.2. EBITDA 46.5. EBITDA margin 26.7 and EPS of 28 cents. months with 4.54 million subscribers. Since last quarter, February 5th, they're down 26.6. S&P is up by 2.6 and staples are up by 2.2. Near-term options imply 18.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 6, loss of 15, gain of 4, and loss of 48. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. EPS 17 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Short interest is 14%, and forward quarter revenue has beaten 14 of the last, or 9 out of the last 20 with 2 in line. So Chegg, it's pricing in a lot, and honestly, its history is very sporadic. So I wouldn't go with puts on Chegg. I think that's obvious why. It's a $6 stock. It's all that matters is the upside. There's no weeklies. Still pricing in about $1.35, $1.45, yeah. So that's 20% priced in. So that's on you if you want to. I just think upside. That's it. You just get lucky if they can recover that killer drop, but that's about it. Blinken met Saudi Crown Prince today, U.S. Senate Department says. So that's Chegg, and then the final one for after the bell, First 5. So I thought these guys are usually intraday. That's weird that they're on a Monday. So First 5 networks. This one's a little interesting. FFIV, we've hit this one back in the day. They're expecting revenue of $685.5 million versus guidance of $675 to $695. Non-GAAP gross margin 82.4. Non-GAAP operating 31.1. EPS $2.87 versus guidance of $2.79 to $2.91. Deferred revenue $1.84 billion and billings of $694.6 million. Since next quarter, they're expecting revenue $695.8. Non-GAAP gross margin of 82.4. Non-GAAP operating of 33.2. EPS of 33.09. Deferred revenue of $1.85 billion and billings of $705.4 million. Full year guidance EPS of $12.40 to $12.64. Since last quarter, they're down 2.6. SPY is up by 2.8. XLK is down by 3. Near-term options imply 6.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 2, gain of 6, and loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 1 in line. EPS 19 of the last 20. Forward quarter revenue 11 of the last 20. And forward quarter EPS 5 of the last 20 with 1 in line. How do I put these together? Go on the watch list and I'll say the answer. But if you have been here before and asked it, you should know the answer. But watch list tonight, baby. 4 p.m., the trading fraternity. So that's First 5. I mean, here's the deal. They've only moved big once. They haven't moved big recently. And now they're pricing in a big amount. So there's kind of a little bit of there's like a little bit of hype there circling it. But then again, could just be high premiums. And then they don't have weeklies. That's a word to the lack of liquidity or lack of trading on that. 182. 1280. Well, we'll go with 13. A little less than 10%. A lot less. So market maker thinks First 5 will move $13. 7.1. That's more than what the preview was saying. Yeah, that's a lot. Rambus was on the list, but I don't have a preview for them. RMBS, but that's another one. These are a smaller mover, right? I think they went crazy the last time. No, they're $60. I could get you what's priced in, though. So they don't have any weeklies as well. I'm in like what? 710? So like $7, a little more than 10%. So Rambus is pricing in more than 10%. All right. Well, those are the ones for after the hours. So I don't know if I missed any of them, but today after the bell, we just went through them. Again, I think NXPI, Lattice, and First 5 will probably be the biggest. But honestly, those option chains, none of them are quite favorable as of yet. So we'll see. Now, moving into after hours. So starting after hours tomorrow, the first big one is going to be PayPal. Okay, so PayPal expecting revenue of $7.51 billion versus guidance of 6.7% versus guidance of 6.5% year over year. Non-GAAP operating margin 20.7, EPS $1.22 versus guidance implying 4.2. TPV $393.64 billion, ending active accounts 425.8 million. Total take rate 1.9, transaction margin 44%. Full year guidance EPS $5.10 since last quarter, February 7th. PayPal has moved 0%. SPY is up by 0.2 and XLF is up by 3.9. And then near-term options imply 9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 11, gain of 7, loss of 12, loss of 13. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS 16 of the last 20 with 2 in line. And then forward quarter has beaten 6 of the last 19. And forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 18 with 4 in line. Wow. So pricing in less than how it's moved. They're literally 1 quarter in the last year, PayPal has moved less than what's priced in. So it's honestly not that bad. Is it? Oh, I think they moved it. It was supposed to be after hours, but I think they might have moved their earnings to pre-market, so maybe. But let's see what they're pricing in. Let's try it at 67, 640. Oh no, 640. That's 623. We'll go with 625. So market maker thinks PayPal will move $66.25 either direction, about 9.3. So pricing in just about what was there. That one's kind of fairly priced. I think that's it. It just, that one, if you get a surprise, it'll move up way more than 9. But then if it does what it did every earnings, good or bad, it'll probably move there. So that one is just, do you think PayPal will report good? If you think PayPal will report good, I would play it. If not, that's it. I think this is priced right there at the middle. I don't think this is cheap or expensive. I think it's literal, because again, look at how it's moved and where it's at. It leaves you a little bit of gap to take advantage of if you really wanted to. All right. So PayPal, I don't know, man. $6. It's a decent amount. The next one, big boy, Eli Lilly. So this one's going to be pretty big tomorrow. You'll have NVO as a sympathy as well. But Eli Lilly, man, I hope they do bad so we can buy it. Eli Lilly. They're expecting $8.94 billion in revenue, gross margin 79.5, expenses R&D $2.37 billion, SG&A $1.97 billion, EPS of $2.47, full year guidance revenue of $40.4 billion to $41.6, EPS $12.20 to $12.70 since last quarter. February 5th, Eli Lilly is up by 2.9, S&P is up by 1.1, and XLV is down by 1.1. Near-term options imply 5.8% move. Last 4 quarters, break even, gain of 5, gain of 15, and gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. So they're pricing in about what they move average. Last earnings, they did nothing, and then since 3 quarters ago, all the premiums are high ever since they started to break out with the Ozempic hype. So that one's a little trickier. I feel like these will be pricey. Ooh, $41. 41. I'm getting 42.50, 41.50. We'll go 42. $5.7, right on the money. So yeah, that's probably going to be really expensive. Good luck. So Eli could be a good one afterwards, though, but you definitely need the budget for that. What's the next one? 3M. 30M. So this one's going to be a big one. Again, they just had the spinoff with Solventum and all of that. I mean, it's been moving quite wild. I'm excited for this one. 3M tomorrow morning. So they're expecting revenue of $7.63 billion versus guidance of $7.6. Adjusted operating income $1.53 billion. Adjusted operating margin 20.1. EPS $2.10 versus guidance of $2 to $2.15. Since full year guidance, EPS $9.35 to $9.75, and that is going to have to make some changes due to the healthcare spinoff. And then price history since last close, January 22nd, 3M is down 15.5. Again, it's all affected. And then near-term options imply 5.1. Last 4 quarters, loss of 11, gain of 5, gain of 1, gain of 5. Revenue is beaten 13 of the last 20 with 2 in line, and EPS is beaten 16 of the last 20. So honestly, this one, sadly, like even with how it's moved, it's hard to tell. I would say even with what's priced in, this one is very difficult because of all of the drama from the spinoff. Because I think they're still going to be reporting some healthcare numbers. So this one's going to be a little weird, but let's see what it has. $5. We'll go with $4.85. About 5.2. So 3M doesn't move too much, but we have seen it go crazy. So market maker thinks $4.85 on 3M. It's like right there. And then, like I'm saying, based on some of the other ones, it's a little weird. Yeah, they moved 5. Just last earnings, they moved double that. But other than that, it's not like 3M's really the big mover. So that's 30M. The next one, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. That was the first time I've done it and it actually made sense with the context. McDonald's, baby. McDonald's earnings. Oh, big boy. Remember, I already had Chipotle, too. So McDonald's, they're expecting comps of 2.1%, revenue of $6.16 billion, comp operating margin 14.1%, franchise margin 83.4%, SG&A revenue 11.2%, operating income $2.81 billion, operating margin 45.8%, EPS $2.72. Since last quarter, February 5th, McDonald's is down by 3.5%, S&P is up 1.1%, XLY down 1.7%, near-term options imply 3.1% move, last 4 quarters, loss of 4, gain of 2, gain of 1, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 1 in line. Honestly, they don't move a lot on earnings. I think this one's a trap unless you think they're going to surprise. But it's just pricing in literally what it's moved for the last year. Was that 780, 840, 835? So market maker thinks McDonald's will move $8.35 both directions. That leaves you with about 3% flat, 3.1. Not bad. So Mickey D's, it's probably going to be expensive there too. I don't know. It could be decent. We'll see. But that one is McDonald's, and now, honestly, there's a couple of them, but I think that's about it. The other ones, I forgot Coca-Cola. We have Siri and then Coca-Cola. So I have Siri, but then I'm going to go back to Coca-Cola because I forgot about that one. So Sirius, they're at the bottom. Again, wasn't it Buffett who got into them recently? But they're expecting revenue of $2.13 billion. Pandora, $464.4 million. EBITDA, $628.0 million in revenue. EPS, 7 cents. CapEx, $175.5. Free cash flow, $260 million. Sirius net adds, loss of $290,000. Total subscribers, 33.57 million. Paid promotional, 1.93. Pandora, ad-supported listeners, 2.53 billion. And then $15 average revenue per user. Full year guidance, revenue of $8.75 billion. Adjusted EBITDA of 2.7. Free cash flow of $1.2 billion. And then that's it. Since last quarter, January 31st, Series down 40.7. S&P is up 4.2. XLY is up by 2.0. Near-term options imply 7.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 2. Loss of 2 and then gain of 1. Revenue is beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. Short interest is 20%. So honestly, If it's pricing in less than 10, I mean, it's a penny stock, no puts. Just look towards the upside. And then finally, last one of the day for after hours tomorrow, or at least pre-market tomorrow. It's going to be Coca-Cola. I am going to be missing Melco and then, oh no, I have Cameco. Oh no, I don't have Cameco. Then CCJ will be the last one. But we'll end it here with Coca-Cola, and then I will get into doing the plays if I actually find anything. But Coca-Cola, they're expecting revenue of $11.0 billion, organic revenue growth 6.5%, gross margin 61.2%, operating margin 31.9%, EPS of 70 cents a share, full year guidance comparable EPS growth of 4.5% year over year, organic revenue growth of 6 to 7%. Since last quarter, February 15th, Coca-Cola is up 3.1%, SPY is up by 1.0%, XLP is up by 3.1%, near-term options imply 2.4% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, gain of 3, gain of 1, and break even. Revenue has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 with 4 in line. So SMCI, I see it for tomorrow, but I don't see it tomorrow morning. I see tomorrow, but everybody said it got moved up, but I have not been able to double check that. So let me check. But that's Coca-Cola. They're pricing in 2.4. I think it doesn't look to be that much if that's the same. $1.25? $1.30? Their last 4 moves, nothing pretty much. It was like, what? Loss of 1. Oh, I didn't have it on the screen. Loss of 1, gain of 3, gain of 1, break even. So 2 of the last 4 earnings, they've moved 1% or break even. Or 3 of the last 4 earnings, they moved within 1% or 0. But they do have good follow-ups. So, like, I feel like the move happens on a non-earnings. And they don't make chips. They do make, well, I think, don't they own, like, Lay's? Or is that Pepsi? So, yeah, they're pricing in about $1. I think it was $1.35. Divided by 61.95. Yeah, 2.1%. Honestly, it's not pricing in that much. So, we'll see. All right, I think that's it. And then I don't know about SMCI. Let me verify that. Otherwise, that is all of the previews. And then, honestly, one of them caught my eye, and I don't even want it. I'm just going to check for sheer process just in case I get lucky, but I'm not I don't like any of these. I think all the premiums suck. If the premium's low, the stock doesn't move a lot and it doesn't have the potential. And then if the stock does move a lot, the premium's going to be minimum 7 to 9%. There's only 2 out of that I really like there. I don't have any confirmation on SMCI, so we will just have to wait and see. But now, time for the plays. Time for the plays. Usually the press conference should be starting, so then you can listen to KJP. All right. Sadly, you're going to have to listen to Vice President Kamala Harris.
In our community. And thank you to my brother and partner, Senator Ossoff. And
honestly, I'll just give you this for a second.
By 3.8%. Again, recapping, stocks higher across the board. S&P now up 14. That is a gain of 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Okay, something really interesting is happening in the world of electricity generation here in the U.S. and the way that people are thinking about nuclear power right now. So more than a dozen U.S. nuclear reactors that have been shut down in recent years. Maybe they were too costly to operate. They were struggling to compete against renewable power. And also, they were struggling to compete against plants that burn cheap natural gas. Conventional wisdom long held that these closures were permanent. Now the industry is rethinking that view. Will Wade is Bloomberg News power and renewable energy reporter. He joins us here in the Bloomberg studio. So, Will, as you mentioned, this is as you write in the piece, which I just read from, this is a story about economics. It's a story about numbers here. Yeah. These are power plants that were once thought to be too expensive to operate. But something happened over the last few years that changed the equation. What was it?
Well, so nuclear power plants are big, expensive to operate. They need a lot of security. It's a complicated thing to build. I've been covering nuclear for about 5 years, and when I started, the only real story was which plant are we going to close down next? And I started keeping a spreadsheet a few years ago, and I tracked 13 reactors that shut down since 2013, and they were all shut down ahead of time, before they were supposed to run out of operating time. And every time it was like, we just can't compete. Gas is cheap, solar is cheap, wind is cheap, nuclear is expensive. So they all shut down, and I asked everyone, I was like, well, is that permanent? They're like, oh, yeah, we're never turning those things back on again. But in the past maybe 2 years or so, there's been a reversal, and it's really about climate change. Nuclear is carbon-free energy, and people are starting to say, we really need those nuclear power plants.
So it's not as much about how expensive natural gas became in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
No, that was an anomaly. It went up, it's come down. It's pretty cheap right now.
So it's less about economics and more about more about clean environmentalists.
Energy. Yeah, it's about clean energy.
But what's interesting about that is environmentalists hated nuclear power plants for so many years.
And some still do. I mean, there's still reasonably strong opposition to nuclear power plants. And it's true, the nuclear waste is really bad stuff. It's not going away. It's still there. But what I like to say is that the prospect, the potential threat of a nuclear disaster is now being, compared to the definite threat of climate change.
So who is actually behind these changes? This is environmentalists persuading politicians now to reopen this? This is just a science community?
It's coming from all sorts of directions. One of my favorite stories from earlier this year, last year actually, was about Miss America, who was a huge pro-nuclear activist. Well, not the one we have now. She did relinquish the crown, but last year's Miss America. Yeah. And all of these young kids, all these 20-somethings, there's a huge wave of young people saying, we need nuclear energy. There's a groundswell of support for it. It's been coming from everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see. I mean, so let's talk about certain plants. In your piece, you mentioned a dozen plants over the last few years that have been shut down.
You know what I'm saying?
You weren't able to figure out the names of the ones that could be reopened necessarily, all of them.
Okay, here's the name you want to know. It's Palisades.
Okay.
So of all the plants that I tracked that were shutting down, Palisades was the last one that shut down in 2022. And almost immediately, it's in Michigan, people were starting to think, oh, maybe that was a mistake. Even before it shut down, a couple weeks before it shut down, the governor was sending around a letter to the energy department saying, can we not shut it down? Can we figure out a way to keep it open? It did shut down, but almost immediately the company that bought it, its name is Holtec, started saying, we could keep it open. We can figure out a way to turn this around. They just got a couple of weeks ago $1.5 billion loan from the Department of Energy to restart it. And there was another one in California, Diablo Canyon, that was going to shut down.
My hometown nuclear power plant.
That's right, Tim, I know.
Yeah.
So that was slated to be next, but the California state government started saying, we actually should keep it open for the clean energy.
What about 3 Mile Island? You mentioned that one in the piece as well.
Okay, so there's 2 3 Mile Island reactors. One of them everybody knows. They had the accident in 1979. It's been shut ever since. The other one shut down in 2019. It ran for decades without incident. That's one of the plants that I've heard mentioned by name as maybe it could reopen. I talked to the company. They're not saying, there's no plans. They're not talking about doing it. So something to keep in mind is that the shift here, we don't have definite plans that I'm hearing about. We're definitely going to open this plant or that plant. But what I'm hearing is these things that everybody thought was dead, never coming back. People are starting to think, maybe we can bring them back. Now, some of them, they're already being dismantled. The companies are tearing them apart. Those aren't coming back.
Our neighbor,
like Indian Point, north of New York City.
What's going on there?
They're tearing out apart.
Done.
Yeah,
no way.
There's a big hole in the containment zone. You don't want holes in your containment zones.
No, then it's no longer contained.
Right. So that it would cost too much to try and fix that. There's no point. But there's others that have just been sort of mothballed and they're sitting there. Those could potentially be turned back on. It would take some work. It would cost some money, but it's doable.
What about? Forget turning on the old nuclear power plants that have been decommissioned. What about constructing new ones, which we've had one in recent years open here in the U.S.?
Two. You didn't see the news today.
Okay, today there's a new one.
Yes, Vogtle 4 went online this morning.
Okay.
So this is in Georgia. It's the only major nuclear project in America in recent decades. They were like, I don't know, 10 years late and $15 billion over budget. They were building 2 reactors. One of them got switched on last year. The other one officially was announced this morning. So that's good news.
TOS
but
down?
It's clear. It's a big project. It costs a lot. The potential for going over budget is notable.
Does it show that there is an appetite, now that environmentalists have shifted their view, does it show that there's an appetite for these expensive projects if they are indeed green, save for the nuclear waste?
Okay, well, here's another shift I've been tracking because I watched the Vogtle project for years as it took longer and longer and longer, and the.
All right. I did make plays, so not a recommendation. Is everybody here? I'm only going to say them once. I'm going to go over all of the plays that I just did. So I made 3 plays. One of them I like. The other 2, they were just cheap enough where I still think they're low probability, but I spent a small amount to give me a little bit of exposure. Did he say Voltec? Oh. So, is everybody here? Because once I say these, that's it. You will be damned until the watch list. So, I don't want to, again, and it's a fascinating, I'm going to find the end to this, though. We're going to figure out how we play, because it's just like, I know sometimes y'all hear the play, but you don't hear the play. But this is not the time to do that. So I'm only going to go over these once. Are y'all ready? So here it is. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. The number one that I like is 3M. We hit 3M last time. We did very good. I went both ways on 3M. I did 2 standard deviations. I'm not going to tell you the strike price, but if you calculate them yourself, it is very easy to find. So 2 standard deviations, I grabbed a call and a put, and it cost me about $55 for both. So that's where it's at. That's the first one. And then I grabbed 2 standard deviation, 1 strike price further than 2 standard deviation. On McDonald's to the put side, I grabbed one of those for about $30. And then I grabbed 1 Coca-Cola call for $5. That's it, just because 2 standard deviations, it was pricing in so little just in case it's surprise. So $5 on Coca-Cola, low probability. I think you could do without the McDonald's. So if you have a tight budget and kind of want to save around a little bit, I do think you could avoid the McDonald's one, but otherwise that's $30 and then $50 both ways. I think 3M has the most potential to move, and it's pricing in around like 4 or 5, but it has the potential to move a little more, but it could also do nothing. But it's still affordable. So I like it. Those are my only 3, but again, only one of them literally. Oh, whoa. Hold on. I see Japan cities work with Microsoft and Google to set guidelines for AI use. No, dude, what just happened? No, I'm not seeing any. I see a Japan thing with like Google and Amazon, but nah, dude, something just flipped. We just finished all our, dude, those are big candles. I wouldn't freak out just yet, but it's that kind of just came out of nowhere. So literally, you just flipped almost 14 points here. New low of the day, about to fill the gap. A user reports down detector. Could be a problem, yeah, because you guys were just saying TOS wasn't working, and now we're getting Instagram problems, and then you just had a fat thing. This could be a cyber issue. Yeah, I don't know, but that's unusual. I don't know where that's coming from. It's not off a headline. We could get one, but there's a couple of things you guys are reporting right now. That's really weird. Your TOS, yeah, mine hasn't gone down. Only a couple of chats have reported it. But that's a big drop. No headlines, but it's big enough to be like, yo, man. too. Us mobile just working. I did a Coca-Cola call. It just, they were pricing in the least. So that play, I'm not, like, please understand that too, because I know some asshole and be like, oh, I lost on the Coca-Cola play. When it's just like, it's a $5 play. So I'm not confident in it. And the only reason I did it is because Coca-Cola is pricing in less than 2%. And Pepsi moved a little bit more. You just might get lucky. Other than that, I wouldn't go too crazy on Coca-Cola. Like $5. No, $5. $5 cheaper than a Chick-fil-A sandwich with no pickles. So it's very, very cheap. And then, like I said, McDonald's, I think you could avoid that play too. So, again, the only one that I think is worth the juice is 3M. And even then, that one's just on the cusp. But like you see, we've avoided a couple plays here. It saved us a lot of money. We hit a couple of pre-earnings. You get 1,000% on Tesla. You avoid 1 week of bad plays. That saves you a lot of money. So just keep that in mind. And like I'm saying, just all the premiums, they're pricey. All right, you got that little SPY flush. Well, nothing happened. We just had a weird-ass move. Kind of woke everybody up. Down Detector reports 1,800 users facing problems with Instagram. Oh, I didn't know I had this. That's the audio from the press briefing. ARM was moving up there earlier, too. I don't know, man. That looked like a headline that'll make you react to something. You sounded the most confident. Yeah. That's the only one that is confident. That's why I said it right when I outlined the plays there. Because I was saying in the beginning when I was just going, I kind of like this new setup because we're able to see all the previews. But like just by looking at what's priced in, it says a lot. And that's why I was like, man, every single one, they've all been expensive. And I haven't regretted passing up on them. There hasn't been anywhere I was like, oh, man, like I think UAL. But even then, I'm like, we could have played that one afterwards. The real opportunity was intraday. But 3M, it's pricing in, I think, 6. But it actually, like, it has bigger potential. And then the spin-off shit is just going to, either make it crazy or not. So we will find out. Oh, whoa, what? Oh, Corinne just redid her hair? She got the same hairstyle as LaMelo Ball now.
As well as those who were injured.
It's a little longer.
White House is coordinating with state and local
unlock
officials.
This hairstyle
and we stand ready to
at level
provide
30
support as needed.
On season 6.
FEMA will be on the ground today to assess the extent of the damage, and tomorrow, the FEMA administrator will travel to Oklahoma.
She did the Mohawk thing on this, unless she just trimmed it, and I'm just getting Mohawk vibes.
Impacted.
But like I think
We're
she
grateful
did
for the first responders
the dread
and
hawk.
rescue
You know what I'm
teams who have
saying?
been working
or like
around
the
the clock.
curls and then the
Residents
the Mohawk
should
version
remain
is
vigilant
different.
and continue to heed the instructions.
Literally, she got
of
different hair.
local
I noticed
officials.
this.
Turning to this week, today kicks off National Small Business Week. Under President Biden's leadership, we have empowered small businesses and small
I told you when
business
them girls
owners
be changing their hairs,
nationwide, leading to a small business boom. We have seen historic growth in business applications over the last 3 years, and we're on pace to set more records in 2024. There have been more than 17 million new business applications filed during the Biden-Harris administration. Building on this progress, the Small Business Administration announced that our administration has awarded a record amount of federal contract
but we don't have any
dollars to
headlines, but
small
you just had a
businesses.
drop.
And
Kinda
we are
wild.
releasing the 3rd annual Small Business Boom Report, which shows how SBA has nearly doubled small dollar loans to small businesses compared to 2020. To highlight this work, Vice President Harris is kicking off her National Economic Opportunity Tour in Atlanta. where she will meet with small business owners who are taking advantage of how resources to help launch and scale their businesses. The president and vice president will continue fighting congressional Republicans' attacks on small businesses, including their attempts to cut SBA funding by 31%. And I lied, I have one more thing for you, and then we'll get going. Looking ahead to later this week, the president will travel to Wilmington, North Carolina on Thursday to discuss how his investigation in America is rebuilding our infrastructure and creating good paying jobs in Wilmington and across the country. We certainly will have additional information for all of you in the days ahead, and please stay tuned. With that, hey Darlene.
Hi. Thank you.
Hello.
2 foreign questions and then 1 quick domestic one. Does the White House see any forward progress with the latest hostage deal that Secretary Blinken described as extraordinarily generous on the part of Israel?
So a couple of things. As you know, we put out a readout yesterday that the president, the call that the president had with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, and the significant focus of that call was obviously on securing the release of all hostages and paving the way to a prolonged ceasefire that would provide relief to the people of Gaza. In recent days, there has been new progress in talks, and currently the onus is indeed on Hamas. There is a deal on the table, and they need to take it. We believe that all efforts need to be brought to bear to convince Hamas to accept the proposal immediately. And so to that end, just a little information for all of you, this afternoon, the president will speak with the Emir of Qatar and President of Egypt. Secretary Blinken, as just you noted in your question, is in the region right now to carry out the same message that I just laid out to you. This has been a sustained effort, and the United States is not alone in this effort. You saw our joint statement, the joint statement last week with the 17 other world leaders demanding that Hamas release our citizens without delay. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations. It is a priority. It is a priority to get those hostages home. It is a priority to get to a ceasefire, and is obviously a priority to get that all-important humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Would the U.S. or the White House see any potential arrests by the ICC as an aggravating factor in the negotiations?
So we've been really clear about the ICC investigation. We do not support it. We don't believe that they have the jurisdiction, and I'm just going to leave it there for now.
On U.S. and Mexico, the joint statement from President Biden and López Obrador today talked about agreeing to implement immediately concrete measures to significantly reduce irregular border crossings. Have those concrete measures already been agreed to, and can you give any detail on what they are?
Yep, as you just mentioned, the president and the president of Mexico, our president and the president of Mexico spoke yesterday. There was a joint statement that we put out. I'm going to be really careful here. I'm not going to get ahead of what was laid out in the statement. But this is, I would say, this is a continued commitment to strengthening the bilateral relationship that we have and the regional cooperation. And let's not forget that regional cooperation will benefit us here in the United States, but also the people of Mexico. So I'm not going to go beyond the readout, that joint statement that came out.
Following up on that, Darlene mentioned Secretary Blinken did describe this new proposal as extraordinarily generous. Can you explain a little what he meant by that? What about this new proposal is so generous?
I'm not going to characterize the proposal. I'm not going to get into any of the specifics, but what we believe is that now is the time for Hamas to take this deal. It is on the table. It is way past time to get these hostages home. It is way past time to get to a ceasefire, and we need to make sure we continue to get that humanitarian aid. As we know, it is a dire situation in Gaza. I just don't have anything to share beyond what the secretary spoke to. He's going to obviously meet with regional partners as he's there to continue that pressure, to continue that conversation, to continue that diplomacy that's needed in this time. But Hamas needs to take this deal.
And on another continuing conversation, is there any update on this in-person meeting between Israeli and U.S. officials that keeps being pushed down?
Are you talking about the Rafah?
Yes.
In regards to the Rafah operations? Look, as you know, Israel has a lot on their plate. They had to deal with what occurred with Iran, and so they've been pretty busy, and in the last couple of weeks, having to protect their security, and so we have had 2 virtual meetings that Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, has led. We believe that they've been productive. We believe that the Israeli government is taking our concerns into account, and those conversations are going to continue.
But is it still your expectation that there will at some point
We would like to have an in-person meeting. That is certainly what we would like to do. But in the meantime, we've had 2 important virtual meetings, and in the readout yesterday, we mentioned that the Rafah potential Rafah operations did come up between the 2 leaders in their conversation.
And just on another topic where obviously everyone's watching today what's going on at Columbia University, has the president or anyone from the White House spoken to university leadership? Is the president satisfied with how they're handling the situation?
So I will say this. Look, and we've said this many times, this is nothing new. The president has always been clear that while Americans have the right to peacefully protest, that's something that we believe here in this administration, he stands squarely against any rhetoric, violent rhetoric, any hate threats, and physical intimidation and hate speech. Obviously, we believe, and we have said, anti-Semitism is dangerous. It is hate speech, and it is abhorrent. And there is no place for anti-Semitism on campuses or anywhere else. It is a painful moment. We get that. We get that it is a painful moment that Americans are dealing with. And free expression has to be done within the law. And we're going to continue to be very clear about that. That has not changed. We've been very consistent. Okay, Jeff.
Thanks, Craig. Does the White House have a reaction to the Central Kitchen's decision to restart operations in Gaza?
Can I just first say that the work that humanitarian aid workers do is brave, is incredibly important, and it is good to hear that they are going back to do the brave work that they continue to do, not just in Gaza, obviously in Haiti and Sudan and many other places around the globe, pardon me. And so we're happy to hear that. As you know, the president had a conversation with the prime minister about making sure that we deconflict and protect the lives of humanitarian aid workers as they're out there being brave, offering assistance to Palestinians in Gaza. And so we have seen some steps being taken by Israel to do just that, and we will always encourage and continue to have those discussions with Israel to do more. And so we are certainly encouraged by that, by humanitarian aid workers from WCK going back out there, and also encouraged by the steps that the Israeli government has taken to make sure that more humanitarian aid gets in.
Did you consult with them at all about that decision, and are you confident that the aid workers are not going to be at further risk?
So we're going to continue to be very clear with the Israeli government on making sure that they are protected, humanitarian aid workers are protected, and we have seen some progress in that deconflicting, and we've seen aid increase. I do want to lay out a couple of things that in the aid, humanitarian aid going in, that we've seen increase. Overall, nearly 5,000 trucks have entered Gaza since early April. That includes almost 200 humanitarian and commercial trucks a day, on average, entering Gaza in the last 3 weeks. Some days, 400 plus truckloads enter. The United States conducted over 30 airdrops for relief supplies, including over 1 million meals, 141,300 bottles of water to Gaza as of April 28th. And a lot of that is because of the president stepping in and making very clear that we need to do more. And the United States have led in the effort on getting that humanitarian aid.
Just lastly, a follow-up on Mary's question.
Yeah.
Does the White House support peaceful protesters at Columbia or elsewhere being threatened with being removed from the school or being put on discipline or probation?
So,
do you think that is fair?
So got to be super, super mindful. These are institutions. Some of them are private, some of them are public, and it is up to their leadership, university leadership and colleges, to make that decision. Not going to weigh in on that from here. We're going to continue to say all Americans have the right to peacefully protest. At the same time, we have to call out any hateful rhetoric that we hear. Anti-Semitism is wrong, and so we're going to continue to do that. But universities and colleges make their own decisions. It is up to their leadership. We're not going to weigh in from here. Okay, Alicia.
Thank you, Corinne. Our new CBS News poll found that registered voters in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania believe that they would be financially better off if Trump wins. How do you explain that?
Going to be careful because we're talking about registered voters. We're talking about a candidate now, obviously the former president who's now a candidate. I got to be mindful of the Hatch Act, and so can't speak to that specifically, but what I will say more broadly is we understand what Americans have gone through. We understand that the pandemic was a heavy, heavy burden on Americans. We understand that Putin's aggression into Ukraine caused inflation to rise, right? Pandemic caused inflation to rise, caused damages to the supply chain. And so that's why the president took action. The American Rescue Plan obviously was incredibly important in turning the economy around, dealing with the supply chains. And we also understand that prices are still too high. They're still too high. So this is why you hear us talk about junk fees. This is why you hear us talk about lowering prescription drugs. It is important making sure that big corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. And so we're going to do more work, and we're hoping that message gets through to the American people. That's why you've seen the president in New Hampshire, in Las Vegas, in Madison, Wisconsin, laying down that message directly to the American people. But there is a contrast here. There's a stark contrast to what we see, what the president has been doing, this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, and what Republicans are trying to do. They literally put out a budget that cuts Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and gives special interest groups, billionaires and corporations, a tax break. The president doesn't believe that. So that's what I will say. I have to be really mindful to not speak specifically to that poll, but more broadly, that's what I can say, and we understand what Americans are feeling right now. That's what we're trying to do more.
Is the president frustrated that despite the fact that he continues to say what he has done, that some Americans are not feeling the impact of his policies?
Look, we have seen some consumer confidence go up over the past couple of months, and I think that's important to note. And so that is out there, that data is out there. Look, we're talking about a president who understands what it feels like to sit around your kitchen table and have to make difficult decisions. We get that. He gets that. This is why he's trying to build an economy from the bottom up, middle out. He's been very, very clear about this. Is a sympathetic president, so he gets it. So he's not going to be frustrated by that. What he's going to do is continue to do the additional work to lower cost and do everything that we can there, and to go out there and speak directly to the American people. I think that's the most effective way to do that.
Just one quick follow-up on Jeff and Mary, and correct me if you are
Jeff and Mary. Jeff and Mary. I'm sorry. Your colleagues. It felt like Jeff and Mary. Oh gosh. All right.
So
I do know who you guys are. Right?
I'm sorry if I missed this, but is the answer no? The administration has not been in touch with anyone at Columbia.
I don't have any readout. I should have answered that in. I believe that was Jeff's question. I don't have any calls to read out to you of conversations with any university leaders at this time. Obviously, the president's going to go speak at Morehouse, and so we've been in touch with them because he's going to deliver a commencement speech. He's looking forward to doing that. It is such an important moment in time for graduates, and he's going to go obviously to West Point. Those are the two that he's doing. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Thanks, Corinne. I wanted to go back to last week. The administration announced that it was again delaying.
Last week.
I know. All the way back a few days ago. The administration announced that it was again delaying potential ban on menthol cigarettes.
Yeah.
What do you say to critics that say this decision is prioritizing politics over health outcomes? And can you give a timeline for this decision to actually be made?
So, look, Secretary Becerra obviously put out a statement on this, I believe on Friday. And I'll say this, look, the rule garnered a lot of attention, historic attention, and during the public comment period, obviously. And so we got an immense amount of feedback, and this is including various comments and feedback from civil rights organizations and also the criminal justice movement. And we want to be really mindful to that. And so obviously there's more conversations to be had, and we have to really address the concerns of civil rights leaders and also the criminal justice leaders, and also the many, many Americans who wanted to make sure that their voices were being heard. And so it's going to take more time. I don't have a timeline. This is an OMB process. They're going to run through that process, and we just want to make sure that we deal with this significant policy issues that are in front of us right now.
The Secretary of State met with the Saudi Crown Prince today. Obviously, they're talking primarily about the hostage ceasefire deal, but I'm wondering, headed into the summer months, if that conversation or any conversation with the Saudis recently have touched on oil production and what you'd like to see from it.
So look, I don't have anything to say about that piece. I think the State Department, this is Blinken's trip, if that came up, they will have more to say on that. I don't want to lose the importance of the Secretary being in the region right now. We have to get this hostage deal done. It's on the table for Hamas to take. The Secretary is going to meet with regional partners, and it is time only Hamas is standing in the way right now. It is time to move. We got to get these hostages home. We got to get to a ceasefire, and we got to continue to get that humanitarian aid. It is dire. The situation is dire in Gaza, as you all know.
One last quick one. The Washington Post had a lengthy story today detailing efforts by Indian intelligence services to carry out an assassination in the United States. Now that some of those, I know you were asked about it when this first emerged, but now that the details are known, can you talk about how, if at all, this has impacted our relationship with India?
Yeah.
What steps we may be taking to make sure that something like this doesn't happen?
So any specifics, there's an investigation, as you know, going on. So as you just stated in your question to me, and a criminal investigation, the Department of Justice obviously is running that. So anything specific to that, I would have to refer you to the DOJ. Look, India is an important strategic partner here in the United States, of the United States. So we are pursuing an ambitious agenda to expand our cooperation in several areas. As you know, we've been really consistent about that and have laid that out multiple times, whether it's a meeting here with the Prime Minister or a meeting abroad. This is a serious matter, and we're taking that very, very seriously. The government of India has been very clear with us that they are taking this seriously and will investigate, and we expect that accountability from the government based on that. And so, but we're going to continue to raise our concerns. That's not going to stop. We're going to continue to raise our concerns directly with the Indian government. Okay, Gabe.
Karina, with regards to the ICC's potential warrants, I know you said that it's the White House's position that the ICC does not have jurisdiction, but did the issue come up yesterday during the President's call with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
I don't have anything to read out beyond the readout. I don't have anything to lay out there. Obviously, and I said this moments ago, what was the...
I don't know. I think it's because of earnings, but the volume has been like that the last couple of days.
Of that call,
I feel like literally it's like 30 million by the time I go into Power Hour, but
getting humanitarian
really
aid into Gaza, that was incredibly important, and obviously our continued support for Israel's security, that continues to be ironclad. Obviously that we've shown that, but we need to get to that hostage deal. We need to get the hostages home. We need to get to a ceasefire, and that was the primary conversation, and obviously the Rafah operations was discussed as well.
Is the U.S. directly involved in any diplomatic effort to prevent those warrants from being issued?
I don't have anything beyond that. Look, we just don't. We don't believe it's in the ICC jurisdiction in this situation. We do not support the investigation, and I think that kind of answers that question when we say we do not support this and we do not believe it's in their jurisdiction, ICC's jurisdiction.
Excuse me.
No, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No. Just have a little bit to say. It was okay. Okay, go ahead.
Switching gears to another topic and following up on what you said earlier about the protests in Colombia. Earlier you talked about how you didn't want to comment on what school administrators might do, but the protesters themselves have now defied a 2 p.m. deadline. Should they leave?
The protesters themselves have?
Yes, there was a deadline for them to leave by 2 p.m. and they have not done so. What does the White House think?
You mean that Colombia has said there is a 2 p.m. deadline for them? Okay.
No.
I'm just not going to comment on leadership at colleges and universities, their decisions. That's for them to decide. We've been very clear. Americans have the right to peacefully protest, and we're going to continue to call out any type of hateful rhetoric, any type of potential hateful violence here. It has no place in America. Anti-Semitism we're going to call out. It is abhorrent, and that is hate speech. We're just going to be consistent. When it comes to those types of decisions on campuses, that is something for college, universities, leadership to decide on.
And finally, one more, Karine, as a dog lover himself.
Oh gosh.
What does the president and the White House think about Kristi Noem's upcoming book?
Yeah, I saw that. It's very sad. It's very sad. It's a sad story. That's all I have for you. It's sad. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. More broadly, is the White House concerned about safety issues at university graduations this year?
I'll say this, and I kind of said this at the top. Commencement day for college kids is such an important day. You all know that. I'm sure you all have experienced how important it is that day, not just for you or for them in this case, but for parents and loved ones who are here to celebrate their loved one graduating from college, and that is really important. It is important that Americans are given the opportunity to peacefully protest. We have to make sure that is something that is afforded to Americans, and respecting what commencements are truly about. Those things are really important. We hope that schools can hold commencement celebrations while respecting difficult viewpoints that we're seeing right now in these issues, and we understand that it is a painful.
What is this? White House reported Indian intelligence is a serious matter. Quarterly refunding.
Check on their
Hold on. Quarterly refunding is killing us right now. So Treasury says in January it borrowed $748, ended the period with a cash balance of $70. They expect to borrow $243 billion in April to June, up $41 billion from prior estimate in January. U.S. expects to borrow $847 in July, assuming an end of cash balance of $850. April to June, end cash balance $750. And then that's it. So yeah, remember last time, you guys? They said lower cash receipts. I think it's a raise though. So watch, bonds are already dead though. That's the only thing. That's why I would say this would be a bigger deal, but that is a problem because if you guys remember, it was a couple months ago in January that when they said that they're lowering the estimate, the market rallied. You are going to get another one tomorrow. So we still are going to hear more from the Treasury. But right now, that was bad news. That was essentially whatever good news you had 3 months ago just got wiped away. Pretty much Yellen and the government funding thing. The weird part is that the gold is dropping. That is the really weird part of that because gold should be rocketing. That's it, because that supports the case of what we were just saying, that fiscal excess. Just in general, if they're going to have to borrow another, $40-50 billion on top of the other raise of $1 trillion or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That is not good at all. And then all I'm thinking of, I need to find the date. If you guys go back to you should go look at the last Treasury refunding, because I'm pretty sure in January, we benefited off of this. I want to say the bonds were right here off of it, because it was good news when we found out that Yellen was going to only sell short end, and not going to sell more, but literally they are now announcing that they need more. So bonds are dead and stocks this time. So this move that killed bonds, it's actually killing stocks. But that is bad news. There's going to be a follow-up. Tomorrow we get more, Wednesday, we get more Treasury, but right off the bat, that's a bad sign. So keep watch. Again, don't forget, you still have earnings follow-up. I'm putting out a stream alert, though. That's a pretty big deal. Again, and even if you were just here right now, understanding the background of it, that's what makes it more of a big deal. It's not priced in because I believe the last 2 Treasury refundings, the trend has been to lower the amount. So Yellen would scare you, say they need all this money, and then come the next quarter, they're like, oh, we need 50 billion less, 100 billion less. So this is the first time in a minute, at least 2 quarters, I'd say, where the number has gone up. So in like 6 to 9 months, you haven't seen this number increase, and it started Power Hour. But like I'm telling you, there's going to be another refunding announcement and sale announcement that they're going to be doing tomorrow. This should affect the back end of the curve, and I mean just all of it in general. All this is saying is that you're going to have more. So tomorrow we'll find out where of the curve. So great question you asked, because right now we don't know exactly where. They are talking about, which durations in April and June, but tomorrow we're going to find out the composition, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years, all that. So if they put it all on the front end of the curve, it doesn't matter as much, right? Because then that means the Fed is literally buying it. So if you have them, if they're saying we're only going to raise it 20 billion on 2 year tenures, then whatever. But if that goes to the long end, then we'll have a problem. Is it Wednesday? So then, excuse me, Wednesday, you'll be getting that info. And it should happen pre-market, I believe. Never forget, you're great in the eyes of the Lord. Amen. Amen. I'm just dust, but amen. I feel God, baby. God is good. Same day as Powell for Yellen? Yeah, but Yellen will be in the morning. It may cause this. This reaction is not bad. It just, it's shaking you up a little bit. But unfortunately, there's like 5 other big events. And then not to mention the earnings. What does Powell say? But for now, just if you are keeping track, it's not good for the bonds. It's not good for rates. All of these things we're talking about, even literally, think about, what did I spend all day talking about in the morning? I'm literally ranting like a boomer, and I'm telling you guys, financial excess, that's the only thing we have, and we're talking about it yesterday, even on the watch list, and then sure enough, this comes out. It's just if you're following that story, that's what we're getting today. We may be able to ignore it with other events, but maybe this comes back. We just got the Treasury refunding, and it looks like they estimated lower, meaning they're going to need to raise or sell about $40 billion more of bonds. That was not previously expected. So now you're dumping, literally, since there, we're down 20, 30 points. I put out a stream alert, too. So that was a pretty big event. There's a reason behind it and everything. So usually these little drops, we have no idea what's going on. This is data-driven, and this is all because of that Treasury announcement right now that just came out pretty bearish. So there will be a follow-up on it, too. Can I see? 1207. Your gap has been filled, yes. Average on Intel. Come on, man, you a mod. I've said it 5 times already. So in relation to the other earnings with chips, but I'll talk about it on the watch list tonight. I'll add that to the question list. Does that mean Yellen can't do her job? No, I mean, she's doing her job, and last time we got happy. That's the messed up part. So last time she lowered the amount, we all got happy. We were like, oh, yeah, that's all good news. And then the amount got raised, and then we're like, no. My goodness. That's crazy. That's what, almost 20 points. So 50-90, 51-15, like 22 points. No, I won't fall till Powell. It depends on the earnings. Remember, even today after the bell, tomorrow morning you're going to get a couple, and then that's going to drive everything from there. And then Powell on Wednesday, and then after Powell, the PMIs, and then we'll see. Now the Treasury just made this week a little bit more riskier, and then we're going to close it out on Friday with the non-farms. So there's several inflection points on the week, right? It's like if you wanted to have a rebound or a death spiral or whatever, those are all the little checkpoints you're going to have to check in at. So we will see. Logitech, we went over on that one earlier today. $3M, I think it was 50 for both ways. 3M wasn't bad. 3M was still pricing in like a fairly big amount for the company, but then it's still like within the range of how it's moved on the year, not to mention. CCJ, they have earnings after the bell. I think they're either tomorrow or after the bell. I forgot. I want to say after the bell today. So they do have earnings. OXM, and then SPY had that little bounce again. We just freaked out off of the, what's it called? We just freaked out off of the Treasury refunding. Para, we went over that. I don't think there's going to be a play. It's pricing in a ton, but then how much it's pricing, it's kind of moved in line with it. It's tomorrow pre-market. What did it say? What? The refunding announcement raised the estimates for April or June, July by 40 or 50 billion. So just higher than last time. And then there's one more factor of it, but did not look good. And then on Wednesday, we're going to find out what portions they're going to be selling. Refunding. I didn't have a preview on CCJ, but they do report. And remember, we hit CCJ like a month or two ago, so that whole uranium thing has been a pretty big deal for them. Like just in general, the market, oil, uranium, they've all been going nuts. Dell. I wasn't Micron moving, then CCJ came down. Amazon, the premium's hell, but it's not moving. And SPY there at the bottom, bonds catching a bounce. One play is down, the other plays are up. So if that's how you feel, I don't know if you have two sets, but I'd sell the other one. What the Treasury news was, it was that the government is planning on selling more bonds next quarter, about 50 billion more. So that's bad because that means 50 more billion in bond supply, more debt, all of that stuff. And it's, 3 months ago, we thought that number was going to be lower, and we responded positively to it. So that's the explain like I'm 5 is pretty much, you just, they're going over budget again. You thought Yellen was only going to spend $10, and now you found out she's spending 13. I don't know how to break it in 5-year-old language. Found out she went crazy. No, I don't know. It's just like, or maybe it's like you bought something with a rebate. You know, it said like $100, and you thought after rebate it'll be $50, but then you send in the rebate and then you got nothing. It's hard to explain. It's a really weird situation. It just simply, the government, the Treasury, they outline a plan and they say we need this much money, and this is to get that money. We're going to sell these bonds, and then they outline how much like they plan to sell. But then as things go on and it changes, they're like, oh, here's the new update. So that's it. Pretty much they lied to you again. Well, no, I mean, the bigger point should be what we have been saying for a long time here today. Fiscal excess. That is the story. Time for the big guy. Isn't that expected from quantitative tightening? No. So that's the funny part, is that everything Yellen is doing can either make quantitative tightening or easing better or worse. So let me put it this way. Let's say that, and this is why gold, and this is why I'm saying financial excess of the United States is why you are having a no landing scenario, if any at all. The reason why you're seeing everything you are, it makes a ton of sense. Because imagine this. Imagine the Fed was like, we're going to do quantitative tightening like they have been doing. And then they're like, I am going to buy $40 billion less of treasuries every month. So now the Fed is going to be buying $40 billion less, meaning they're going to be demand taken away from the bonds, right? So now, imagine that, but then Janet Yellen lowers the amount of bonds being issued or raises them. Well, no. I'm just saying quantitative tightening, it only depends on the supply of the bonds. So it doesn't matter what the Fed is doing if Janet Yellen controls the supply. What I'm trying to tell you is that the Fed is demand for bonds. The Fed is a buyer of bonds. The Fed doesn't issue bonds. They buy them. So they can control the demand. And the Fed is like, oh, we could increase or lower demand based on how much we purchase. But when it comes to bonds, if Janet Yellen controls the supply, what good does your demand even matter? Ta-da! Because that's the whole point. Whether or not, it doesn't matter if the Fed raises or lowers demand. If Janet Yellen can raise or lower the supply greatly, then there you go. Whatever the Fed's going to do is probably a lot smaller than whatever Powell and anybody else can do. So yeah, that's the caveat to all of it. She can write the narrative pretty much. Or at least, I mean, she could counteract. It's just like a counter move, that's all. If you raise bond demand and I lower supply, nothing happened. And then vice versa. If I raise the supply, you raise demand, it doesn't matter. So she just raised the supply after previously lowering it, after previously, lowering it again, and then following several raises. So there's a big story you got to follow with this when it's down to like what just happened. But in general, since we've started this whole process, she has been just totally upending the supply. That's why quantitative tightening and a lot of things, we don't see it. That's why I've been saying rate cuts, you don't feel it. Or rate hikes, you don't feel it. How come everything? It's just because of all of the fiscal excess and everything just roaming around there. It's too much. Why is gold? I think gold dropping is weird. I thought gold would have ramped on that. Because again, but then maybe if bonds, it could be more pressure just reacting to how the bonds are moving. But down the line, I mean, if Yellen keeps doing this and we are still worried about this fiscal stuff, I mean, I think gold is the one screaming it. Why did value? That's the weird part. We're going to find out. We will find out. But Chad, you know it's Power Hour, right? Welcome.
Analyst recommendations, and we start off with Apple. An upgrade
Follow me
to
on Instagram,
outperform over
@JenniferDurden.
at Bernstein,
Be
with
right
the
back.
analyst saying the shares have actually derated significantly due to that weak iPhone 15 cycle and concern about demand in China. He's telling investors, quote, buy the fear, and says the current weakness is more cyclical rather than structural. Shares of Apple having a pretty good day, up about 3%. Next up, Shopify raised a buy from neutral over at Citi. Recent channel checks by the analysts from employees, customers, partners, and competitors signaling a stronger e-commerce backdrop for the online retailer. The analyst touting his confidence in Shopify's upcoming earnings report, which is about a week and a half from today, and the long-term growth potential heading into 2025. Those shares a modest bid on the day, up about 0.8%. And finally, let's get right to it with Lululemon. Barclays cutting the athleisure company to equal weight from overweight and slashing the price target down $395. The analyst over there, Adrienne Yee, and her team are seeing what they call a silhouette shift in teen and young adult clothing as consumers and brands opt for a little overbig fashion trends. Tweaks to sizes and colors may serve as a short-term fix, but Yee ultimately sees the company taking a hit long-term. Those shares taking a modest hit today, down 0.8%. Those are our top calls here on the day, but we do want to stick with Lululemon, and I'm pleased to say that the person behind that call joins us right now, Adrienne Yee, U.S. Retail Senior Analyst over at Barclays. All right, Adrienne, let's get right to it and the silhouette shift here, because I guess Lululemon, it was all about tight yoga pants and relatively svelte, tops. And one reason why I never even shopped there, Adrienne, for years, because I couldn't fit into any of those things. Now you're telling me that finally that I've lost some weight and can finally fit into their stuff. Apparently, we're now all going back to baggy clothes.
We're going back to real clothes. First of all, we're going back to real clothes. So the silhouette shift is actually based in denim. And we've been in a denim cycle that what I'll call big over little. So the skinny leg denim paired back to like a biggish top. We've been in that since 2007, for the greater part of about 17 years, which is kind of shocking. And so the emergence of these wider leg, baggier flares, right, the denim bottom has sort of started in 2020, 2019. And 5 years on, right, you're actually getting the transition from early adopters to mass adoption. And that's why that's why this year it's going to start to be felt as sort of a real dollar a wallet shift.
Well, this is what I'm curious about, because I understand that Lululemon has kind of staked its aesthetic around a more slender cut here. But are they not able to sort of pivot fast to a trend that maybe is a little bit baggier? Did they not have that capability?
They absolutely do, but it's two different things.
Baggy Lulus? Nice. They're talking about Lululemon's being baggy or not, and then why she's bullish on it. Hey, we'll take it. Jenks on the high. Someone asked about that earlier. Sisi and Biden reiterate significance of two-state solution to achieve peace in the region. Egyptian president says. And then watch here, because look at, they matched up. But right around here, SPY's doing a little bit better, and then bonds, they are taking the beating there. I mean, it was more bond related than not. What was the other one? Amazonian. Just chilling. Apple, we got out of those. I'm glad we got a good price on. I haven't double checked to see where they're at yet. NXPI, PayPal, Eli Lilly. All the ones for tomorrow. There's a lot. And then even tomorrow after hours, like when I looked at the calendar, it looked a little bit more packed than last week, but surprisingly, there was more names last week that reported. So if you see sell off in the last 15, 20, well, either way, I think we're going to probably still be within this range, maybe a little above 5,100 or not. This will probably be the solid level we confirm or deny this week with everything going on. But, you know, you could still move around. You got a little bit of that gap to fill from Friday. But for now, I don't think anything dramatic will happen. If it was going to happen with that refunding. But, you know, the thing that people are looking for that's dramatic will probably be if Jerome Powell really does change his language. White House eyes Russian import ban of uranium. As bill stalls, talks underway about banning imports of Russian reactor fuel. Russia provides almost 25% of the uranium fueling U.S. reactors. Yeah, Janx has been pop. Again, it was down earlier, I think. Somebody was asking about it. Oh, no, it's already been up 20. Remember, I do think they are a buyout candidate. The explanation for that this drop, there is no explanation. We kind of were just selling off earlier. I remember we were going through that. But here, that was because of a bad Treasury refunding announcement. So Janet Yellen and the Fed said that they are going to that they're going to raise the amount that they need to borrow for next quarter. Ouch. Yeah, CCJ tomorrow. I thought it was after hours, but nope. And then uranium's has been on fire. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like it was since like 2 months ago, there was something in Canada, then there was the U.S., and there was a lot of other bills there going on, but uranium, even alongside oil too, has just gone nuts. First drop was the leaked Treasury. I mean, it's starting to look like it. Russia. I mean, we already took some of theirs. That was like a week or two ago. It was like something about Russia taking like JP Morgan bank assets and like Goldman or something. But I don't think it's like that big of an issue. There was no reason for the pop on Friday. What was it? No, there was something. Oh, the data was hot, I think. Everyone was just like, it wasn't as bad, and they were just still riding the earnings train. I think you're right. Because I do think PCE did come in a little hotter on Friday. Earnings, there was a little bit of the earnings follow-up, but yeah, it wasn't as bullish as it ran, but then remember too, we cooled the F down. We thought there would be a lot more energy on Friday and that it would move, and then right after the data came out, bro, nothing happened. And you started moving slow. But yeah, I don't think Friday was as bullish as the market made it out to be, for sure. Volume's really low today too, though. Chad was just talking about that. And I do think it is. I think it's still below 30 million. Yeah, you just went above 31 million right now. Kind of crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Then you have McDonald's tomorrow. Speaking of which, you've been around long enough in times like this, everything's fine, then all of a sudden, every time. Yeah, there is. I mean, usually there's something there. I mean, the weird part about this is that you do have a lot of warning indicators screaming, from the dollar all the way down to yields and even, I mean, multiple global currency collapses at this point, including the yen. But it's still, I mean, don't underestimate the resiliency as well and the timing. I mean, even the yield curve has been for a while. There's another article today doubting it. So there is a lot at play. That's how black swans are created. Yeah, it has to be unexpected for the most part. But I think what he's saying is kind of even like just financial stress, and it's there, and then everyone says it's all fine for a while, and then kind of like SVB. I think SVB is exactly what he's saying. Like, you got to think about it. Up until you heard about a bank having problems, you never heard about a bank having problems. And I think that's what he's saying. But now attaching that to like the broader sense in the market, that's where it starts to get a little bit more challenging. Lots of coping bears, I feel you. Lots of arrogant bulls as well. Welcome to the market. Find your balance. The stock market is a freeway. Then you get in your car and you see other people driving by you. Then the question is, where do you see them down the road? And that is the paradox. But that's why, too, some of y'all saw me on the freeway. You're like, wow, look at how fast Josh is going. And then you're like, I want to do that. And then you got your own car, and then you're like, wait a minute. This shit could go up to 300. Why is he only going 100? And then you go, and then you speed by me, and then you're like, Josh fucking sucks. I hate this dude. And then you're like, these guys suck. I'll kill it. And then if you crash, and then I'm going 50 miles an hour, and then I drive by like 4 years later, and I'm like, oh shit, no way. And then that's how it. So it's the stock market. So you have your own vehicle. If you got to learn how to use it, but the idea is don't crash down the road. So I think some people are like, oh, yeah, it's going to die. And they went hard, floored it. And then same thing, bulls and bears. So like I'm saying, just make sure you don't crash. I got a long term. I'm going like 10 miles an hour, dude. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'll hit the gas and whatnot, and I'll get a flat tire. But like generally, I'm long term, man. I'm chilling. But yeah, there's a lot going on, man. But timing, that's why, as far as when's it going to happen, is it going to happen? And that's, I mean, we've been in the same thing for the last year. That's what I've been saying. I feel like a lot of this year, very reminiscent to a lot of the features of last year. And then SPY's holding up a little bit better off that bottom. So we'll see how long that takes us, or how long that lasts. But you only got 30 minutes left. So the day is wrapping up. Amazon and Apple. What's the other one? I think we did a Square Play. Those kind of held up. You actually know it's coming, you'd be really rich. If that's the case, buy me a house. Otherwise, just stay humble. And I hope you have patience and a long term, and that's it. Nobody knows what's happening. And if you do, you better start selling it to JP Morgan, because they are buyers. I did a 3M. I liked it. So we already done with all the earnings plays, though. So there wasn't too many. You put on the spare tire, just not moving as fast. I feel you. That's pretty funny. I tried to do the donut on the wheel at 99 miles. No. The bounce, I think just a normal move, but that refunding, if anything, the bonds didn't bounce. So that's another one of those days where news happens, everybody reacts, bonds take it on the head, And then bonds are, surprisingly, bonds are still green, but since that, equities have been able to recover, and then the bonds, they're chilling. Mulan up 60? Damn. Let's get down to business. Yeah, that one was there. Where's Tesla too? Ever since I took Tesla off, but that killed it. If you held those contracts too, you had a good one. What a big day today. Some good profit taking. You still even have the Amazon pre-earnings plays up too. Intel 2017 levels? Damn. Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Tapestry Capri deal to face September court hearing. Judge rules. And then Mulan is still on the high. CCJ's dancing around again. LSCC's after the bell. And then NXPI, they're both up. TPR, no reaction on the news. There was something about that in the morning here, too. No movement and volume is low, but we're still just, I don't know, maybe we had so much excitement last week, and then it ended cool, and then we had the weekend, but, like, don't forget, y'all, this was last week. You know, it was the stop and go, the on and off. We, like, go in bursts, so I want to say it feels different than that, but it does feel like it's the same. Just earnings mode, kind of like we got a weekend hangover to a degree. We'll see, but only 24 minutes left. On Meta, no. I mean, Meta's CapEx, just the fact they're getting comfortable raising it again, it's kind of worrisome. That's what I said before the earnings, and then it happens. So we'll see, but that's where I stand for now. JPY. I haven't heard anything about the code. I heard something is like $15 billion in like stable coin volume. It didn't even make any sense to me. It's like 15 trillion or just something ridiculous. But no, I haven't heard anything outside of that. We were playing red light, green light. It was, I mean, but we were at the lows though, and we started off Monday decent. We played that back and forth, but once we kind of cleared out all the earnings, pretty much after Microsoft and all that, and then some data, it just did its thing from there. Yeah, the Japan intervention, that's the story this morning, and I hate to say it because it's still kind of a contentious issue, but like technically the Japan intervention has not been confirmed at all. So that is the point. That's the problem, more or less. So, like, straight up, we don't have, like, the whole Japanese thing. Everyone's speculating it, but technically they have not came out and explicitly verified that they have. And that's important because you have to, they haven't denied it, but that's important because think about it. If they do that again, we've done this before. How many times in the last 2 years have we seen a random red pop or a random pop on the yen and we're like, oh yeah, but then nothing ever gets confirmed. So the problem is that if they don't confirm intervention, you just fall back into the same story. Do you see what I'm saying? So by like intervening or feigning intervention and not admitting a policy shift, you still continue to fail policy. Does that make sense? That's kind of the way I'm looking at it there, but that is where I think it looks like, to be honest. That's why it's like if you see the move and they never confirm it, it's just like we're doing the same exact thing all over again. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. CGL. One of the properties came back with death disclosure. So, is it a good deal? You don't care about it, do you? If it's a good deal, somebody died, you get discount. Yallah, habibi. You don't believe in spirits and all that? Yallah, no problem. Impossible targeting a liquidity event that can include an IPO in the next 3 years. Beyond moving on, I don't know. Will they even do good? Beyond me dropping a little bit off that. Very interesting. I think so. Impossible is probably going to IPO. All right. And then Spy just still holding the recovery from that little thing. Bro, my chat keeps tweaking out. I think it's Google Chrome. I don't know. Some of you guys who have problems with the chat, it could be Google Chrome. Because I don't know. My Chrome for the last 2 weeks has been tweaking. My Safari it does it with Safari too? No, but my Chrome will just like crash randomly. My stream will just say chat unavailable. And like, it's just weird. I don't know, it could be Chrome. Oh, is it because of ad block? It may be actually. But yeah, I haven't had this issue till like literally a couple weeks ago. But now all of my like Chrome tabs with like YouTube all day just gets clapped. Happens in Safari. Up on Tesla. I think it depends when you got in, but you should have had a home run there all day. And Coca-Cola, 3M. Honestly, the place haven't even moved too much since earnings. We'll take it. And still in the pre-earnings. I sold out the Apple. That's about it. Let's get down to clapness. We'll see. All right, 5089. Up 400 on the on a 300 call. Wow. So even those went up. Damn. Nice. You sold out of Apple? Yeah. It went up, 100%. I went big on it. Remember, I got a decent amount. So I think I netted like $500 or $600 off of it. And then for pre-earnings, I'll chill. And then we have enough time where I could double dip on it. So like, let's say ahead of earnings, if we get any more crazy moves, if those go down, I'm down. But then I already moved into some other plays to start looking ahead. You play gold against Post Japan. Well, gold, I'm going to be playing the fiscal stuff and then obviously the policy. But right now, I'm in a weird mode at gold. So I felt pretty on target with gold all year up until that last fiasco. And like I've been saying, that price, I don't know how I feel about this price. So it's hard to tell whether or not we go bullish or bearish because it's already moved so much now. And like I know what prices I like on the lower end. I'm a buyer at much lower prices, but it's hard to determine here without any of, again, more policy, data updates, and all of that. So I'm letting it meander without having to pay for it. Again, every trade I think on gold since November has hit green. So that's why I'm glad to be out of it, but I don't have any real ideas until it moves. I need it to move from this price to get me a little bit more comfortable, but I think it's the main story, or I think it's up there. Google seems to be making a higher low. They were flushing not too long ago, but then again, a lot of things, not only do you have to react to the refunding, but keep in mind pre-earnings and some of the names also setting up for this week, even the sympathies. Oil reminds me of gold. It's a little easier to play if we get it at it because it's already near the lower prices, but I think that one just tied to both supply, economy, and then depending on where that goes, it'll say a lot about where we're going to be going economically. I think hard landing or not, or soft landing. Will the Tesla rally continue? If the news can keep dropping good. So there's one thing I think is going to get in the way of Tesla moving forward. You already saw how people reacted today to what it did. But there is one little part, and that has to do with analysts. So moving forward, analyst upgrades and downgrades can really help this continue or not. Above all other things, it's going to come down to just if Elon could keep pumping the news. You got to realize there's been a lot of news pumps and info that's came into all that. Yeah, MO's coming back up here. Those premiums are still green. One of them's down, the other one's green, so you're going to have to make up your mind on that. Might take profits on the IBM. Yeah, that one, I sold one of my weeklies there that expired today, the GE. But is the IBM a put? It was up like 180 earlier. I'm going to hold that one, though. Just because I think everything else I'm in is calls. Mulan up 90, test. FDA okay Seagen's tisotumab vedotin for cervical cancer. Oh, why am I... Is Seagen? Is that Abivi or Pfizer now? I keep forgetting who bought them. It was Abivi or Pfizer bought them. I think. Let's see. Was it Pfizer? Okay. Pfizer did? Okay, then they should react. And cancer drug is good, but Pfizer already gave up some of those gains from earlier. SMCI. Again, PayPal, apparently PayPal's moving it tomorrow morning. So we'll see how that comes out too. SPY coming down a little bit more off of that candle. But generally, you're near the lower end of today and then holding like halfway of the, what's it called? Halfway of the refunding announcement news. $3M. We have that for the long term still, yeah. My plays on PayPal, I'm going to go over them on the watch list tonight. So second link. You seem interested in them. I hope I see you there. 4 p.m. Pacific time. Market on close, $1.5 billion to the buy side. Habibi. Yalla. ECD de Guendos reiterates no pre-commitment to rate path. What time is it? Damn, 10 minutes remaining. So there it is, 10 minutes rigged. Amazon just chilling. Yeah. It was up. It's up a lot on the premiums. That's the funny part about it. It's a weird balance. Because the options went crazy on Amazon, but the stock did not move at all. I mean, and then Apple contracts went crazy, and that thing moved up 4. Pfizer almost down to the monthly. 2017. Yeah, Baba, I mean, we'll take it. Like I said, I'm looking far ahead. We need like 2-3 weeks of China rally, but this is how it starts. It's already had one good week. If we could continue momentum after that, I mean, that's really all you need. It hasn't happened in a while. And then SPY right back up to VWAP. So 10-minute rigged. It looks to be on the buy side for the market on close. Bonds catching a bid. SPY coming back up. These were the first lows of the day till we had that little flush. But everything's green except for bonds. I guess no, bonds are doing good. And then VIX. VIX is the only thing red. Uranium, baby. Yeah, there's those headlines and then the Russia stuff. Potentially more sanctions. Yeah, MO, the contracts are up. You got 15%. So do what you need to do. Well, they're 10, 15 out of Baidu. If you get good earnings, they have the news. Even their earnings was good. Like, honestly, there's a lot of drivers on Baidu. So maybe like JD, if they have a good earnings, that could change the whole story. I hope. But we'll find out. Otherwise, broader sentiment, just in general, it's hard for China. In the last, 2 years, you haven't strung together multiple weeks of rally in China stocks. We haven't just been something we have not seen. Look at the VWAP test. The VWAP. WAP. It's right there. Now this is pre-funding. The announcement now just puts you in that weird spot again of bonds. Surprisingly, the bonds might recover it. That's actually crazy. So this in and of itself, but I wouldn't have been surprised. It just would have been more confusing if we had bonds down, stocks back up. Bonds react to it. Stocks are in their own world. But now today, everything got relief, more or less. Remember last week, the bonds did not play around with any of the stock relief. So to start off the week, at least we're going up, and so are the bonds. The video on the high. You got a lot of Fidelity ads. They know. They know you're on the. They know you just got the TD Ameritrade switch thing. Watch out. Abby Vi fat pop? Kind of. But not like fat. Just moving up there. Kind of looks like end of the day. I don't have SMCI earnings play. It's final 5 right now. So here it is. Bonds are back to the refunding announcement, and SPY is above it. So remember, on Wednesday, we get Jerome Powell. We're going to hear from the Treasury again. But that was hawkish. That was bearish stuff here. We got a huge reaction. And it's right back up by the close, baby. Remember, everybody's getting ready for earnings tomorrow, too. That's it. Don't forget. Do not forget, baby. Do not forget. But Chattadonia, it's time, man. I think we need to bring it home. I hope your Monday and start to the week was great. We still have a lot more and a lot of data. There's so many other things. But Chattadonia, it's time that we wrap it up now. So we got to bring it home, and the new guy is going to come on. So I have to give you the warning that it is going to be extremely loud in here, okay? I can't believe 7 hours has already gone by, but we have to bring it home, and I hope your day ends on a good day, and I don't want to ruin it because I've found out over the years that loud noises, unexpectedly, it disturbs people. It has disturbed them to their core. It has ruined their lives. It has caused various sets of ailments that, honestly, phantom ailments. You know, some of these issues are still uncured to this day. So I don't think any of you deserve any of these problems, and I don't want to ever put that on you. So if you are sensitive to loud noises that happen unexpectedly, please mute your speakers when you hear me say earmuffs, because from here till the time the stream ends, it will be extremely loud, okay? So please just take heed of the warning if you care about your personal self and your health and safety, okay? Sound good? Sound good. All right, good. We're on the same page, baby. We on the same page. Amen, amen, baby. Amen. All right, here it is. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. To make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 66 degrees, partly sunny, a little bit cloudy, depending on where you're at. Otherwise, looking like a good day, especially if you thought the relief would continue and even bonds would rally, even though Janet Yellen is dumping everything on the market. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down the flight attendant, and we'll get to that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chattadonia, Monday in the books, baby. Time to wrap it up. Earnings after the bell. A little bit more in the AM, but now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. What are you doing? Earnings, you got to make up your mind. Options on earnings, you are locked in if it reports tomorrow morning or after the bell. But you got to wrap it up. Got data in the morning. Get more data and Power Wednesday this whole week. And we are pricing in just around what we did last week. We have less than 10 seconds to finalize those plays. Chatadonia. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not, baby. We starting off the week. A lot more to go. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let's go. Drop that GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, info. You are in the game, baby. Way to hold it down. Good game. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. Honorary members. Are you holding it down? Are you answering questions? Are you on the watch list and don't have to harass me for the same thing that's been covered a million times? Good game. Let's go. Did you not get banned today? Good game, baby. And if you did get banned, just make a new account. Otherwise, be at peace, my brother. But good game. Let's go. Hey, man, I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts, all of them. You doing a dono today. You are positive. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Everybody with a long term, good game. Hopefully they everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop, both the key and the lock. I'll see you tomorrow, baby. God willing. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. I'll let it ride, man. That's 6 hack. We got a couple earnings after the bell. I don't really like the Monday earnings. We'll see, but that's it, baby. Being here, we started off the week. We have more days, more craziness, chat. So shout out everybody. Everybody who made it in all my long terms. God bless you. Amen. Do something positive. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the wake up and drive a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Obnoxious.
I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, and my eyes don't need a reason, I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
It's a call. Oh, wait, stop. I thought I was trying to let it ride out, man. Ooh. Pfizer got a little pop. MO pop after hours. Well, we'll see, man. Either way. Yeah, there you go. What about me? I know. It's over. Don't worry. Fake news media. They don't want to hear it. But Chattadonia. That is the day, baby. That is the day, baby. That is the day. So Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. Check out, it might be, I haven't seen it come across the wire, but yeah, I could have missed it. I don't know. But again, I don't really like these ones. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see how it plays out. But Chattadonia, thank you again for an awesome day. You are going to have a great one. I hope we have a lot more left in this week, so stay locked and loaded. But if you gave me the opportunity today, you gave me your time, you were in the chat, and listen, bro, if you were obnoxiously positive, I love you. And if you were just obnoxious, I still love you, but you probably got banned, okay? So listen, man, only obnoxious positivity. And if that was you, baby, and y'all held it down, and y'all were part of it, and you were vibing out, man, made this community what it was, God bless you, and thank you for holding it down and giving me that opportunity. So I'll see you on the watch list tonight. Go check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Second link, nightly watch. Yeah, that's the watch list. So all the questions. Again, I wrote them down. So again, I hope you guys were as sincere. Again, I wrote, like when y'all ask me like a million times about them, So I wrote down I just wrote it down. I said they want to know my current swing trades. They want to know what I use for. So if you repeat questions, I'll answer them all on the watch list. So if you guys want that, otherwise second link. Otherwise, I will have a 1 business day delay. As we get into it, baby. So I got you, but second link, man. Otherwise, we'll see you in the morning. You may be missing out on a little bit of it, but check out the other links, the merch, the cult PHILO, cult real estate. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity and pray. And listen, man, listen, here's the deal. I'm gonna do it a little bit different day. So, because I said it on the Philo. And listen, I'm praying for all of you, for real, man. And I really think it goes a long way. I hope y'all send me a prayer, man, for real. And it's amazing, the community that we have here. But today, I am going to pray for you. Feel free to fill out the prayer request wall, but I'm praying for all of you, and I'm praying for a spirit of discernment for all of you, and I hope y'all could have a prayer yourself and pray what's for you and what's really for you, and pray for some discernment, baby. You know what I'm saying? Because I dropped that on the Philo, baby. So, I'm praying for all of you, and I'm praying for discernment for every single one of you. It's a special little prayer that I have for you this week, but all in all, man, if you ever want to give something back to me, anything, and that's the funny part, because it's like, if everyone want to give, just pray. Just pray. It goes a long way, baby. So, Chad, I love you all. God bless every single one of you. Those are all your links and everything. Oh, first 5. That was the surpriser. Did he draw? Ooh, that one would have been one to the downside. Yes, sir. That was the one that's there, because they usually report on like a Wednesday. They came out of nowhere on a Monday, but I think that one's there. But I'll let y'all. If not, I'll give you an update on the watch list. We'll see how it is. But Chad, that is all. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. And why you got to be careful of just one more time, baby. Why you got to be careful of just one more time, Why that lukewarm and why it always sound different than it feel, baby. Why, baby, why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Whew. So, Chattadonia, that's it, man. That's the day. God bless you, JP. I hope you have a wonderful one. I will see you on the watch list. There might be a lot at the watch list. I don't know. It's like, you know what I'm saying? But I'll see y'all there. If not, y'all have a great night. Y'all better wake up and drive, man. Y'all better wake up peacefully, man. And listen, don't even wait. I want you to go to bed thinking about waking up and drive. I want you, when you're preparing for bed, thinking about waking up and drive. And then when you wake up, I want you to put it in drive. I hope they feel me. But, Chad, that is all. I already said you already got everything. Go read the books. I'll give you one more. We'll give you one more. Place. We get Marty? No, I'll give him an Airbnb. I need some Airbnb, but that's it, man. That's it. Whether I end it over the music, I just end it when it's done playing. Is that, but why? You're going to like the video in November.
I don't want to rap that.
For the election. Make sure you like the election.
Yeah. Rollie on my wrist. Nah.
want to rock that.
I don't wanna rock that.
Pull up in a big body.
I don't put a tap.
Don't put the
Hit me
tap
with
back.
the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny, she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't give us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Rock that. Pull up in a big body. Paramount Global. Yeah. Homie stepped down. We were talking that this morning. They had their earnings too. But Chad, that is the day, man. That is all. So you have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. And peace out. I know. A lot of fake news media. They say Josh's Trump voice got better. But I think it's all because Josh is a Democrat. I'm not buying it. I know. El Baghdadi. He died like a dog, but still, the American people, they gotta vote. They gotta vote, and the media does not want them to. I'm telling you, it's a shame. Damn shame. You have a good day, Chad. You have a great Kwanzaa. No. Okay. Exactly. Now, Joshua, ever since Donald has came back into the voice rotation, you have been ignoring me, Would you say that? Is it ironic that Trump and Kennedy can't exist in the same space? Do you think that's a little ironic? I've never seen Peter Pan and RuPaul in the same room, have you? Exactly. I wonder what Roger would say. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful day. I don't know. I like Kennedy. He's a good guy. But if he turns into Michael Pence, oh, he's a traitor. He's a traitor. I don't know. These Republicans, a lot of rhinos, and Josh is a Democrat, not knowing how I'm feeling. You have a good day, Chad.